Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast with your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me, as always, my co-host RHYS2753.
Howdy.
And my other co-host,
Footnum. That's
right
it.
On. All right. So let me go ahead and get things rolling today. So if you guys want to support the Open Chest Anime Podcast, you can do so through the OCA Podcast Patreon. If you would like to support me, the Anime Collector, for my endeavors unrelated to the podcast.
That was a quite early on cuckening.
Shit, where is it? I hit the wrong one. There it is. Aha. Alright. So FDDNM, what have you been doing this week?
I feel like I watched something lately. I'm getting close to the end of Rent-A-Girlfriend, which is the biggest cuck anime I've ever watched, and I mean that with all sincerity. Like, he literally gets cucked. He thinks about his ex-girlfriend getting banged and...
That happening in real time.
What?
As soon as I went to click to close the tab, I look over and I'm live on YouTube, and I can all of a sudden hear myself. I'm like, well, it's a good thing I didn't leave the stream up during the stream. Anyway, all right, so let me go back to this. Screen share. This new setup is weird to me. There we go. All right. Yeah, so if you want to support me and my help me to improve in my booting myself from the stream, that's what the Anime Collector Podcast is for. Or Anime Collector Patreon. Dear God, I can't run two podcasts. I can barely run this one. Okay, and Stealth Weeb is another way that you can support the endeavors that we do. Now, I think it's critically important that we start this podcast by talking about the results of the 2020 election and the massive fraud in Florida.
The projected results.
No, these are, well, yes. So I think we need to talk about the massive fraud and the stealing that went on in Florida, because it's the only way, damn it, mouse, it's the only way I think you can explain these results. Because when you've put literally everyone on notice, how do you lose? KW Miller only getting 2.2% of the vote. I think that has to be fraud.
That has to be fraud.
All right. Good game, but you lost to Rhino Republican Brian Mast, who you put on notice about 1 million times a day, every day for the last 30 days. All right, so getting started here. Donald Trump and Joe Biden chibi mascot characters win fans during results coverage in Japan. Japanese media covers the U.S. presidential election in true zany Japanese style. As votes continue to be counted for the 2020 presidential elections in the United States, countries around the world are watching with interest. Here in Japan, the media has been reporting on events with a unique Japanese flair that's given viewers some much-needed humor to alleviate their anxiety over the results. This mouse is killing me today. One Japanese TV program really held the interest of viewers by turning Donald Trump and Joe Biden into bobblehead-esque characters, complete with amusing facial expressions. The changing facial expressions used in the photos for winning and losing states elicited laughter from both locals and expats in Japan. Trump leads Ohio at the top and falls behind in Pennsylvania on the bottom. As you see. A wide variety of graphics could be seen across different networks, but they were all undeniably eye-catching. Something seems slightly off about these Fuji TV renderings of the candidates. That doesn't even look like Joe Biden. It looks like a stand-in they got.
It looks like Jeb Bush.
The real winner of this election, yes. So here's Tokyo.
we need that face rig background for that one.
Yeah. I wonder how hard it would be to get this, to put this as our
I
face
just
rig
realized, why haven't we been using that, what is it, that Tenga background for our face rig character?
background. Right? Yeah. Because that's the one that goes behind Augie's character when we get that made.
Yes.
So TVSA, he has the swing states on fire. Ohio, North Carolina, and Florida. Oh, take a look at what happened when Joe Biden won New York. Oh, really? Is there a video? Hold on. I'm gonna switch it so you guys can hear it real quick. Hold on. Oh yeah, Random Lemon's right. It does look more like McCain instead of Jeb Bush. Let's see what happens when Joe Biden won New York. It's like a freaking. It's a freaking Mario Party.
Oh, it really is.
You know, like when you win the round. Let me. I realized that I don't think I even turned on.
I think I can guess the next two Smash characters.
It's Donald Trump with a chair. Comments from Japan and abroad included Japan treating the U.S. election like the game show it is. This is what the elections look like in an anime and gaming country. There would be way fewer depressed people if this aired over here. You've probably seen it said before. You've probably seen this said before, but life would be really boring without Japan. How come our country can't do this? This makes me feel like I'm about to play a weird video game. I thought I'd seen everything in this election, but then Japan goes and turns the candidates into super deformed chibi mascot characters. So it certainly is a novel way to cover the election, but the lighthearted graphics used to illustrate serious developments have won fans overseas and given them some relief from the nerve-wracking situation facing the U.S. and by extension the rest of the world. And given Japan's love for super deformed chibi mascot characters, even Harry Potter has a chibi mascot range here. All right, we got to know what that is about. We might just see a miniature Trump and Biden figures make it to the market shortly. Well, I know what I'm gonna buy.
Get those Nendoroids.
Yeah, Donald Trump Nendoroid. Okay, this is annoying. All right, we got better news here. Meet Joe Biden, the internet famous mayor of a small Japanese town. Mayor Yutaka Umeda's profile is posted to the website of Yamato, a small town of 1,500 people in Kumamoto Prefecture. The mayor of a small Japanese town has become an internet sensation after it was observed that the characters of his name can be read as Joe Biden, phonetically the same as the name of the winner in last week's, projected winner, excuse you, the Japan Times, excuse you, projected president-elect of the U.S. presidential election. Yutaka Umeda, 73, mayor of Kumamoto Prefecture, was caught by surprise when his family told him that an alternate reading of his name had drawn attention online. I feel very close to him. Ooh, that can't be good. It feels as though I've also won the election after hearing about Democratic nominee Joe Biden's projected win over his rival, President Donald Trump, Umeda said on Sunday. Kanji usually have several phonetic readings. The mayor's family name comprises characters meaning plum. Is that how you spell plum? Is there no B in plum? Plume? And rice field. But while they are usually pronounced as ume, and ume is plum, like the fruit. In names, a fairly common one in Japan, they can also be read as bai and den. The character for Yutaka, meanwhile, is more commonly read as Joe. That's weird because it's 3 syllables being switched into one.
Yeah.
But again, it's the kanji. Umeda said he has received a flood of messages following the former U.S. vice president's election win, projected. With Biden set to take office next year, projected. Umeda hopes the event will also be a chance for his small town of about 15,000 to bask in the spotlight. You know what? This article and our shitty podcast is about as much spotlight as you're going to get, but okay. Being the president of a superpower like the United States and a mayor of Yamamoto, the scale of our jobs is completely different. But I'd like to think of ways to promote the town, he said. When former Biden running mate Barack Obama was elected president in 2008, the city of Obama in Fukui Prefecture generated headlines in both Japan and abroad. Local residents established a group to support Obama and created merchandise featuring his likeness. The then mayor of the coastal city even expressed. They're talking about of the mayor of Obama. Of the coastal city, even expressed hope that Obama would become a special honorary citizen. not gonna touch that one. Hey, that's okay. First of all, we've got a comment here. Hey, Anime Collector, where can I contact you the quickest way you'll see it? That's not my Twitter.
It's not.
It's not. It's at ActRhys MC.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Minecraft.
Yes.
There
you go.
I fucked up.
That's my Twitter. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I keep forgetting you're the master of ceremonies.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I have been after Twitter for years to give me that username because the guy who got it literally has tweeted, I think, once, and it was for something like getting more free Dropbox space or something like that. Like it was like he created the account literally just to like try to win some campaign for like, you know, like a contest to get your to get more followers on Twitter by having the people entering the contest have to tweet something out. That's literally all he's used it for in like 12 years, right? I've been on Twitter to give it to me and they just won't get back to me. So if you have connections, try to get on that, all right? Anyway. When the president visited Japan in 2009, he even addressed the city during a speech saying, and of course, I could not come here without sending my greetings and gratitude to citizens of Obama in Japan. All right. Well, there you go. Hashtag my president. Yutaka Umeda or whatever his name was. Anyway, all right. So do you guys have anything? I've been asked a second time. I'm going to pull out my phone, even though I'm getting 1,000 Twitter notifications daily. I'm right here. If you want to send me something over Twitter right now, you can do it. It's at ActRhys MC. Otherwise, you can just chat here in the chat, and I'll see it. All right. So, does anybody in the comments want to address?
Jesus, he asked it again.
Is it a bot?
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy.
He only asked it twice. Don't get on him too much.
I don't know. I won there.
Yeah. How you doing, Weeburger? So
that's ActRhys MC. There.
So does anybody want to address the irregularities in this election? I mean, come on.
I mean, you guys would know better than I would.
Yeah, so let me share with you guys real quick. Let me share with you guys what was said in the first presidential debate real quick.
Will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you
I'm
go first.
urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They're called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair election, I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that. And I'll tell you what,
does that
from
mean,
a common sense,
does that mean you're going to tell your people to take to the street?
It means you have a fraudulent election. You're sending out 80 million ballots. They're not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two, they cheat. They cheat. Hey, they found ballots in a waste paper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
you think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm while the vote is counted, and will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes, and here's the deal. They count the ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until Election Day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since the end of the Civil War, in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why was it not? Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots, that somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a look at Carolyn Maloney's race.
I asked you had an opportunity to respond.
Look at Carolyn Maloney.
Go ahead.
They have no idea what happened.
Vice President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal. The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome.
All right. So two things. So Weberger saying systems rigged from the start. I agree. I think that there was, I think, ample evidence to support the claim that Hillary actually stole at least 3 states in 2016 and attempted to steal more. But the outpouring of support in that election for Donald Trump was so astronomical that they couldn't. But to address some of the things that I think it's quite funny that Trump knew that this was going to happen all the way back during the debates and clearly had put measures in place to fight this, as I think everybody knows he is right now. But I want to address a couple things. So when this happened, well, okay, I should have had a better graphic for this because this I still got it. When this happened, what you're seeing here is the count, right? This is supposed to indicate the count for the election, and then so what happened was all the states where Trump was leading at late at night, they all decided it was like 9 o'clock Eastern time or what in the West Pacific time, and they're like, okay, we're too tired. We're not going to continue counting. We're just gonna everybody go home, right? So they sent all the poll watchers home. And then every single one of those states between 2 and 5 a.m. started counting again without the poll watchers present, and that's when this nonsense happened. All of a sudden, ka-ching, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think that bare minimum, there's enough there to warrant some investigation, and I think the lawsuits are going to do that. So it's just really interesting. But I do find it funny how the media has just decided without certifying, which was, I love that Chris Wallace specifically asks that question. And literally both Biden and Donald Trump declared victory before it was certified. So, and then also I'll just address one last thing. when Biden was saying the military has had quote unquote mail-in ballots, absentee ballots and mail-in ballots are two different things. Effectively, you send them both in the same way, but the difference, and Trump did a terrible job explaining this in that debate. The difference is that the mail-in ballots that Trump was talking about weren't solicited. Meaning, when you vote absentee, which before mail-in, absentee was still one of the greatest sources of fraud known in any election prior to this one. But when you request an absentee ballot, you request it. They send it only to the people who request it. They fill it out, they send it in, or they bring it with them and drop it off on election day. The mail-in ballots were sent to everybody's registered address, every single one of them, right? So people were getting ballots to their apartment or whatever with, like, they would get a ballot for themselves and like 5 generations past of people who lived in that apartment before them, and that's what he was talking about with the mail-in ballots. And that's why Joe Biden kind of conflated the that whole, talking about the military ballots. Why is it okay for them? Not okay. Because he called them mail-in ballots because you mail in an absentee ballot. But the difference here that he was glossing over is that mail-in ballots for this particular election were sent to everybody, regardless of whether you wanted one. And that offered up a pretty big opportunity for fraud and corruption in this election. Did it happen?
Grandma who died last year got a ballot.
Right. Did it happen? We'll have to wait and see what the states find out when they do the investigation. I think that there's definitely some problems there. I know there's that guy who testified before the courts about rigging the 2000 election, the voting machines, to flip the vote 51 to 49. So I've known about that for freaking a decade now, probably. But we're just going to have to see what happens. I think a month before the election too, there was a break-in in Philadelphia where the election magnetic tape thing was stolen, with the list of people on and everything. So there's all sorts of stuff going on here that should have been taken care of before the election for us to not be in the situation right now where everybody's like, I don't know what to believe. But we'll have to see. So we got a super chat here, $5. Thank you for that, crossover maniac. So there are parallels between this election, the 2004 Ukraine election fraud, and the election fraud under former Chicago Mayor Richard Daley. And also South Korea had an election just like this, I think in April of this year, where basically the exact same thing happened. And also, this is the same thing that happened in the midterms. See, did I not tell you guys this was going to happen behind the scenes? When I told you that in the 2018 elections in Arizona, the state voted for the Republican governor or whatever, the senator or whatever, and then that person won. But then for like a week and a half, for the rest of that month even, they're like, oh, what's this? We found another box of ballots in a dumpster, ballots in this gymnasium, ballots, behind this person's desk next to a cooler, and they just kept finding ballots until they were able to flip the vote, So that seems to me like a test run of this kind of fraud. And I was very disappointed that nobody ever got held accountable for this. They did that in Arizona. They did that in Florida. So I don't know. This is very weird. I think we're just going to have to wait and see how things play out and try to remain calm until then. But it sure is an exciting and interesting time to be alive. Now, I want to address a couple of things here. So real quick. As told by Rebecca said, they wanted to feature me on their podcast this month. They say they run a retro anime channel, want to talk for an hour or two about collecting and some of my favorites. So here's the thing. I don't know if you've been following the show for a while or not, but I recently got uprooted from my home in Arizona because my landlord decided to sell it. So right now, I am not in a good place to have a podcast guest appearance like that happen because I don't have my collection is boxed up and in a storage unit right now. I don't have access to it. So it would be less ideal than if you had asked me a month or two ago.
Well, you probably don't need to actually like show it and stuff.
Yeah, but I'm just saying
timing.
like this is kind of bad timing because performance wise it would be less grandiose for the audience that you have, number one, and number two, because I literally spend my 2 days off prepping for this podcast, so it's not impossible for me to guest on another podcast, but I already have a hard enough time getting my wife to take the kids on my days off for my current job. So I'd like to stay in touch and maybe work something out in the future, but it's a little bit trickier than it would have been 2 months ago, you know? So I would definitely like to join and have a chat with you at some point. But right now things are just kind of rocky while we're still sort of getting settled in our current living situation. All right. So definitely keep in touch. All right. Now let's go ahead and Weeberger. So much evidence, dude. I can't even begin to tell you. Like, it's so insurmountable that it's humorous to me. Like, it's comical how bad the evidence seems to be. In Michigan, they found a glitch in the Dominion vote counting software that swapped 6,000 ballots that were for the Republican people, like the people running, switched all those votes to their opponent, right? So Trump went to Biden, you know, local mayorship, governor, whatever they're voting for in that election,
Senate, House.
senators. Yeah, those all got switched over. So that's 6,000 votes in one county. Now, that software is used in 47 other counties in Michigan, right? And if 6,000 is, let's say, the median, like the average, then that's like 282,000 votes that are getting switched across all those counties. Not only that, that software is used in 30 states in the United States, right? So I think that this election, honestly, it needs to be investigated, not because necessarily Trump was supposed to win. You know, like if the fraud was reversed, that he would automatically become the winner or anything like that, but just simply because there is so much evidence that literally nobody can move forward in good faith in this country with the results as they are right now. We have to look into things at the bare minimum just to pacify, I would say, the rage or even just the disillusionment that people have over the fact that there's so much evidence to support claims that fraudulent things happen. In Pennsylvania, we've had, I think, 3 whistleblowers now from USPS who claimed that their supervisors told them to collect ballots after the 3rd, which is against the Constitution, and collect those ballots after the 3rd and backdate them to the 3rd so that they would be counted. And in that clip I showed you guys, Joe Biden, because they know their plan ahead of time. Trump knew that this was coming. Biden knew what his side was going to do. So in that clip, he talks about how, you know, many of these states, they can't even open the ballots until the 3rd. Well, I kind of call bullshit on this because in any other election, when the votes come in on day of, now granted, according to the current data, more people voted in this election than historically ever before in the United States, right? I get that. But even still, it is November 9th. The election was on the 3rd. It wasn't twice as many people as ever before. So how is it taking you this many days still? We haven't completed the counts in every state. That seems completely suspect to me, especially because when you're mailing your ballot in, it has to be postmarked by the 3rd. Now, look, if you're living in California, but your home is in Maine, I can understand it taking 2 to 3 days, perhaps. So you send it, you put it in the mail in California, like, you know, you're living there, like the situation I'm in, or like you go to school out here and you're because of COVID, you're like just sort of in this weird hiatus place, but you're voting for your home state, right? So you're in California and you submit your ballot on the 3rd, and it doesn't get to Maine until the 5th. Okay, it should still be counted because the date from the post office says that it was mailed out on the 3rd, right? So that's fine. I understand that. But the vast majority of votes coming in that are mail-in should have been dated before the 3rd, or if you sent them on the 3rd, they should have gotten there by the 4th, right? If you're going like literally when you vote, you're voting in your county. So if I'm going to the mailbox in my neighborhood, it's going like 10 miles to fucking where the thing is. It doesn't make any sense for the votes to still be coming in this many days later, and for them to have not been able to count it at bare minimum by the 5th. Like that seems kind of absurd to me. So continuing here. Yeah, it's crazy how much is right in people's faces. It really is. Now, I will say that there are some things, just to get this out there, there are some things that I've seen that you have to sort of be careful what you're spreading around as looking like one thing could be another. For example, in Pennsylvania, again, a state known for its fraud, in Pennsylvania, and for the record, all swing states are. All swing states are known for this because that's what decides an election. Sometimes a swing state changes because of demographic changes, but generally speaking, swing states are the ones where the most fraud occurs because those are the ones that you have to win in order to win. But in Pennsylvania, they claimed, so there's these videos people are sharing that show people literally filling out ballots, right, in the vote counting place. They're literally just filling them out. Now, people look at that and say, this is fraud. It's clear as day. It's right in front of you. But the people in that situation, they're claiming, no, this is what happened. See, Pennsylvania accidentally sent out the wrong-sized ballots, so they don't fit in the machine, right? Therefore, we had to transfer all the data from one ballot to a new ballot. And if you look at the video of the girl who looks like she's filling it out, you can see that the guy across from her who's wearing a mask, but you can see that his mouth is moving. You can't hear anything because all you hear are the people who are recording the video for that one. But you can tell that he's talking to her. And what it looks like to me is that he is looking at the ballots in his stack, and he's telling her what each person voted on that ballot. So she's filling it in for the correctly sized ballot, and she's setting to the side. However, obviously that creates an enormous opportunity for you to start switching votes. Right? It's like, because you're doing that so quickly. It's like, okay, they voted for Biden, then they voted for this person, this measure, this proposition, right? And she can just go, okay. And then when it comes to president, she could choose Trump, or it could go vice versa, right? You could switch that easily and claim it was human error, right? So obviously there's no excuse for wrong-sized ballots to come in. You know how much money we invest into our elections every freaking cycle? It's absurd to think that an error like that wasn't intentional. Now, there's another claim I've heard, which I'm not sure I believe yet, regarding the watermark. Have you guys heard this one?
Mm-mm.
So, and this is, see, people like to give Trump this, like, ability to see into the future. Which I guess with certain the intelligence community on his side, having access to the back channels through like CIA sort of information and whatnot, perhaps he knows what the plans are and can act accordingly. But I kind of don't think the CIA is on Trump's side. But whatever. So they're saying that that because of the fear that there was going to be an enormous amount of fraud caused by all the mail-in ballots going out. They're saying that the ballots that were sent out had a watermark on them that couldn't be replicated. So, and I think perhaps can't be seen, like unless you're holding it up to a light or something like that. You know, it's like it's something where it wouldn't be obvious to anybody who's trying to commit fraud, right? And look, I'll tell you right now, I think this was a trap. I think that that what's going on right now in Trump's course of action, and I feel like what we saw in the debate, this seems like it was a trap for the other side, and they fell for it, you know. And just to be abundantly clear, I personally don't consider myself Republican. I'm definitely not Democrat, but in this particular race, all the fraud seems to have only benefited one side, right? So for the sake of seeing, an actual outcome from this that erases the doubt surrounding the fraud, I think that we're probably gonna see, and I welcome out actually any fraud being uncovered that goes either way that gets corrected, right? But I'm just saying it's very much looking like the Democrats fell for a trap set by the president, right? So anyway, the thing is, though, people are claiming. I read somewhere that they said that they couldn't feed the ballots in Philadelphia because, like on the ballot, I don't know if you guys noticed this, they have like a little barcode kind of on the side. And I think that barcode is how they embed your voter information, like who you are and whatnot in it. And they said that in Philadelphia, the ballots they were trying to feed through were missing one of the lines or something, and they wouldn't be read by the machine. And I think that this might just be another story of wrong-sized ballot. And so I don't know. It's very interesting. But when you do the recount, I think they're hand counted, right? So I think that regardless of what happens, we're just going to have to wait, as it seems like the whole country kind of knew from the beginning, and then half the country forgot because the media has decided to just decide for us. But we're just going to have to wait and see. So let's go ahead and get through Old Man's comments here. Old Man says,
"Hold
quote,
on. If they recount the ballots, if they're if they're fraudulent ballots, then they're just recounting the wrong number, right?"
So here's the thing. The ballots. So the part of the fraud that's going on, or the alleged fraud that's going on, is that the ballots are not being accurately processed for whether they're being verified as legitimate or illegitimate ballots, right? That's part of the process that isn't going through. There's over 100 people have signed an affidavit, literally meaning that they are bound by law to tell the truth. They'll be in contempt of court and face jail time if they're proven to be lying about this. They have said that they witnessed fraud in whatever local election they were in. And one of the ways that they're saying they've seen this is that they are watching people completely bypass the signature verification from the ballot to the stored database of their signature, right? So what happens in an election too is, are you guys familiar with the term provisional ballot?
Not really.
Mm-mm.
So if, for example, maybe you guys saw there were those videos floating around where somebody's security system on their house picked up movement in the middle of the night when somebody came up at like 3 a.m. And went to the mailbox, opened it up, and grabbed the mail-in ballots that were sent to that house and then walks away, right? They took their ballot. So if that person took those ballots and then filled them out and voted, and then the people who lived in that house went on election day to their county and tried to vote, it would tell them that they can't vote because they already voted, right? So if those people said, that's not true, we didn't already vote, right? Then they're given what's called a provisional ballot. And that provisional ballot is a ballot that needs to be audited against the existing vote. But these ballots are like counted last. So because it's to get your total number, it's very difficult to reverse audit everything to get those out. But there's something like 47,000 of those last I checked in one state. So it indicates to me that there is, again, a lot of fraud going on. But so what I'm getting at, back to your question, if they just recount the votes, won't they get the same number? The answer is no, because if these provisional ballots are gone through and investigated and they find out, because like if you have somebody who voted in your name and then it turns out you voted for all the same things, then it just cancels out that vote. I mean, it's still wrong that somebody tried to steal your vote, but what does it matter in the end of the day, because you ended up voting for the same thing. But when the provisional ballots are counted against the ballots that were submitted fraudulently, then that's where the major discrepancies are going to come from, that plus the data on the machine that tells the counting software is going to have its own forensic analysis to determine whether or not the code is faulty, because those glitches are constantly only working in one direction, and they need to hammer out all the glitches regardless, right? And then go ahead, Reese. You were trying to say something.
If somebody were to take the mail-in ballot and mail that out election day, and that person would also go in and vote in person on election day, how would that be counted out?
So then I think what would happen in that case is when that provisional, when that mail-in ballot comes in, it would flag as provisional, right? So the thing is that they have to, I think in a lot of cases, they're going to need to, it's all gonna come down to them needing to forensically analyze everything, determine, because like for instance, you can tell what kind of ink was used and whatnot. So if you find that at 2 a.m. when all of a sudden Biden's numbers went up, and you find the stack that they scanned for that all went to Biden, and you find that they're all using the same blue ink from the same type of pen, and it's aged only 59 hours versus having been put in the mail and traveled for a couple days and all, you know what I mean? I think that I'm not sure how the process goes, but I'm saying that they have ways to determine stuff like that, I assume. So again, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not familiar entirely with the process, but the bottom line is that there's enough fraud out there to signal to trigger
at least one flag has gone up.
Well, I would say that 15 per state have gone up, but you only actually need one. You know what I mean? And so they're gonna move forward most heavily on the most egregious one. Because there's been a lot of stuff the Republican poll watchers are being kept at a distance and given binoculars, right? That's absurd. That's not how that's supposed to work. Where the closest ballot counter is 30 feet away, and the farthest one is 150 feet away. That's absurd, right?
No, you can't read it at 10 feet.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, not to mention going back to the stuff with the signatures. So this has been a clusterfuck to say the least. But we're just going to have to wait and see how it plays out. Personally, I got a great feeling about this because I feel like there's enough obvious fraud going on and so blatant that we're just going to continue to have people come forward. And the thing is, we got people on camera flipping off a ballot and crumpling it up and throwing it in the trash. Another guy looking around. It might actually be the same guy. He looked like he was maybe not quite all there. That one guy looking around. Is anybody watching me? Putting the ballot down and then
pull out a pen.
Yeah. So look, it's possible that that's not fraudulent. It's possible that what happened in that case is that a bubble wasn't filled in enough to be read by the machine. I don't know why we let people dumb enough to not be able to fill out a Scantron vote, but if that's the case, we have to, work around that handicap, right? But I'm just saying that if that guy who looked kind of, he looked like he was up to no good when he's looking around, you know what I mean? Before he does it, number one. So he looked like he knew he was doing something wrong. And I feel like you pull that guy aside, have the police pull him aside, he is going to flip so fast on everybody else because he clearly knew what he was doing was fraudulent in some way or not something he was supposed to be doing out of protocol, however you want to say it. So I think that at the end of the day, that's what we're going to see is we're just going to see people who are going to easily flip because the evidence is so insurmountable. And I think that it's a federal offense to meddle in the election like that in that sort of fraud regardless. So I think that it's going to be pretty easy to the dominoes are going to fall. I think. I feel like. I should have sent this to our thing too. Let me pull something up real quick. I sent you guys that thing earlier about the memory holing of the data on the internet. God, there's been so much. There's been so much shit we've been talking about the last couple of days behind the scenes. Joe Jorgensen in Pennsylvania got something like 89,000 votes. And then less than 10 minutes later, those votes were cut in half and given to Joe Biden, which I think is funny because I like to think that the plausible deniability is, oh no, we just gave it to the wrong Joe, like. But yeah, there was that post on 4chan I shared with you guys that I saved on my phone before the election even started about that person saying, "Hey, I work for this data hosting service, and I'm telling you right now what's going to happen." Right, and literally everything that they said came true. They called it the greatest what do they call it? The greatest effort to deny reality in the history of American media or whatever was about to occur. They talked about stuff that you found on Google would start to become significantly more difficult to find as hours went by. So anyway, I think that we're at a point now where people know how to archive a lot better than they would have, partially due to stuff like the Vic Mignogna controversy. Granted, that's again a small portion of people, but that's a bunch of people who now know how to use an archiving service who didn't before, and it's funny when we were talking about like the election results and how the voice acting community was reacting to it, and I just had to say, like, is it any wonder they tried to oust Vic over his beliefs, right? Like, kind of absurd. Anyway, let's get on to the comments here from Old Man. He said, I can share that with you. Yeah, let's have a message here from projected President-elect Joe Biden. I can give you the actual context here for Old Man's quote.
We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
Not anti-voter fraud. Just voter fraud.
Look, he clearly either has dementia or has been on some medication that really messes with his ability to process speech properly. It's abundantly clear that he is trying to say that they put together a voter fraud organization designed to stop voter fraud or find it or whatever.
Voter fraud prevention or anti-fraud.
Right, but then again, every single thing with these people is the opposite of what they claim. Save the Children is, traffic the children constantly. And all these different organizations designed to help
women's right to kill their children.
Well, that's its own thing. But we'll go off on a tangent here real quick. Let me address some of these chats though. So as told by Record says, no worries, I'm a regular follower, so I'll stay watching, keeping this. Cool. Happy to have that work out because I really would love to join. We need to find a time where actually, let me tell you this. Towards the end of the month, I usually have more time because the type of job that I'm doing right now has a route, like a trash truck or whatever. Well, not like a trash truck because those are weekly. But we do things week 1 through 4 of the week. So that's only 28 total days. So at the end of last month, I had 5 days straight off. So that would actually be around the time you want to reach out again, is towards closer to the end of the month. Because I will have more time off where I can be able to do this show and also another show. So that'd be a great.
You got the super chat, right?
I'm about to get to it. There's 2. They're both by Crossover Maniac. I see them. I'm going to get to it in a second.
Okay.
Also, I'm going to rewatch your collecting videos for the 1,000th time in 4 to 5 years. So yeah. All right, man. I appreciate that. Definitely love having the extra watch time come in. Weirberger says the lefts are already smug and celebrating. So this is kind of a good lead in to what I've been thinking about this. You guys know that horror movie where the movie poster is a skull But upon closer inspection, you realize that it's not actually a skull. It's a bunch of bodies that are positioned and photographed and lit in a specific way that it makes what looks like a skull at first glance. You ever seen that?
No.
That sort of, but you don't, it doesn't matter if you know the
I know
movie
what you're
or not.
talking about.
It's the type of like an image inside of an image, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like the left, and again, I don't like to use these terms because, as I've said before, I don't utilize labels to define myself because they have a designed effect of being divisive, and I think they shut down opportunities for conversation. So when I use the term the left and I use it disparagingly, for example, people assume that I'm on the right. I don't consider myself right-wing or anything of the sort. I just am anti-authoritarianism, let's say. And in this case, a lot of those measures are being put forth by the left, right? So anyway, let me address. So what I've seen being sort of an outsider in politics, and to give you an example of what I'm talking about here, I remember one time sharing the just like because it was funny, I shared that picture of Obama like half-heartedly saluting the soldier that had just like flown him in the helicopter or whatever, and he's standing there, like saluting the president, and Obama's like half saluting him while holding coffee in the same hand, and it looked disrespectful to the armed forces. Right now, if you're president, I don't think you have to be remarkably respectful to every member of the armed forces because like they're beneath you, like literally as commander in chief. But I shared that years ago, and somebody said, "Yeah, so you could say the same about Bush," and I'm like, "Buddy, you aren't talking to a Bush supporter here," And I always found it funny that no matter who you talk about, they just assume you're on the opposite end of the spectrum, right? And what I've seen over the years, and especially in the last, I'd say 6 years or so, is that people on the left, their intelligence regarding policy and what's going on in the world and whatnot is very low resolution. So, and this is by design. This makes sense why it's like this, is because when you've got 8 years of Obama, and the media never challenges him besides Fox News. They never challenge him. The only thing I ever saw the media actually challenge Obama on was when he talked to Medvedev, I think it was, and he says, "Tell Putin that I have to get through this next election. It's my last election, and I'll have more sway," or something like that after the election, right? And he's like, "Okay, I'll transmit this message to Vladimir," right? Do you guys you might not remember that. Anyway, I saw every news outlet at least addressed it. They kind of swept it under the rug and pretended like it was nothing afterward, but at least they addressed it, right? But everything else, they never challenged him on anything. Every interview was a fluff piece, softball questions designed to let him knock it out of the park. And we saw in the 2016 election, when the WikiLeaks emails came out, Hillary was given the questions to the debate before the debates, right? So that she could prepare and she could try to have the best possible answer to give and never be caught off guard, right? And that's what the left does, because the media is leftist. They are. They have a vested interest in that being how they want the country to go that direction. So they're going to try to always shine a bright spotlight with rose-colored glasses against everything that is left-leaning. So the information that the voters get, if all they do is watch CNN, NBC, Saturday Night Live, late night talk shows with all these very left people, all they're going to get is the glowing praise of somebody like Obama. Meanwhile, the right is always the opposite, right? When Bush was president, it was the exact same thing as Obama, except in reverse. Every single thing that Bush did. When Trump is president, they literally are reporting on the number of scoops of ice cream he got. You're under a microscope on the right. So people in the voting base of the right they have to be more accurate. They have to be squeaky clean. They have to do all these things in order to compete, because the media basically acts like a back brace in weightlifting terms to the left, and they act like weighted clothing to the right. So the right gets significantly stronger and better at articulating arguments and better at defending their positions, where the left doesn't even know what their position is anymore, because it changes daily based on whatever woke progressive thing comes into the light, right? So the way I describe this is, when you're talking to somebody who's on the left, their resolution of the election or any given subject is the skull. It's the skull image, right? And you're seeing it, and you're seeing that it looks like a skull, yes, but that's not what it is, right? It's a bunch of little pieces that are coming together to make a skull, right? So one of the ones I've been thinking about lately, I heard Tim Pool articulate this really well the other day, and it really, I think, is the perfect red pill explanation, because it's like you know all the shit that's going on, but it's really hard to explain it to somebody who's seeing the skull instead of the amalgamation of images that make up the skull. So he was talking about how under Clinton, and I'm going to expand a lot of what he said because I think the context is important, but under Clinton, Bill Clinton, we had free trade opened up with China, right? So all of a sudden we have free trade, no tariffs, no tax, no import fees. It's free trade, right? And the promise was that we in America will now be able to sell our products to a country with 1 billion people, right? Isn't that fantastic? Look at how big your consumer base is about to get, right? But instead what happened is we lost all of our manufacturing, all of our companies went to China. And the reason why is because while you're opening up free trade with China, you have this other little project called raising the minimum wage. And you're telling your base all the time, it's because of income inequality. It's unforgivable. We can't have this. We have to raise the minimum wage. It's disgusting. All these millionaires and billionaires, right? So you raise the minimum wage. Right now, they just raised it in some states, I think in Florida, to $15 an hour, right? So let's use that as our number. So you raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and then the business owner, the billionaire class, the people with money, because they actually provide entrepreneurially, they provide a product that nets them an income, right? They provide a service that people pay for rather than just being a clerk in a store, right? You actually own that means of production, so to speak, to produce a product that people need or want, right? So you keep telling your base that you need to raise the minimum wage to fight income inequality. But this is what happens instead. The people who own the business say, hold up, you're telling me that I have to pay my employees $15 an hour and pay for their medical and pay for this and that, right? All that stuff. Or I could pay for none of that and pay employees in China 25 cents an hour. And then I've got free trade. So coming back, I just got to put the stuff on a boat and bring it back to the United States. No tariffs, no import fees, right? Then of course they're going to leave. Of course they're going to go to China. And you know what happens? They get richer. And the people at the bottom lose their job, right? So the left presents the skull, but that's not the image that the rest of us see. We see all these little, sophistic ways that they talk to try to control how people think, and they just parrot it over and over again. Even to the point where the left followers of the left, they don't even know what to believe. They literally go to their different, programming sources to learn what to think. For instance, after President Trump fired James Comey from the FBI, when that was announced on like Stephen Colbert or whatever, the audience cheered, right? And then he said, wow, a lot of Trump supporters in the audience tonight, as if to say, no, that's not how you're supposed to feel. Because, of course, they hated James Comey because he reopened the investigation into Hillary's emails right before the 2016 election, and they believed that that's what lost her the election. That and the fact that the nation is racist and sexist and all the other things that they claimed, right? So he has to reprogram them like, no, this is terrible. Trump is a dictator, blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, yes, rewrite the programming. Tell me what to believe, right? And that's what I'm getting at with the more information you have as a voter, the more right-leaning you tend to be. And it's not honestly that you're right-leaning. And to be abundantly clear, the right is guilty of so much shit, especially under Bush. But right now, we have, and again, this is, we've got Romney, McCain, two people that were presented as the choice for the right in 2008 and 2012, right? Complete on board with the same agenda that Obama was on board with. Romney literally helped write Obamacare. These people are, they're one and the same. So we've got the story with Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden hired by a Ukrainian gas company, in Ukraine, where he doesn't speak Ukrainian, right? He doesn't know the language at all. He gets hired by this gas company and paid $50,000 a month, never has to come into the office, doesn't live in the Ukraine, has no ties to this thing other than on paper, and makes $50,000 a month while his dad, Joe Biden, is vice president of the United States and in charge of international affairs or whatever. And his dad goes to the Ukraine and threatens to withhold the $1 billion in aid unless they get rid of the federal prosecutor in Ukraine who is investigating the company his son was just hired on for corruption, right? In fact, I actually have a clip of that if you guys want to see it. I almost played the Brazzers clip.
I remember going over convincing our team, or others too, convincing us that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over for, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, I'm not going to, or we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bitch. Got fired. And they put in place someone who was solid.
So yeah, not only did he do that, he bragged about it, right? Now, and that's the thing is that that Ukrainian gas company and companies in China and whatnot, his son isn't the only one on those board of directors. Pelosi's kids, Romney's kids, they're all, bleeding the country dry to enrich themselves. And the media, who is on the take as well, read the WikiLeaks emails for what's his name, Glenn Thrush, admitting to being a hack. Since I'm now just a hack, talking to Hillary, asking basically for marching orders in that way. They cover for them, and that's what I'm saying about the skull versus the image that makes up the skull and seeing it for real. And the frustrating thing is that so many of these people are so, as Morpheus put it in the Matrix, inert and dependent on the system that they'll fight you to protect it, right? So when you try to reveal just a small part of fractional reserve banking or anything like this, all you get out of them at the end of the day, the most satisfaction you can get is them saying, holy shit, oh my God, I never noticed before, you're right. The jawbone does kind of look like fingers. You're like, no, you stupid son of a bitch, that's not what I'm saying at all. How do you still not see it, right? And that's how it feels, right? When you're trying to show them the high resolution image of what's going on. and they just can't see it because they live day in and day out getting all of their information from a media companies owned by 6 corporations.
I don't see
right?
the difference between DVD and Blu-ray. They look identical.
Now,
So
me
anyway.
being one eye and having eyesight that's not defined by numbers but by fingers I can see at 3 feet, I agree.
Even you can see the fun.
Even I can see my kids love some.
I'm surprised. Like, I want everybody who's watching, can you do me a favor and refresh the stream and find out if we've already got the YouTube U.S. election? AP has called it for Joe Biden thing at the bottom. So anyway, I want to address some of the more of the chats. The left are already smug and celebrating. Yes. Current Watch Club discussion, 2020 election. Yes. Bossman AC teaches real life Shota and Maple Man about election details.
Hey, that's racist.
like
Maple
that.
Man?
Maple Man.
Did you just assume FDDNM's gender?
Shit, I should have grabbed this one. I should have grabbed this clip too. If you got more questions, hey, if you have a problem figuring out if you're for me or for Trump, then you ain't black, said Joe Biden.
Well, do you have the
I
clip
should have pulled those up.
Do you at least have the clip of him saying, what is it? Poor kids are just as bright as
bright as white kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, there's a lot. I'm so ill prepared for this podcast. Apparently. Oh, that was Lance saying hey, and then you replying hey on my behalf. Daniel is a river in Egypt. All right. And then here's the other super chat. Thank you again, Crossover Maniac. I'm pretty sure they're not allowed to throw away any ballots, even if the voter completely screwed it up for legal reasons. Yes, they're supposed to hold on to them, I think, for 22 straight months, basically 2 years after the election for forensic analysis and whatnot. So you're right. The guy who flipped off the ballot and crumpled it up and threw it away, unless that ballot said "fuck you" or something on it, just like written real big. Even in that case, I don't think it was lawful for him to do that.
It's still registered to one person, supposedly.
Lance says that says a lot. 4 more years of George. He gonna find ourselves in a position where if Trump gets elected, we're gonna be in a different world, right? Yeah, Pelosi said that too. They're stuck in the early 2000s. Those people. Anti-Fred. I don't get that. I don't get the reference there. A Harris-Biden administration is going to relaunch that effort and keep pushing further to make it easier for military spouses and veterans. Joe Biden on the future of his administration? I don't get that.
Context.
Yeah, give me some context there. Lance Farrar says, I am a lefty. Hey, man, that's fine. See, the thing is, found...
You're calling it too early.
He's a left-handed. I got it.
Is he? Yeah. I thought he played guitar with his right hand.
Yeah, not me politically. Never mind. But the thing is, look, I know where this statement was going. But even regardless, like, there's nothing wrong with being left leaning. I would consider myself, if you were to look at the,
political spectrum.
So I would say that if you were to look at the political compass, that I'd probably be on the left. But the truth is that I'm not. The truth is that I'm, if anything, center right. But that or rather that I would be center left, but that the left has gone so far off the deep end that it's warped the whole compass to the point where now I'm right wing, right? To the point where, like, because the thing is that conservative this day doesn't actually mean anything, because everybody who's conservative is what's called a classical liberal. You just have the actual definition of what liberal means versus the authoritarian people who are currently occupying that term. So, I mean, I don't have any problem with people having differing opinions, because, in fact, I'll even defend Hillary Clinton for her speech, which I still think within context was total bullshit for her to say this, that people need to have a public and private position in politics, right? And people attacked her for that. And granted, I think there is probably some evidence, or I think I'm giving her too much leeway on this, to say that wasn't obviously a signal to the Goldman Sachs people she was giving her speech to, that she was going to tell people she was going to do one thing and then do something else, because I think that's obviously what they all expect from any politician that they're funding anyway. But the sentiment of that I do agree with. I think that you do have a private and a public position. And what I mean by that is that in my situation, if my wife and I got pregnant and by accident, I wouldn't abort that kid. That wouldn't be something that my wife or I would do. But I'm not sure where I land on legislation to stop other people from doing it. I think that the organization that is doing it, particularly Planned Parenthood, has a lot of shady shit going on that should be investigated. And maybe that should come into the conversation. But that's one example of like, I'm not going to utilize my personal beliefs on things to control other people. Another one might be gay marriage, right? If I read the Bible and it says that homosexuality is abomination in the eyes of the Lord, it's like, okay, well, the Bible doesn't tell me to murder all the gays or legally stop them from fornicating, right? Like, and I always thought that was funny that the religious right was so adamant about preventing gay marriage from being a thing. And I'm like, do you guys really think that stopping them from getting married is stopping them from having butt sex? Like, come on, like I always thought that was so stupid, right? It's so absurd. But anyway, continuing here. I am for our rights and keeping those rights. We are losing the fight. I agree. I think that largely people don't realize, especially during COVID, how much they're losing their fundamental human rights and whatnot, for sure. And that's why I have fought from the beginning. Don't let them use terms like post-COVID world. Don't let them normalize the lockdowns. Don't let them normalize mandatory masks or curfews or anything like that. Do not let them do that. After 9/11, nobody should ever trust the government that whatever they say is going to be a temporary measure or whatever. Never trust them. Weeberger says, I also do not use a real label on myself. It paints a target sometimes, and I don't think my beliefs can be contained by a single title unless it's go with God, I guess. Yeah, I think my belief on the matter is that when it comes to, like, for instance, voting for president, I really detest that when you pick one side, your opponent, I don't even want to say the left, I just say your opponent will attack everything about that candidate at you, right? And I'll always tell people, it's like, the only person that I agree with 100% on politics is me. So I'm not going to follow there's nobody out there who's going to line up with everything that I believe, but the system doesn't exist for me to rule over you. And thank goodness, because, well, actually it's too bad, honestly, because I would leave everybody alone, but I would be the Ron Swanson of presidents. But thank goodness it doesn't let people have that sort of control. And I think, honestly, the sentiment that if you believe that your life is ruined because your guy didn't win, then perhaps the president has been afforded way too much power. If that's a reality for half the country every election, then we're doing something wrong with the amount of power we've allowed the president to continue to grow with executive orders and whatnot. That's a problem that we should have addressed a while ago before it became, the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the room with us. So continuing here, red pill or blue pill? Nah, maybe giving our politicians some X-Lax would work since they're full of shit. Honestly, I think right now we have seen after Obama, because I think a lot more people than you might think realized that Obama's second term was pretty much Bush's fourth term, to the point where we saw, Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump in 2016 steal the show from the establishment people that they tried to make the front runners. And in fact, in 2016, when Trump was running, I remember there was an effort during the RNC, the Republican National Convention, when they were going to give the nominee to Ted Cruz or Jeb Bush or somebody, that the entirety of the Republican voter base wanted Trump because he was a fighter. And so they went to the RNC and they basically, in huge numbers, said, listen, if you don't give us the nominee as Trump, we are going to vote for him regardless what he runs as. And if he doesn't run, we will vote for the Democrat, right? And they basically gave him that ultimatum and forced them to choose Trump. Whereas the DNC didn't do that. They decided Hillary on a bunch of coin flips that all went to Hillary, right? Versus Bernie. And I think that honestly, people needed to realize that this is why I supported Trump in 2016 and continued to in 2020, is that he was willing to fight where Bernie wasn't. Bernie had a speech or a rally or whatever where Black Lives Matter interrupted and took the microphone away from him, and he just stood there like a cuck and let them do it. You know, Trump would have punched them square in the face and had them escorted out of the building.
And then get canceled for punching someone in the face.
You know what? I think he would have gained even more votes, to be honest, if he had done that. But I'm just saying that the thing that we saw is that he was willing to fight. And the guy's so fucking old, and he's got more energy than I do, you know? And I think that that's what people really
How
saw.
old is he?
Was he in 74 or something? 76, 77, something like that? No, I think when he started, he was he was 77, and the amount of days between the election day and him being like January 20th was 77 or something. Like it was this weird like lottery number kind of like weird thing that happened. But I think maybe he was 70 and now he's 74. I can't remember. But anyway,
He's 74.
The fact is that he's super old. But he's doing 5 rallies a day in 4 different states and crazy shit that I can't imagine anybody has that kind of energy. You know, I can't fly to fucking, you know, just to the middle of the country and not have jet lag, you know? Anyway, the point is that I think people saw, and a ton of people who voted for Obama turned around and voted for Trump in 2016 and again in 2020 because what he represented was, you know, that populist, I'm not going to do what you tell me. Like, I see your plan. I see that you're bleeding us dry. I see that you're sending all of our manufacturing out of the country. I see that you're destroying the middle class with your policies that you're enacting. And I'm not going to put up with it anymore. Right. And that's what he did. He brought all that shit back and like probably undid at least 3 decades worth of the damage. And it would be great to see what he can do in the next 4 years after everything is settled in the courts, because I just don't see how anybody can look at the amount of evidence going on right now and determine that it's anything but fraudulent, right? But we'll just have to wait and see. So let me just get through the rest of these chats and we'll get on with the podcast here. Raising wages is not helping. Lower the fucking cost of living like milk and bread and fix the inflation housing market.
I want you guys to have an inflated currency so it will actually match ours. Because right now I think my province has $15 an hour minimum wage. So if you guys had $15 minimum wage, you guys would have like the equivalent of like 60 Canadian dollars. Not actually, but I mean, like, the point is, how does that work? So to address this comment though, you can't lower the cost of living because raising the minimum wage is causing the inflation that causes the milk to go up in price and the bread to go up in price. Because when a store has to pay its employees more, then it has to raise the cost of everything it sells in order to meet that demand, right? Yeah. So what ends up happening is people, oh yay, so celebrate, we got a raise in minimum wage, that's so fantastic. And then for about a month,
thanks for coming from McDonald's. Here's your bill of $68.
Well, it's not even that. It's like for that first month, you look in your bank account and you feel good, and then all of a sudden you have less money than you did the month before.
Well, because there's so much more money in circulation, then naturally everything will increase in price to compensate. So
it basically causes hyperinflation. The problem is that it's the skull versus the picture that makes up the skull. You're trying to band-aid something without recognizing the actual problem, which is the purchasing power of the dollar has been decimated because we're not on a gold standard. We do quantitative easing far too often, and we are run by a central bank that does whatever it wants, and is called federal in name only. It has nothing to do with the federal government, So let's see. So our media is code geesing the minds. Yes, effectively they are. I haven't even watched Code Geass, and I'm going to say yes. They are gay-assing the minds.
In Code Geass, he basically can input one command on any person or something.
Yeah, these are the emails you are looking for. E. Castro says the media instigates conflict between the regular people on all sides, so they will never question the real powers that are controlling their lives. Yeah, that's absolutely true. That is one of the many things that they do. Let's give out $1 billion in AIDS. Our politicians will get it all, though.
I can agree to the AIDS.
I'm trying to think of logistically how we could make that happen. Here's $1 billion. Yes, don't worry that it's covered in blood. Wait, that's genius. A small loan of $1 billion. Elites have the capital to perpetually churn out propaganda. Capital meaning the money to churn out propaganda in their favor. Plus, all stuff like social media, etc., is super integrated in people's lives to the point they can be manipulated 24/7. Yeah, and you know what? I'll tell you this much. This is something that I find deeply concerning, and it gets worse every year. We know that conservatives, and for the record, whenever I say the term conservative, I literally mean anybody that isn't part of the woke progressive crowd. But those people, which I'm going to call conservative because it's easier for the sake of this conversation. Conservatives are shadow banned, blocked. They are censored, banned from social media at astronomical levels. In 2016, they were inorganically prevented from trending by Twitter on every hashtag that they had. Lock her up, all of those things, right? So they ended up defeating that censorship one time by creating a hashtag with an incorrect spelling of prison. Hashtag Hillary for Prison, right? Prision. That became trending in the United States because they got around the blacklist of hashtags that Twitter had by misspelling it on purpose, right? So think about what will happen because, and there's kind of that joke about places like Reddit that the reason it has an overwhelmingly liberal slant is because conservatives are at their day job, right? They're not on the internet all day posting. But just imagine what it will be like if all of a sudden, and first of all, shame on President Trump for not enforcing Section 230 on these social media companies before this election, because that is, on the one hand, it probably would have made all the difference in the world, but on the other hand, I think that he perhaps is defeating them even better by letting them censor and stuff because it's got that Streisand effect, right? But just imagine all of a sudden if you were able to somehow shut off the throttling. Overnight, the internet would stop looking the same. The internet would be significantly more, maybe overwhelmingly more conservative. And again, when I say conservative, I don't actually mean conservative. I mean anti-woke, basically, is the better way of putting it, right? And it would almost be at the point where it would be alarming to the rest of the internet because all of a sudden you went from believing that you had the dominant narrative and realizing you're actually the minority, right? And I think that if you were to recount all the states accurately and you were able to detect all of the fraud, I think that the electoral map, all the local races for mayorship and all that would change dramatically. Maybe not completely. I saw the map
for all of those swing states that Biden won that changed the tide or whatever. the last
Right.
4 or whatever. And if you take a look and zoom in, they're all like majority red.
Right.
So that's
because
kind of fun.
because the counties, yeah, that was the same thing with Hillary, is when you actually looked at the map, not as the states, but based on a county level, it was so insignificantly blue. But it's because cities,
high population cities.
high population density. The higher the population, the more security people want, and the more they vote for the skull instead of the image that makes up the skull, kind of thing. Because the simple message is easier to bypass. Typically, high population areas, people aren't they're not paying as close attention because they're busy all the time, kind of thing as well. But anyway, yeah, so you're right. You're absolutely right. But that's also why we have the Electoral College, because otherwise California and New York would basically dictate every election, because any place where there's, enormous populations of people would get to determine. For example, the one I always think about is if California, because that's when Biden overtook popular vote, is once the votes in California were counted, because there's so many fucking people here. So if you were to let the country be decided based on those votes, then you could expect to have a complete gun ban, right? And then the people in Montana who carry a gun on their hip every single day because it's quite likely they're going to run into a fucking bear on the side of the road, right? All of a sudden don't have guns. And that's why the states are designed the way that they are, because the needs of a person in Montana and the needs of a person in Florida are astronomically different, and that's why we leave things for the local elections and whatnot. Anyway, continuing here. Yes, we've addressed that. Politicians, I sell bullshit to the American working man because that's what I am full of and that's what I care about. Another quote here from Old Man. I mean, you got the first mainstream African American who is articulate, bright, and clean. Damn, you should have reached out to me before the podcast. I could have had all of these clips. I can independently verify that all of these are verbatim exactly what Biden said. So you've got the first mainstream African American who is articulate and bright and clean and a nice looking guy. Biden said of former President Barack Obama. I mean, that's a storybook, man. Should have had the corn pop one in here too. So Lance says, I could get a good look at a T-bone by sticking my head up a bull's ass, but I would rather get the butcher's word for it, right? E. Castro says, honestly, seeing things for what they are, you feel like Guts and his buddies wandering through the post-eclipse world. Demons and shit everywhere, and no one gets it. Yeah, to a degree. You also sometimes feel like Guts when he slayed 100 men in one night, and you're just like, please let me go to sleep. Like, I am so done with this shit. Like, let me have a rest. And it never stops. We got Old Man says, he said the Harris/Biden administration, not the Biden/Harris. Gotcha. Kamala Harris said the same thing on the same day, insinuating that it would be the Harris admin soon, probably due to his health.
Probably due to the assassination plan.
It'll either be due to his health or due to the laptop thing that they won't be able to keep under wraps much longer. But I'll tell you right now, in case anybody has any doubt why they chose I almost said Jeb Bush, why they chose Joe Biden. It's because they had to. The fraud is so astronomical because they need Biden to win. Because Biden is implicated in the Burisma scandal with the quid pro quo of his son working there, and so is Pelosi's and Romney's, and half the politicians have shit like this going on where they are on the take. It's why they grossly get enriched. Their net worth goes from I'm worth $100,000 a year, then I get into politics, and now I'm worth $30 million a year, kind of thing, right? It's why that happens. So they needed Biden to win. They had no choice. They had to have Biden win. Same as they needed Hillary to win. But now it's even more desperate because of the laptop stuff that comes out. And by the way, holy shit. Part of me thinks that Biden's kids they hate him so much that they want him to fail. That's why his daughter's diary was left on the coffee table at like an Airbnb or whatever. They want this shit to come out. I half expect they're going to be the dagger in the back that pulls all of this, house of cards down. But They needed Biden to win. They couldn't take a risk on Bernie Sanders. They couldn't take a risk on any other Democrat who may have actually been able to defeat Trump, in the way that the nation would have voted. They needed Biden to win because they have to cover their asses. That's the entire point. Maple person, right? They've corrected their misgendering of you because you are apparently not a man. Oh, yeah. No, what is it that Justin Trudeau says? Human people kind or whatever.
People kind. I remember he later said that was a stupid joke I made or whatever.
So what do they call snowflakes in Canada? Maple leaves?
Snowflakes would just be like the norm because that's all we get here, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Old man says, quote, and by the way, I'd sit on the stand and I'd get hot. And it did get hot. I got hairy legs that turned blonde in the sun. The kids used to come up and reach into the pool and rub my leg down. So it was straight. So the hair was straight. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created by the, the thing, right? Couldn't say God in that speech. Yeah. These are all accurate quotes by Biden, by the way.
Yeah.
Lance Power says, trust me, I get that concerning cost of living. But until the American people get smart to that fact, it will never get better. Yes. And that's why I really hoped that I thought it would be really funny if Trump had appointed Ron Paul as the head of the Federal Reserve, the guy who's been trying to audit the Fed for years. By the way, the reason I hate Bernie Sanders is because he tanked audit the Fed. He was the vote that prevented it from passing. Old man says, my name's Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. Look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other Biden. Give me a look, though, okay? Yeah. He said he was running for Senate instead of president, right? Man, the media says that the U.S. government is planning to give out a single retard sandwich to each and every person in America. Also, the media says everyone needs two. Yeah, well, I mean, think about the Obama phone. I'll tell you why they did that, the Obama phone thing. Why did they give phones to everybody on the planet or in the country, right? Why was that an effort from Barack Obama? I'll give you a minute to think about the answer.
To get those presidential texts.
Mm-mm. What did we find out shortly after that?
Oh, the Big Brother spying on everybody?
Edward Snowden.
Edward Snowden.
So the effort to give everybody those phones was because they wanted to have a panopticonic control grid on the people. They wanted to know everybody's thoughts. And the way that you learn people's thoughts is by monitoring their text messages, their metadata, where they are, their location. All of that shit tells you so much more. It goes into the computer and it spits out data that you can use to sway people. You've got to find out if your propaganda is working. General Petraeus at the CIA or whatever said that your freaking dishwasher's listening to you. That's why you don't get a smart dishwasher. Why do you need all the widgets and apps on a dishwasher?
So
anyway,
one thing to automate the I guess you could say the harvesting of data, because you'd have to have literally half of the country dedicated to listening on people's conversations while the other half is having the conversations or something.
So the thing is that the data that they're pulling up it's not being analyzed by a human, so to speak. Although there was an issue, I believe, with there's an entire department that is just all day looking at your nudes, right? But the thing is that what they're doing is they're feeding these algorithmically into data processing infusion centers to try to find out different things that they need to know the general sentiment. It's the literal reason why Facebook changed the thumbs up to have angry face, happy face, laughing face, because they're looking at all of that data. in determining the general sentiment of people on different issues. They're looking at when you change your avatar to show support for Black Lives Matter, how many months does that last before you change it back? And then they determine, okay, well, since there's a fucking police shooting every single day in the United States, how many times, like how long can we wait on average before we have to bring out another one, find another one to hyper, focus on in the media, to keep people wrapped around our little finger on whatever thing we're pointing, the laser pointer at that day. They're using that data constantly to monitor how you feel, all of your reaction to different things. They're going to look at the post that says Joe Biden is projected in the little asterisk in the corner, president of the United States. And then they're going to see where you are, what country, which county you live in, which city you live in. And they're going to determine where the uprisings are likely going to occur, because these people are not only using the angry Facebook reaction, but they're saying like, not my president, blah, 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 right? And they're doing all that stuff. And they're going to find out where you're going to be so that they can be there first with their riot police to shut down the protest. And then they're going to amplify the other protests. They know when to bust people in. They know where to put the bricks before the thing that they want to go off. These are all the things that they do by monitoring the data of every person on the United States grid. And you know what? They're monitoring people outside of the United States too. That's why Germany has gone back to using fucking typewriters, because they didn't want the NSA to be getting all of their data over the networks. Anyway. All right. Okay, so I have to address, first of all, yes, famous Lupin the Third character, Edward Snowden. That's how they named him in that.
Z.
Yes. Also, Greenland 743. What's up, losers? An hour and a half? Really? I was ready yesterday, but no. So here's the thing.
You wasted the last hour and a half, so you haven't missed anything.
You haven't missed anything except for the defeat of K.W. Miller in the 18th congressional race in Florida. But yesterday, whenever I did it, I created the stream without putting a time in there, because we were discussing behind the scenes whether or not we were going to do it yesterday or whether or not we were going to do it today. I had to create the stream so that I could load it full of all the videos I've played and graphics and whatnot. But yeah, I haven't. I didn't create the date. It was the fire memes. It was that guy right there. He put the date on for yesterday. So I'm very sorry about that.
Well, I saw it didn't have a date on it, and I was like, wait, when's it? Is it going on right? Like, I didn't know if it was gonna start like right away.
Yeah, I had to create it so that I could.
I had to put a time or something on it. Yeah, so I just put the 9 o'clock time on it.
Yeah, honestly, this is a better time for me. I like this time. I don't know that I'll have this every week though. Just because I'll tell you, yesterday I was so fucking exhausted. It rained and poured through Saturday, and I had to do my job in the rain, right? And I got to tell you, I put on fucking work boots, and I jumped out of the truck at the first stop and immediately smashed my heel on the ground because I just jumped out of instinct, expecting it to be the same as any other stop. And holy shit, did that hurt. I had to change into my shoes, which are soaking wet the entire day, to the point where my feet were just pruny for like, I want to say 10 hours straight. But yeah, I was exhausted yesterday. And honestly, I'm glad we're doing this today, because I wouldn't have been able to do it. I would not have been able to perform if we had started the podcast at 8 p.m. yesterday or whatever. Also, I was hoping Augie could join us today, but apparently that ain't ever going to happen, because the nuns won't let him leave. They're keeping him all week now. All right.
They're even paying him.
Yes, I just... Let's not go there. Lance was also there too, just acknowledging, yes, you were there. In fact, some of those comments might still be there. I don't know. They're not here on my chat here, but maybe on the actual stream they were. We need to make a tell-all movie about our government. We will call it The Cuckening. Yeah. The thing is, these movies have already been made. But the thing is, like I said, it's when you're looking at the skull, all you've got is the forearm bone, right? You got to look at the whole big picture, and that's like an entire That's like watching every episode of 24 from beginning to end. That's like watching Lord of the Rings like 7 times straight in the extended edition, you know? Like it's so much, and people have been you know,
And they fall
all
asleep
their life.
that hour.
Well, the thing is that all their life they've been told one thing, and you know, as they say, it's easier to fool a man than convince him that he's been fooled. Because that's how the media operates, is that the reason that they call the election, rather than actually acknowledging that it needs to be certified and everything, the reason that they do that is because, or for example, here's a good one. In Michigan, there was a plot to kidnap the Democratic governor of Michigan, right? So they run this story. Trump supporters go after Michigan governor with kidnapping attempt, right? That's the headline. That's what everybody sees. That's what they commit to memory. That's their belief system is altered and modified by that headline. And then it turns out that that guy wasn't a Trump supporter, that he outright hated Trump and said it repeatedly on all of his live streams. But that becomes the footnote. Correction. Not Trump supporter, right? It's like just a whisper that's a whisper that doesn't get to the same ears, right? That's how the media operates. That's why they're calling the election right now, because they're trying to shape the narrative of the country and tell them that there is no such thing as fraud. They're trying to claim all these different things so that they can control the reaction that people are going to give, right? Mm-hmm. Anyway, so and again, that's why I'm saying it's very hard. It's very hard to unlearn that. I think they've come up with the term red pill based off of the Matrix, which I think is a good term for it. All you can give people is that moment where you shatter the illusion and you show them the fingers in the jaw, as to use the metaphor from before, right? You show them the finger in the jaw, and then they get curious, like, wow, I never realized that. Then they start looking at the rest of the skull a little differently, and then they might see the forearm. Right. And you realize, holy shit, there's way more here to this. And then you go down that rabbit hole and you see all the disinformation and the misinformation that shows you the bunny rabbit instead of the shoulder, right? Or whatever. And you go down all these tangents, not knowing the truth and operating under a new reprogramming that doesn't always take you in productive places. But that's part of breaking the conditioning, so to speak, right? Is going through that process and figuring out that a lot of what you've been told your whole life is bullshit. A lot of it, you know, and unfortunately, that's what the left has gotten really good at doing with the woke progressive bullshit. They're convincing you that Christopher Columbus was a creep or some shit. And it's like, they act like the rest of the world actually gives a shit about Columbus on Columbus Day. Right? Uh-huh. It's like, oh dear God, just shut up. I don't care. I have this day off from school. Leave me alone. I'm playing video games, all right? And all that shit. Anyway, all right. 7 times straight equals I am really not gay. Did I miss something? AC had to blow load all over shit. What? And it took until now to get it right. Oh, you mean like I'm blowing the red pill? Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it's too bad Augie's not here. That would have been really funny. Yeah, I'm on notice. No such thing as fraud. Tell that to the IRS. Yeah. Well, all right. Let's get into now that we're like almost 2 hours in. Let's get into
this is an anime podcast, right?
The rest of it is. Let's talk about Dr. Slump voice actor Banjo Giga has tested positive for COVID-19. He is known as being the voice behind Kon Kimidori in Dr. Slump, Souther in Fist of the North Star, and he was Commodore Perry in Space Dandy, and he's the narrator for Nichijou. So I'll probably also all these characters here, King Vegeta, the random like guy from Dragon Ball, the dinosaur guy, apparently. I think this is from fucking Orgus. I didn't know that thing talked. What else comes to mind when I look at these? I don't know any of these off the top of my head. Anyway, all right. So that's news. There you go. Everybody cared about that news. I know you did.
Yeah.
I totally didn't just put that in there so we had something, for the COVID news. Anyway, 2020 new anime making system project has way exceeded their goal. I still don't care about it and think it's a pipe dream, but whatever. It seems very weird to me because they go into the details here because I finally watched the video, and to their credit, they're addressing some real problems in the animation industry, but their way of creating a solution to it seems absurd. It doesn't seem like it's going to work. I think that the Studio Trigger Patreon, which also has a lot of problems, is a better option. But anyway, I'm going to move on from here.
What about pickups?
Oh, yeah, we could do pickups. You guys want to do pickups while I take a leak? Because I've got like an entire coffee and an entire large soda in my bladder. I'll be back.
All right. Starting off, we got Boruto set. Which one? Which one is it, Reese?
8?
No, it's set 6.
No.
The last time I had a pickup for Boruto was set 7, because I was looking for this one wasn't listed on Amazon, like directly from Amazon, so it was like price gouged by a third party. So what I ended up doing is I went to eBay, and someone was selling this for like $26 brand new plus shipping, and it's like $40 on Amazon. Well, it was like 56 from the third party, but it's like 40 to 43 or something like that if you get the other sets. So I'm like, is this bootleg? So I checked using the DVD Info Pro, and it looks the same as the other discs. So either I have full bootlegs from Amazon, or this is real, and I got a good deal. Ew, I just rhymed it. So yeah, that exists. And then next we got Naruto, the Naruto.
Boruto's dad.
Boruto's dad, the anime. I was really shocked when they actually announced this, because I'm like, I was hoping for, Shippuden Blu-rays, because, they eventually started making it in native HD. And I was like, whatever, this is a lost cause. It's definitely SD. It was made in 2002 or something. But they pulled out the upscaler, and it looks really good, actually. Like, there's some scenes that look smeary, and that's usually when the characters are kind of not fully in the distance, but they're far away enough that they don't have that good detail, so it doesn't give you those nice lines. But there's a lot of scenes that you could pass it as native HD. So I'm really impressed, and I'm glad this exists, because it saves you like an entire space worth or so, because the DVD
that's
sets
going to have like 8 sets, right?
Yeah, which, by the way, kind of like Dragon Ball Z, each shuriken seems to represent a set. So you know how the Dragon Ball Z Blu-rays had like a little grid of 9, and it's like each one had 1 or 2
level sets.
Yeah.
No.
No. They're just the.
Oh, do they? Oh, yeah. They had the little boxes or whatever. It's
Yeah.
too bad that they had so many sets they couldn't just do the Dragon Balls.
It's too bad they didn't just.
I think they did that for
have
the Dragon
these
boxes
from the start.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The Dragon Ball Z Steelbook edition. I only got one because I wanted to test the waters. And when I was watching it, I was like, I mean, without reference, this looks pretty good. But for all I know, we're getting absolutely slammed. And as I pointed out to you guys before, it's got a reversible cover that you cannot reverse, because the spine clearly is the same spine.
Yeah.
At least it's not empty. It does, at least it has something.
The only thing that matters about what you just said is the fact that there's a spine there.
Yeah.
Like otherwise, it would just be cover art inside the steelbook. Like, so you have more.
It could be just blank, like in the Cowboy Bebop steelbooks, or the
Cowboy Beep Boop.
or Yu Yu Hakusho steelbooks. They're just like blank space. There's nothing there.
Another Viz thing that wasn't on Amazon from first party was JoJo, and I got that on eBay as well for probably like $9 more than I got the last set. It looks so off compared to the other ones, because it's slightly less deep as well. And the format's
I still haven't bought that
different,
one,
as we've already
I need to
discussed. And
Excellent place in order.
this one's probably going to come out of left field for you guys, but I just got Holic season 1, which is the only one we actually got over here, because
somebody's at the door.
Because
Well,
back
you can
when I was
recall,
taking pictures of the whole collection and reconsolidating, essentially what I did is what I like to do is I like to cuck myself. So I don't see any examples on here, but it's like, oh yeah, Twin Star Exorcist, for example. God damn it, it's right there. Yeah. So that's a 4-volume set, but I have it flipped around so you see the individual volumes, so that I see that I only have one, so that I'm promoted to actually go out and get the rest, so I can flip it around and be like, yes, I've earned this spine for the art box. And for Holic, I only had like one volume. It's the starter set for the art box. So when I flipped it around for the image, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna buy the one on Amazon, get it over with, and then I'll just keep that one with the art box side showing.
I have no idea.
And that's my pickup. And
I don't have any pickups. I'm gonna mute him for a minute. I have actually gotten a lot of stuff done this last week. I finished up watching Senko-san, which I
saw because I got the new official My Anime List app, which actually has a feed of like what your friends do.
Yeah.
So I saw that.
And then you picked out the episode 12 of Senko Time, and finally saw that was on there.
Yeah, I saw that you checked that off, and I'm like, damn it, I guess I didn't check that off.
Yeah. The reason I didn't see it like on the main like entry on My Anime List for the series, it's not there. It's not in like the related anime on there. But you go to that one, it has the related for the main one. So I saw on Anime Planet that they had that on there, and I just put in the community forums on My Anime List, hey, this needs to have an entry, and then somebody replied to me, hey, there is. I was like, oh, I guess I just didn't look hard enough.
Oh, rip. Oh,
so
that's good.
That was something. But the other thing is, I watched the Raid Redemption on election night. It was okay. I wasn't as hard after watching it as I was for watching Hardcore Henry.
You weren't as hard.
It was good, but it wasn't mind blowing.
Is it by the same people or something?
No. This is an Indonesian movie, and Hardcore Henry is a Russian one.
All right, now that
Ace is back. Hold on, I gotta unmute him. There you go.
Hey, yeah. So somebody came to replace some oxygen regulator for my wife's grandma, and it was already the one that he brought. So I don't know. Anyway, can you show me the Boruto thing you said you got from eBay or whatever?
Just got something.
Thank you. So you're suspecting it may be bootleg because you bought it on? Was it a Black-ray disc?
Because it was Black-ray?
Super cheap on eBay.
Because, well, not super cheap, but it was significantly cheaper than everything else. And, well, everything looks legit. It even doesn't have it. You can even see the dots. Oh, exposing my webcam.
The docs? The dots?
You
talking about the
printing dots? Oh, you can see my cell of Captain Kuro from Ranma.
You're talking about the barcodes and stuff on the inner ring of the disc?
No.
Yeah.
No.
What are you talking
I'm
about?
talking about the printing dots. If you zoom in way close enough, you see
You're talking about the dots per inch.
So if you have a bootleg, they usually have a scan, and for some reason scanners aren't that good at getting dots. So when you look at it, if you can't clearly see dots like they were freshly made from the natural printer, then that's usually a red flag. On the front, you don't see the dots as easily, but on the back you see some clear dots. So, but the thing is, I used DVD Info Pro. It was using Sonic Scenarist or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
And for both of them, and they were virtually identical compared to Volume 1, which I bought through Amazon directly. Where did I drop that thing? Here. And
So you said it's
so
not
it
a
seems
BlackRay
legit.
disc. It doesn't look like.
I
it's
just
blank?
showed you the disc.
I-
It doesn't.
Well, it's hard to tell. I'm just
It looks
want
silver to me.
Okay, cool. All right, I was
Yeah,
just interested.
Definitely a silver one.
All right, so take it away, Reese.
Right stuff. So they hit the 1,000 mark for the Captain
Then
Tyler.
they stopped counting and told everybody to go home.
Yeah, well, they
Oh.
they got the 1,000 mark on October 30th. They got 25% in less than 2 days.
Yeah,
after.
25% more.
Yeah, 25% more in 2 days. I don't think they got 250. I think that they just, out of the goodness of our hearts, would just do this. Which, if that was the case, they should have just said that and made people love their company instead of lying to them. Because I don't think they got 250 in 2 days.
I take it
But
we're
you know
going to
what?
get
I
into
think-
the later fumbles of Nozomi today.
Yes, we will.
Okay.
That will come up. I think that what probably happened is that they bought roughly 250 more because they wanted to have extras because they're going to continue to sell this after the fact.
They
Yeah.
freaking better, because I'm not
but
gonna
that's not a
miss out
pre-order,
on this
right?
Just because.
Right. And they left the pre-orders open for people to buy until replication.
Shady. Anyway, continuing here. Anime Japan 2021 to have online and physical event in March 2021. This is news because it's got a physical event, I assume?
Mhm.
This is an event in Japan, I assume. This is the Real X Online. All right, continuing. Demon Slayer Mugen Train anime film offers up new goods for theater goers in Japan. So they have an A5 illustration card drawn by Ufotable. I'm guessing this is another one, just a different. Okay, so that's it. Great job. You get a little poster, an A5 card. Cool.
Now, just a forewarning. I grabbed all the Demon Slayer stuff just so we could talk about Demon Slayer stuff. So if whenever Flip decides to show up, hey, we talked about all this Demon Slayer stuff. Let's do a recap.
Oh, I wanted to address some of the chat real quick. Sorry, I got distracted.
Right.
I got distracted by the Boruto.
I'll be right back while you're doing that.
Okay. How do I? There we go. Okay. Oh, so I read this wrong before. Reese, you're the one who's on notice. Does going down the rabbit hole make you a furry? I will say, as one who has gone down countless rabbit holes, thankfully, no, that doesn't cause you to become a furry. Also, Lance picked up Gunsmith Cats, and Naruto shows Boruto these DVDs. It is labeled How I Met Your Mother. Greenline743 said he tried to put his pickups on Discord, but the file was too big. Lowered that resolution, I guess. I don't know. Seb says, I picked up Macross the movie, Japanese Blu-ray, and Cardcaptor Sakura movie 2, Discotheque Blu-ray. Right on. So Macross the movie, are you talking about, Do You Remember Love, or are you talking about the Macross Plus movie edition? Also, RHYS is having a holiday sale. Don't send me that right now, damn it. We'll get to that in a minute. Oh, this is referring to the Gunsmith Cats, which he says later, animego.com. Right. Anyway, and then
Lance thought that Animego was like a scam site. He's like, what the hell? It took my money and it hasn't sent me an email.
Well,
and I said, it's okay. They literally make the anime.
So Lance, I'm curious. Well, hold on. After December 31st, I got to pay import fees when buying from the UK. So that's why you bought the Japanese Blu-ray and the American Discotheque Cardcaptor Sakura movie. Gotcha. That sucks. Sorry for that. Hopefully, Biden, projected president-elect, doesn't reenact Trans-Pacific Partnership, which will just make it even worse for you. Lance says, also, I picked up the only 2 volumes of Murder Princess manga. Yes, there is only 2 volumes printed. I looked everywhere to see if there was more, and I get nada. Well, that's unfortunate. Do you remember love? Okay, so that's the Macross movie he's talking about, which apparently was released on VHS over here, according to some Twitter user I saw.
Yeah, that's how we got the dub on.
Right. So, I was going to say something, but I forgot what it was, so we're going to just move on. Oh, yeah, I remember now. Lance, you're talking about the Blu-ray for Gunsmith Cats, I assume, because you got it from Animago. I want you to watch the Amanda Wynn Lee commentary and tell me if the very end of it cuts off mid-sentence on Kimberly Yates. Because it was a very weird... I downloaded it to get... if you guys haven't noticed, nobody did because obviously there's no reason for you to. I upgraded the thumbnail for the Gunsmith Cats commentary controversy to use the Blu-ray resolution of the characters. So I watched the episodes in the commentary for that one just to find out if they ever mention it. And of course they don't. And of course they use the commentary as an effort to champion gun control, even though they're in a show called Gunsmith Cats, right? And the villain of the episode is the politician pushing gun control, but right, that's okay. Amanda Winley, you do you. Anyway, back here, Demon Slayer Kimetsu no thank you. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba film tops all Harry Potter films, Howl's Moving Castle, and is now the number 5 all-time film in Japan. You think it'll get to number 1?
How long has it been in theaters? Not even a month yet?
As of November 8th, it's the 24th day in the Japanese box office.
Okay.
So it's the 25th day now.
Maybe. What's number 1? What's
I think Your Name is number 1, right? They should have the
Spirit. It says it right there. Your Name is number 5. Your Name is number 4. Like Spirit Away is number 1, and then like Titanic and
Frozen.
Frozen, yeah, and then Your Name.
So that's $242 million versus $197 million. Yeah, I think it's going to unseat Your Name, surprisingly. I'll be honest with you. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't think that this movie could possibly be better than Your Name. But people are going to see it because the show collectively makes it a better, more like inviting experience, you know? Mm-hmm. More people are seeing this movie. See, because I think with Your Name, what happened is people went to see it more than once. But with this movie, a bigger amount of people decided to give it a shot in the first place because they watched the show, you know?
But also, if we didn't have, Japan removed all the COVID restrictions on movie theaters, right?
Oh, did they?
God.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're doing this unlimited, but no, I got backtrack because they removed the limitations.
Yeah. That reminds me. Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Feel, Part 1 and 2, November 14th.
Bro, I told you 3 times.
Offer still stands.
I'm doing it for you for free. Put the offer down.
But I'm just saying, I will give. I'm still willing for everybody out there. I will pay you to go see it and get me that footage. Here's the thing, Reese. I don't know if they're going to show the beginning thing for the first movie or the second movie or both. I don't know if they're going to put one at the beginning of the first movie, make you sit through all the credits, then do the one for the second movie and then start the second movie. But I need the one where they put the poster right on top of the fucking blinds. That's the one I need. I will take whatever you can give me, but that's the one I need, okay?
For the second movie, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I understand.
And so I understand this. It gets a little bit more dangerous to record that because you have to get through the entire first movie and the credits and then take your phone out if they do it there at the second movie, intermission kind of thing.
It's worth getting kicked out for.
Yeah, so go to a theater you don't necessarily want to return to.
Stand right up, put your phone right above your head.
I got my seat at the very back of the theater. I'll be good.
Perfect. Zoom in, frame it well, hold it steady. I don't really need the audio, so you can feel free to chuckle through it. So Lance says, what do I need to do? So I went to see Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel Part 2, completely out of context with only having seen Fate 06. And we made fun of it mercilessly because we had no idea what was going on in the video. And one of the things that they did in that movie is they had a voice actor introduction to the movie where they talk about how Japan has poured their heart and soul into the movie, right? And while they're giving this like introduction that feels completely fake and everything, they're literally just standing in front of a window with the blinds drawn and the posters taped on top of the blinds. And it looks so shitty. So I talk about
so you
that.
don't need any particular dialogue, just a shot of that.
Not really, but the longer the clip I have, the more I can work with it, you know?
Right.
So
ideally the entire segment.
Ideally, yeah. But the thing is that that has not become available anywhere online or in the official releases for the Japanese version or the US version or anything. So because they're showing it in theaters again, and I read at least one press release that said that was going to be in there again, I need it, right? But the thing is that they said that about its original air date when it was coming back, and then COVID happened, and they postponed it. So this new thing, they might not be planning to do it. I don't know, but I need it to, like, if anybody wants to go see that movie and try to get it for me, I will pay you to do it. I will pay for your theater experience. I will pay for you to get a popcorn. If you happen to know somebody who works in a theater and can get me the actual file of that,
You probably just
like
streaming it. They probably don't have the actual file.
It's possible that it's a local on a local hard drive, but regardless, somebody who's the projectionist would be able to get a much better angle and uninterrupted, and potentially even the audio, which I don't really need, but would love to have as much as I can get. They would be able to get it easier, you know. Mm-hmm. And the thing is that it's going to have hard-coded subs, so that's why it's better for me to get as much of it as possible so that I can use a sequence that's going to be the least amount distracting. Mm-hmm. And I'm probably going to remove the subs in post anyway, which, you know, again, the longer the sequence I have, the more I can work with. So anyway, that's what's going on with that.
Horrors.
What?
I have some last-minute pickups. I just had someone knock at my door. We have the limited edition of ZZ Gundam that has no dub from the UK, but I'll just get the part 2 from Englishville, and then that's all cool. So now I don't have to make a custom art box. I got that because I know it's going to go up print and I won't be able to get it for a reasonable price.
Would the would the second English set be the same size Blu-ray case?
If it's 3 discs, then no. It looks like it's 3 discs, but I'll make it work. I'll take like a thin pack maybe, and then just like cut off the top. I don't know. I could just like jam some art cards or something in there.
You could just buy the second UK release and have consistency.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd rather the US discs because I can put it on in my freaking.
Random 11 says, "What about the fact that it's a different region?" Yeah, but he's got a region-free player.
I have a Blu-ray player in my Blu-ray disc drive in my PC. That's how I watch it. That's why.
If I were you, I would buy the US one and just stick them in the art box, right? Part 1 and Part 2 US, which have the dub for the whole series instead of just the second half.
No, there's no dub. Okay,
oh, there is no dub?
Let me rephrase that. Zeta Parts 1 and 2 have a dub. ZZ is the sequel, so that's Part 2 of Zeta.
I think it's called Double Zeta.
Never got dubbed. Never got dubbed. This
Gundam
whole 50 whatever episode ZZ never got dubbed. That's what I
It's gonna
mean.
be funny when you watch it and like
Zed
they
is
spell the
such a
characters'
weird-
names differently in the subtitles for the second half of the series. Anyway,
And I have one more, which
go ahead.
We got to the Garden of Cheapos. So we confirmed that there is no little annoying thing on the Chungus.
That's sexy. Oh, that's
Oh.
not sexy.
Yeah, but
Away.
you don't see it.
You've got
though.
4 times
Don't-
the Chungus now.
But the thing is, this along with there's a really good deal on Amazon.co.uk right now that I'm really mad because I pre-ordered it already and like I have it. It's right there or something. No, that's not the right
That's
one. But
Monogatari.
Monogatari season 2 is like
Okay.
60 or 50 pounds. That's so cheap because it's like what 250 US dollars, right? For Monogatari season 2 box set. And I pre-ordered it for like 90 pounds or something at the time, which is still a good price, but I'm like, damn it, I could have gotten a way better price. This was like 90 pounds when it pre-ordered, but now
$250 US.
it was like 65 pounds when I just ordered it. So I'm like, can't go wrong with that, man. I literally just wanted it for the box though, because I already have all the discs from the Square AIDS edition. But anyway, that's my last minute.
I think Seb is confirming here. Although
Yeah,
is that the symbol for pounds? I just don't know.
that is pounds.
So Seb, yes, probably yeah. You should.
Yeah,
confirm.
short answer. Basically, yeah, it's a really good price. Consider if the alternative is get it from the US for like X hundred US dollars. Yeah, something like that.
Which is what I did. But I don't
Yeah.
have any stupid stop signs on mine.
I'm gonna put it this way in my collection
Stop
because
waffles.
I think that looks aesthetically pleasing. You know. But anyway,
Does that have a little booklet with it too?
Hashtag
in
more
the
Chungus.
see
Oh,
the
it's right in
little
the middle. Okay, that's
staples.
what I thought. Okay.
But yeah, Seb, that's like a way better price than what it was when it first got pre-orders up. So yeah, go for it if you're looking to get it.
All right, here's my pickup. Nothing.
I thought you
New
were
lease
gonna,
on life.
I thought you were gonna lift up your shoes and I can pick up my foot this high.
Oh, you're gonna lift up your
The way,
shirt.
just the way he was leaning back, like I'm gonna lean back.
That's the thumbnail.
Why are you wearing shoes indoors?
So I told this to Reese beforehand. I put my shoes on during the pre-stream call because there's a psychological benefit to getting dressed before you have to do something.
Oh,
And it got me in the mode to work better.
And it got you in the zone to get hard.
Yeah. Hashtag in the zone. Hashtag play the Brazzers theme. All right, so we're done with this, right?
There it is. Boom.
Okay. Yeah.
Alright, I'll take that
By the
down.
way, I just want to let the chat know we got demonetized for the Brazzers episode of the OCA podcast. Yet after I made the thumbnail of Augie holding the cock and balls of Sony, Crunchyroll, and Funimation, it got remonetized. Oh. Yeah. All right, so we're done with this.
No, we all know the real reason was because of that one I don't remember whose con it was, but at the bottom left hand corner.
Oh, it was Random 11.
yeah, okay.
It
was because of that. Whatever.
What did Random 11 say? It was the AC anime having butt smash or whatever from Assassin's Creed. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So, oh man, I was gonna say something. Shit, I lost it. Damn it. It's gone. All right, whatever. Hideaki Anno's Gunbuster to get remastered Japanese theatrical re-release. Yay, maybe we'll get another release over here with it in episode form. Aim for the Top Gunbuster will be screened in 2 segments. Part 1, episodes 1 through 4, with a runtime of 104 minutes, and Part 2, episodes 5 through 6, with a runtime of 56 minutes. The science lesson shorts will not be screened. Bum, 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 bum. Might as well just show the movie version. Viz announces Inuyasha spin-off anime Yashahime's new and returning dubcast. So, hashtag podcast magic. So first of all, when I first saw this, I thought, why are you announcing the returning cast for the Japanese version? But then I realized they've just adopted the only Asians can play Asian characters thing, which hashtag great news for Asian Americans, hashtag put Monica Rial out of work or whatever. But yeah, here's the returning cast. Richard Ian Cox is Inuyasha. Kira Tozer as Kagome, and she's the one who replaced her for the final
act. So technically, she is reprising, despite not being the original.
Right, which I think is kind of shitty. I can't imagine her voice. Like I can clearly.
I listened to it, and it sounds close enough that it's not like just. It sounds more on point than Richard Ian Cox. I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah, because he doesn't sound like he remembers.
Because he sounds nothing like he used to.
Yeah. So I'll say this: when Ashley,
Madison,
the girl who replaced Mayuri in Steins Gate Zero.
Oh right.
I could not tell there was a difference at all. I was bracing for it.
Ashley Birch is the original one.
Right. That was Ashley Birch was replaced by that other girl, and I legitimately braced for it and could not even tell that somebody had changed, and I was shocked when I heard it. And then David K.
I still haven't watched my set of Steins Gate Zero yet, and I've had that from
Same.
I haven't watched it either, and I'm
kind of just scared to watch it, honestly.
Yeah. So here's the thing: our next watch club is The Promised Neverland. Finally. And I need to rewatch it, and yet normally Tuesdays for me, the route is so light that they don't have me go. They do it. They have the one guy do it by himself, right? But this Tuesday he has a doctor's appointment, so I'm going, which means I have literally to go back to work tomorrow, right? And so I'm gonna have to figure out how to rewatch Promised Neverland in the next couple of days when I've got zero time, because I literally this week I got home at my kids' bedtime every single night for the last 4 days, or not for Wednesday through Saturday. I got home when it was already dark, and I get up at 4:30 to go do this job, right? So anyway, yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, but by hook or by crook, I will do it. All right, I will
hooker by crooker.
I will take screenshots of moments and try to tweet them out, but we'll see. Anyway, so David K is returning as Shomaru. Jillian
asterisk. David K was not there for final act, so it's interesting that they got David K, who was the original Shomaru, to reprise his role here, rather than the final act. So, I mean, that's pretty cool. And he actually sounds on point compared to the others.
Good. That's good. And so Jillian Michaels, it's nice to see she could take some time out of her busy infomercial workout career to voice Shippo again. Kelly Sheridan returning as Sango, and Kirby Morrow.
Kirby sounds nothing like himself. He sounds way deeper and older, unless that's literally the way the director directed them. It's like they're older now, so sound older.
That's possible. Yeah, sound more mature. Sound like somebody completely different. Also, Erica Mendez, who I think is
these are the new characters, I guess you could say. So the female, you see the one who's like rolling up their theoretical sleeve in the picture. She sounds more like Inuyasha than Inuyasha, and by that I mean in the way that he used to speak. But it comes off mildly as cringy, like it's an imitation.
Imitation, yes.
So I'm not sure how to feel about it, but there's a lot of dubs that I've been skeptical about, but you get used to them pretty early on. So I just have to give it a chance.
How many episodes is the original Inuyasha?
167 plus final act, which is 26.
Because I've literally seen maybe 4 episodes of the show.
I haven't
And
seen
I
a
would-
single one, so that's more than
I
me.
would love to have an excuse to actually sit down and watch it.
I would too
But-
once I get the Blu-rays.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem like it's going to happen with how long it is and the way things are going.
Speaking of long and hard stuff, I finished up my rewatch of Hunter x Hunter, which the final arc is the election arc, and that was the perfect thing to wrap up this week with.
Oh god.
So actually, I might need to pick your brain on perfect episodes for. So I mentioned this. I'm working on the premiere video right now, and I kind of, part of me, like, seriously, I'm working on the premiere video because I have to finish the premiere video. Hey, Reese, Lance wants to know if he can join the stream. Why don't you go ahead and send him a link, or FDM?
Yeah, sure. I'll do it.
Okay.
So
Lance,
in the
Lance, check your Discord.
in the premiere video, I have to get the premiere video done so that I can release the Fire Force video because they're connected because of the thing that happened where they premiered both at the same day, and their supposedly premiere was a ripoff of Fire Force and all that. So I have to be careful about which footage is from both of them that I use so that it cohesively, when watched together, will harken back properly, right? But then I also have this problem where one of the things I talk about in the premiere video is how straight men aren't allowed to be friends, and it kind of actually harkens back to something I talked about with Duo in the Hunter x Hunter video that I also haven't released about the bromance, right? I love you, my brother, kind of thing, rather than I want to bang your butthole, right?
Oh, go ahead.
And so I'm wondering if you can think of any great moments from Hunter x Hunter the series that would illustrate that sort of brotherly love kind of thing that they have that's not in any way, shape, or form gay. That would be great, because I'm thinking probably the arc after Greed Island and before, like when they're going through. Oh no, wait, is it after Greed Island? It's before Greed Island.
After Greed, okay, there's like 6 arcs. We got the.
I'm thinking of the portion when they go back to Gon's house
Island?
and they find the game stuff from his dad.
Okay, that's between Heaven's Field. That's at the end of the Heaven's Field arena, or the Heaven's Field. Heaven's Arena arc, and
okay. I want to give away a joke I did in that video that nobody's going to get unless I tell it to you right now. So in Hunter x Hunter, the last mission, they're in the Heaven's Arena, right? And they get shot, like they get the guy whose name is Jed, who I may or may not be trying to Photoshop Jeb Bush into the episode or the movie, right? But he like blasts them with some wind attack and it launches them through a window and out that extremely tall building for the Heaven's Arena. And they're like, ah! I cut that into the opening where they're running down the side of it. And it's so funny to me, but I just don't think anybody watching is actually going to get the joke, because they literally, for an entire arc, you see them running down the side of the building, like Sonic the Hedgehog running down a building, right?
And the opening credits sequence.
And they're happy and smiling, and it's got the song and everything all upbeat and playing. But I cut it together with them. Yeah, I cut it together with them like like they're falling to their death, and it's like, you guys run down this shit every fucking day, right? It's one of my proudest moments that I don't think anybody's actually going to understand what they're looking at.
I got that when you showed me that after the film clip when you sent it to me. I was like, I thought that was hilarious.
Oh, you did? Okay, I'm glad.
I thought that was hilarious.
I don't think the average person watching it, especially if you go into it not having seen the last mission, you don't realize that that's the same building, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's one of my proudest moments in editing, right there. All right, so Lance, you sent him the link.
I sent him the link. Yes.
All right. So let me move on here. We'll wait for Lance. Mewtwo from the first movie returns in an upcoming Pokemon Journeys TV anime arc. So here's a question: is that movie canon?
I guess
It has to be now, right?
Yeah.
If they're going to bring him back.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it just because there's literally only one Mewtwo? Therefore, it must be the same.
Wasn't Mewtwo in the TV series as well?
I haven't gotten far enough in the TV series to see it, but if they're bringing him back because he spoke and everything, they got the same voice actor from the Japanese version coming back. And
Dan Green.
Well, I'll tell you this much: Mewtwo and Detective Pikachu look like ass. So at least he looks hand drawn here because he is.
No.
Anyway,
No,
so
he's digitally drawn. That's not with a hand.
Old man says, I have some bootlegs for Inuyasha. Bought them for $1 each at my local comic store. They are awful low-res compressed DVDs. Yeah, like 130 episodes on one disc, right?
Oh, God. Yeah.
Yeah, I have some bootleg Inuyasha too.
Like disc 1 is 1 to 130. Disc 2 is 30 or 131 to 167.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds about right. And they're single layer discs, both of them. Anyway, so I want to read this real quick just because it's pretty short. So after remaking the first Pokemon anime film in 2019, the original Mewtwo from the first Pokemon, the first movie, and the Mewtwo Returns TV anime special, hey, Lance is here, returns to the anime franchise in an upcoming arc of Pokemon Journeys, with the voice actor returning for the role to a brand new visual to commemorate the occasion. After not being a part of the franchise for nearly 20 years. Yep, I can hear you.
Cool.
How you doing, Lance?
Doing good. Glad to be here.
Is this a Blues Brothers duck?
I don't know what that is, but I wanted a duck with
hear Lance
sunglasses.
right now.
It looks good.
And this is what I got.
Yeah.
I like it.
I hope it doesn't get copywritten because I have no idea where it came from.
Dude, you know how many clips from fucking CNN and shit I played already?
All right, fair enough.
If we're getting copywritten, then it's just gonna happen. It's all right.
I was surprised that they didn't bring the Mewtwo voice actor back for Detective Pikachu or the Mewtwo Strikes Back Evolution movie.
Dan Green?
Oh, really?
I'm just gonna.
I mean, if they're saying he hasn't been in the franchise for 20 years, they use a different voice actor for those. For the Japanese side of things.
For the American one. Yeah.
Yeah. And also for the Mewtwo Strikes Back Evolution movie.
I watched.
Oh, it says here there have been other Mewtwo in the Pokemon anime, but this is the return of the original one. The upcoming episode, which is titled Battle and Get Mewtwo's Revival in Japan, will air in Japan on November 20th and sees Ash and Go head to Mewtwo's Island for a 3-part arc. So, Battle and Get. Do they get Mewtwo? Watch Ash get him down to the little red part, you know?
He catches Mewtwo in a red ball.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mewtwo uses explosion.
FDDNM is in the call twice.
Twice, yeah. Device is not connected to NM. Pokemon Journey series, blah blah blah. Netflix in the United States, blah blah blah. Who cares? Okay, so that's the thing. Moving on. Sword Art Online progressive anime is film. Anime is
the way that was
film opening in 2021.
Damn. Hold on, guys. Let me pause something. My landlady's talking. Can y'all mute me?
Okay.
Muted. So it's not a TV. It's not a TV series. It's a movie, which is weird because it's
anime is fit. Why just remove this word? Sword Art Online progressive anime film opening in 2021 from A1 Pictures. That's all you needed to do. When you're at, it's a film and it's opening. What?
Well,
anyway,
this is and the project was announced, but this is that the form. It's announcing the format.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about. Well, I guess we lost. Lance joins and we lose FDDNM.
Yeah. So this is apparently a retelling of the first arc, if I'm not mistaken, and they're condensing that into a movie format.
I didn't realize I could do that myself. Okay.
It's going to be a weird kind of recap movie. I don't understand the purpose of it.
I don't get it. I like. I'm indifferent rather that Japan is apparently starting to. This is their new buzzword to throw on on anime reboots. Pardon. FLCL being the other one.
That's referring to progressive rock and alternative rock.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that.
Hey, Reese.
Like, I can't wait to see how this is progressive. Oh no, I know it's gonna happen. Remember the creator Reki Kawahara? How he was saying, "I wrote all those things when I was young, and I'm ashamed." Like he's gonna rewrite the story to take out the lewd stuff. And it's the Sword Art Online progressive version.
Progressive.
That's what the recap is.
Yeah.
I wanted to share that. That's something I picked up.
Oh, okay. Put that in the pickups channel.
How do I?
What's going on? I don't understand.
He sent me a picture. He should just put.
Oh, okay.
He should just put it in the pickups channel.
Oh.
Or the pickups and collection updates.
Oh,
here we go. Getting copyright striked again. Historical martial arts manga Cestus gets hard-hitting anime adaptation. So it's a Roman soldier. It's called Cestus the Roman Soldier. It's pretty much Kengan Ashura, but with less convincing muscles.
It looks like ass.
Yes, it looks quite like ass. It looks like fucking Ark the Lad meets Ark the Lad the game. Which also was an ass game.
FDDNM.
Actually, you know what? I lied. Ark the Lad the game was actually pretty fun. Orphan the game was what sucked. That game was awful.
FDDNM, your device is not connected ×2.
Yep. So Kyoto Animation was handed the Women in Animation Diversity Award because, quote, they hired women. Meanwhile, Clamps in the back going, what the fuck? Right? Attack on Titan manga gets full color serialization. So
I'm interested in this.
I guess. I think manga like really shines in the limited color scheme though.
Yeah.
Like
I agree with that. But I read first of all, Hajime Isayama's art kind of looks like ass.
Does it really?
To be honest. But I've read the No Regrets. Attack on Titan, No Regrets. The Levi prequel. I had that, the individual black and white manga volumes, and then Kodansha released the full color version, and it looks fantastic in color. I imagine, like, as the series goes on, like especially with what's going to be covered in the final season at the end of the series, things are like there's so many new characters. It's very hard to differentiate.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see.
Like having different, at least just having different color hair.
Yeah, now that's one of the reasons why they do that in anime, is that they give everybody a different color hair because it makes it easier to distinguish them right away. Hey, Footnum's back.
Yeah. When Lance joined, I couldn't hear him, and you guys were just talking to nothingness. And then I spoke, and you guys didn't respond. So I'm like, oh.
Okay, so I got a couple.
Man, my shoulders are too wide.
So with
push you out for a minute.
with this in mind, I'd be curious if first of all, if Kodansha would license it, and how they would release it, because they've already done the freaking Colossal.
What? They're making a full color serialization now?
Yep.
Yeah.
To be fair, my one friend who's obsessed with Attack on Titan and hype said, what is it? Manga is always better than the anime, except for Attack on Titan because the creator says that it was whatever. Like, it's because the creator is involved with the anime and stuff, it's like, that's the optimal adaptation. And to be fair, when I first, I read some of the first couple volumes of Attack on Titan, and the art is pretty awful. So honestly,
I never would have guessed, honestly.
So
it flows, but it's kind of blocky.
Jank.
I have seen some manga that my wife has where the art is like you can tell what they were going for, the shoujo ones, but
Yeah.
God, is it bad? You know?
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to say is that it gets a full color serialization. The colossal editions, it's like you can make the manga as good as you want, but the thing is, the anime is probably still the optimal adaptation.
Yeah.
I probably don't care to actually get this.
Well, I would very much like to read the manga at some point just because I want to get
The
the full
story?
experience.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
but the full experience is being adapted, so
I don't my
It's
wife says that
redundant.
there's no way they can adapt all of it. She's read it. She's up to date on it.
Really?
Yeah, so she
Like,
doesn't think she's not convinced that they'll be able to do it in the last season.
Oh,
Same as-
because of the amount of material.
Yeah. So she's saying like
It's going to be split. I'm
every
thinking
single
it's going to be a
time-
split. I think it's going to be a split thing, just like season 3.
Well, every time she starts bringing it up, I tell her like stop talking. I don't want it ruined, right? But
But if
But
the
yeah,
final
she-
season's supposed to exceed the manga, and put a cap on it, then wouldn't
Yeah.
that would be a lot.
I'm just saying she just sort of describes it like the final season of
It's going to have to be
Game
at
of
least
Thrones?
3. It's going to have to be at least 3 quarters.
yeah. Well,
I'm not
let's hope-
looking forward to having to finish Attack on Titan because I
I
dropped
was-
it
Really?
a while back.
Which season did you drop it on?
After
Last
season
I
three.
don't know which season I dropped it on.
I think you said that
I
you
was-
watched season 2 and then you were like, I'm done with this or
It
something.
yeah. Okay, if it's where I'm trying to remember, all I remember is they had ended up like somewhere else, and now the
Yeah.
Titans were like the good guys, and
No.
I don't know what was going on, but I saw like there were.
That's
wanna
the
give
end of
spoilers.
season 3, kind of.
I
But
think we need to do Attack on Titan Watch Club.
Oh man, I am
Yeah.
so I have marathoned the show like 4 times. Each time a new season comes out, I sit down and like rewatch it from the beginning.
That's
I
why
was-
I'm holding
I'm
off.
so
So I
ready
don't
to
force
watch
myself
I need to
rewatch each
watch
season.
I need to watch all of season 3 before season 4 starts in December. So after I finish watching Promised Neverland, that's pretty much what I'm going to be starting on. So I'm hoping
So-
for movies for the Watch Club.
Are they simul dubbing?
No
There's
word
no
yet.
way they're not going to. It's
So
It'll
the
be a
thing is,
it'll be a delayed simuldub.
I
Yeah.
have waited until the Blu-ray quality gets made for
Uh-huh.
every season of Attack on Titan. But honestly, if this next one is the final season, I don't know that I can do that because I do not want to risk it getting ruined for me because I know. Let me put it this way: they half ruined something that happened in the last season, and it's like it was kind of inconsequential when I finally got to see it, but I was still mad every moment up until that actually happened because there's a part in the series where like there's so much despair and you're presented with an impossible question, like how do you answer this impossible question, and to know
the answer.
like
to
have
it.
some input of what the answer looks like robbed me of the full experience.
Right.
I still enjoyed the experience, but I don't want any possibility of that happening again, even though again it was really inconsequential. I just have not had this much fun sitting down to watch an anime where I've been glued to my seat in so long, and I just think that they've executed so much of the series just breathtakingly well. The only major flaw is that they are using CGI for the Colossal Titan in season 2. That was the biggest problem with the whole series for me.
The reason that I couldn't really tell, I can't really exactly tell you where I dropped it, was because I was watching on Toonami
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Well, that's good.
as it was airing, and
So
That's the
I
problem. You need to marathon this fucker.
yes, I'll tell you this much. The way where it dropped off at the very last episode before the new one's going to pick up, I can easily see that if you weren't able to really experience it, as one in sort of like one sitting, I can see that deviating you. because stuff happens in it that, like, for instance, in one of the seasons, at the end of the seasons, they reveal an ability that they call coordinate, and then they end the season right at that point, right?
Yeah,
and I'm thinking to
what
myself,
the fuck is going on now?
well, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know if I'm on board with this. Like I said that in the first impressions I did. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Hold on.
I can honestly tell you, like,
Hello.
sort of. Should I
got
shut
it.
up? While he's on the phone.
Go ahead, Lance. Okay. I muted him.
What I was gonna say was, honestly, for me, Attack on Titan was started to do me kind of in my mind, like Sword Art Online did. Like, I see where y'all are coming from, as in maybe if I marathoned everything, I'd get a better experience out of it, because it is definitely not the Villain of the Week show. Like, that show does the
It's
worst
the unanswered question of the week show, actually.
And that, you know what, that's a decent way to put it, but in better ways, it's better to say it's like, it's the kind of show that it gives you just enough to make you curious, but nothing to satisfy the curiosity.
Well, one thing that they did to hook you is they put a cliffhanger at the end of, like, literally every episode, so you were obligated to watch the next episode whether you want to or not.
And also
which is what makes marathoning it rewarding versus week to week. So
what he's saying is, Lance, you're holding your iPhone 4 wrong and your hand is in front of the antenna. It's not the show's fault. It's the way you watched it.
But I'm watching this on a flip phone.
No. Hear me out. This is what I'm saying. So, as I said, there's this thing called coordinate that they announced in the finale of season 2, and you're like, "What the hell? This is weird. That doesn't make any sense. That's very bizarre, right?" And you're not really on board with it, but you're like, "All right, I'm going to continue to see where this goes." In season 3, towards the middle and end of season 3, they give you like 10 more of those in each episode, and you're like, what? This is so weird. Like, I don't understand this. But if you're going week to week, your internal thoughts about the episode you just watched and the stuff that they're unveiling about the mystery is so out there that you're convincing yourself that you're not satisfied. But if you sat there and watched it and marathon it like I did, like, you're like, this is weird. I gotta be real. I'm not sure I'm on board with this, but I'm gonna hear you out because it doesn't take that much.
Because I got the next episode right here.
I binged season 1 and thought the same as Lance. I'm like, what the hell? Where's the answer to this question? And then when they get the answer to that, it's like there's 50 more questions, and I'm like, is there a good answer to this next 50 questions?
I did not expect the answers to the questions that they were clearly stringing you along with in the first season. I did not expect those answers to be satisfying, right? And I don't think they've fully answered all of those questions, but I was thoroughly satisfied with the answer to coordinate and why that felt so weird and how they played it out and the way that the story unfolded to reveal why it worked the way that it did. I was like, you know what? You got me. I'll buy it. That's fine. I'm okay with it. You know?
For me, I never tell people to stop when it comes to spoilers. So before I got to season 3, like
I'll tell you to stop, though.
yeah, that's fair.
Well, you can be vague about things.
No, I'm not giving spoilers. I'm not giving spoilers. I just I like, whenever people are like, I get to talk to someone about any sort of media, I'm like, I don't care about spoilers. I'll, because that's just how I am. I don't care. But the thing is, though, before I got like. Before I got even like whatever I did watch of season 3, whatever that was, I already knew like what had happened at the latest version of the manga because a friend of mine was reading it.
Are you, just out of curiosity, are you watching an English dub? You must be, because you're watching on Toonami.
Because
dub, yes.
Okay. No, I'm just curious because I personally really like the voice acting in it. I think that like pretty much all the characters are. Did
I tell you this already? Really that I hate Aaron Yeager's voice being
I don't
Bryce
like
Papenbrook, but because it's Bryce Papenbrook, it fits him so well that it's like I hate his voice. He sounds really whatever and whiny.
Right. We talked about this in the first impressions for Roar of the Awakening in the first episode of season 3, where he's got that voice that's all gravelly, even when he's like a child. In the thing when he saves
actually, that's the only thing that I can't even forgive for whatever is when he's like, quote, angry voice. He's like, you killed my friends, and I'm like, shut up.
I think if I remember correctly, I own seasons 1 and I think 2 and part 1 and part 2 of 2. I'm not wrong. I have to look into it. But for me, what sold me on Attack on Titan at the very beginning is I liked it. Like first season 1. I like the hell out of, and even though it's like paced the way it was, it just season 2 really started slowing me down. But
I'm shocked that you guys had problems with the pacing in season 1 because I thoroughly enjoyed season 1. I didn't have any issues with it, and again, it is because I marathoned it, right?
Right.
Because I'll tell you this much.
That can definitely give a different taste.
I didn't get anything at the end of season 1 that was like substantial because they had this ass pull of, she crystallized and they can't penetrate her after they defeated her. And it's like, okay, where's the answers to all these questions we were building up to? That's great.
But see, the thing is, like, I get what you're saying there. And again, that's like when you go from that episode and then you just sit for an entire year and a half because they went and did Attack on Titan Junior High before doing season 2 or whatever. I can feel you on that. I got that. But the fact that the crystallizing thing is something that they continue to use and build on further into the series.
Well, you basically have to make it not feel like an
it worked for me. Like it worked for me with how they did that. But I got to tell you, like, so a show that I consider similar to this, not nearly as good, but similar to it is Walking Dead. And I'm sure I've made this. I'm sure I've made this comparison before, but the thing about The Walking Dead is that that's a show where, so you've got the enemies or the threat, which in that show is zombies, and in Attack on Titan, it's Titans, right? And then you get to the point where they've basically discovered that threat is no longer a threat. Like we figured out a system on how to deal with them. It's not really a big issue unless you get ambushed, and even then you can usually escape, right? But then the real threat is the interpersonal conflicts between the people you have to survive with, right? And that's where the show really takes off on both.
So it's The Last of Us Part 2 where it's no longer a zombie game and it's they killed the main character that we loved game.
Well, what I'm getting at is that on Walking Dead, that show strings you along like no show I have ever seen. Entire episodes go by where I feel like literally nothing happened the entire episode. Everything that did happen was completely inconsequential, could have been cut. It's the lead-in before the war, and it's like, okay, 5 episodes of this. You could have crammed all the important stuff from those 5 episodes into 1 episode. Nothing interesting happened at all. But when you sit down and watch it in one sitting, you can enjoy like having it on in the background with Walking Dead because you're not sitting there getting the episode to come up the moment it premieres on TV, sitting there watching it and going, wow, that sucked, right? Like they didn't do anything and I have to wait an entire week before the next one. And then you've gone through those 5 episodes and it's been a fucking month of trash episodes before something happens, right? But when you marathon it, when you sit back and you don't watch it for years and then you marathon like 5 seasons in a row, you can kind of you zone out during the bullshit, boring shit, and then you just get the good stuff, right? And I think that's like there are some series that really that are when they're written well, that aspect of it, watching it in one sitting, is a completely different experience to watching it week to week. And I think Attack on Titan, which is exceptionally better than Walking Dead, I think delivers week to week. But more importantly, when you can sit down and marathon it, that experience is exhilarating because you get that moment where it's like
wait impatiently for like, okay, what was going to happen at the last cliffhanger?
Right, because they do the cliffhanger and you're like, fucking find the remote, skip the damn opening. I want to know what happens, which is also how I felt.
You break the fast forward button on your laptop.
Yeah, which is also how I felt with Promised Neverland when I was watching that. Like,
so I think I've figured out why Attack on Titan has such the perception. I think it's akin to, say, a Marvel movie, whereas it has the experience. It's really well got good cinematography, filmography, soundtrack. They have cliffhanger or whatever. Like, it's got all the right things going for it. But when it comes down to it, for me, I'm just like, I'm not satisfied with like anything that actually happens substantially.
I'll be real. I feel like the reason you're not satisfied is because there's really not any romance in it, and you're a bit of a sucker for that.
Dude, no tits. Fuck, there's a problem.
There's no nip count. If just all the Titans don't have nips.
That's one of the things that's dumb, if anything, is that Mika says like, "I love Eren." I'm like, no, you don't. But what the
idea?
She's a bigger cuck than the Millennium actress.
No. The thing is, okay, where is it? I've noticed that a lot of these things that you praise phenomenally, you view as a filmmaking perspective, like that JoJo scene that Satoshi Kon directed. You're like, phenomenal. But at the end of the day, that's one scene, and it enhances the experience, but it's not like the viewing experience.
Right, which is why I joke that there wasn't any romance in it, because everybody has that thing that flips the switch for them, that turns something from being, mediocre to, grips you.
I wonder what a good comparison would be, because I don't know, like, I haven't seen Code Geass in centuries, but it's like they usually have stepping stones that make you feel like something substantial happens. But it feels like with Attack on Titan, it's like they're slipping when they're about to get to the next stepping stone. But the thing is, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt that I haven't seen the rest of the season.
For me, what really like...
Well, let me just real quick say, let's wrap up this conversation. God damn it.
Yes.
I have a phone call. Go ahead, Lance.
Can I make a real quick statement then? For me, dang, I wanted him to hear this. Oh, well. For me, Attack on Titan, what sold me at the very beginning was the whole kind of George Romero's Dawn of the Dead kind of thing. Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Dead, that kind of thing. Where it was like, we got these enemies, but the people are the true enemy.
Yeah.
And I like that.
Which is why I likened it to Walking Dead. But because it's the interpersonal conflict between. I hate The Walking Dead too.
I was forced to watch that because
the first season.
Someone I knew wanted me to like. Well, you recorded on VHS, and you have a VHS player. I can't watch it. I'm at work. I'm like,
yeah.
God damn it.
No, it's a trash show. Every once in a while, there will be an arc with a character that's kind of interesting, and then you'll get through like fucking Morgan learning the bow staff. You're like, God, this is such trash. I can't believe I'm sitting through this.
And then you'll buy the Magic the Gathering Walking Dead cards that everyone hates. Anyway, what?
And
I didn't do that.
And then like as far as like Attack on Titan is like, I liked the whole issue with Mikasa and what's his name? The other guy that's the special.
Armin?
No, not Eren and Armin. Levi, yes. I liked how their clans it gave me kind of a Moggy, to reference the red hair people from Moggy kind of feeling.
Okay. So let me sort of shut down the conversation on this and say, when the series concludes, I think it would be wise for us to do a watch club where we can discuss it. And FDDNM, I think you should always be a day ahead and posting all your gripes about the episodes on Twitter with specific examples, so that when I get to those moments, I can
view it with
that your perception of it. Because you talk about them slipping on their stepping stone, and I don't feel like I agree. But I maybe I'm misinterpreting how you mean by slipping. Do you mean that like they are trying to achieve a goal,
one
and
step forward, two steps back?
Sure. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that that's always a bad thing for them to have a win and a loss. in each
But
endeavor.
that's the only thing that happens whenever they get a win, it feels like.
So I guess what it comes down to is that you grow impatient over the fact that the question gets so close to being, they're teasing you with the answer.
By the time you get to the answer, you don't care.
Sure.
And the other thing is that I don't really care about like any of the characters. So it's
that's probably a wise thing. That's probably a survival instinct.
I mean, is it just me or is the Potato Girl the best character?
Yes. No,
I think
Krista's
they
the
killed
best
her
girl.
and then they just plot armored her, and then it's like, well, okay.
So I think I
digress.
I think Krista is the best character personally. I think her story is interesting, but also kind of dumb at the same time. But yes, Potato Girl is quite fun. What's her name? Sasha Brown?
Yeah.
Is that her name?
Oh, I don't know
anyway,
the
yeah.
last name, but
If you don't mind, you mentioned the only episode of this show of Attack on Titan that I'll probably never forget.
Is the one where she has to take on that single Titan?
It's the one where Aaron's chained up, and the blonde-haired girl, I forget her name.
Krista.
Krista. And like they just start this epic-ass music, and shit just starts going down.
Oh God, yeah. When
at that moment, I was like,
I don't want to ruin it. It is in season 3. I don't want to ruin it.
Yeah.
But holy fuck, what happens when they swat away the syringe?
Yeah.
Holy shit! It goes from 0 to 60.
The thing about that was
fast.
That made me like pay attention a little bit more, and then like within 3 or 4 episodes, I was immediately like, why am I sitting here? But then again, like we just discussed, it was
if you can marathon it, you'll be more invested, I think. Because I'll tell you this much. I can't tell you how many shows I watched on Toonami that I straight up did not enjoy until I sat down with the DVDs and marathon them from beginning to end. Trigun, Full Metal Alchemist, so many shows that like I legitimately thought they were dumb or just I wasn't invested in. I didn't care about the characters. But when I actually got the DVDs as part of my collecting habit, and I was able to sit down and just say, okay, well, because I watched this on Toonami, I definitely didn't get through all 52 episodes of Full Metal Alchemist or whatever. I may have watched 14 or 30, but maybe not in order and all that. So I'm going to sit down, make sure I got through all of them so I can mark it as watched. And when I sat down and watched that, I was like, fuck, this was amazing. That was great. Trigun 2. That last bit when he pulls the cross out of the ground, and then that was like I was glued to my seat for that part. You know, like everything about it was infinitely better when I sat down and marathoned it than like when I bought it. I actually didn't want to sit down and watch it because I had seen it on Toonami. Same with Tenchi. It's like this is not for me, you know. But when I sat down and devoted the time to it and got to see it in you know a compressed setting, I had a great time. You know,
I had an almost reverse experience in a way because like. I watched Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, Dot Hack, you know, you name it on Toonami and stuff, you know, as I, you know, growing up and everything. And I mean, they never didn't like have that impact on me. Then like week to week, me not like it. And then when I got to be old enough to venture out far enough to find where it was at, I started picking up stuff from pawn shops. And that's how I saw Full Metal Alchemist. Like people hawk that entire series. So I was like, all right.
I wonder if what is the are you okay, we got more stuff to cover here. I'll throw this in before the right stuff.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Aaron like not kill a single Titan with his gear?
I don't know. I don't think it's possible. It doesn't really matter to me. That's not the gear is only so cool, and then frickin' Levi is just absurd with it. To the
all
point
I'm
where
saying
you're like,
is he was
watch
incompetent with his gear. But question, Rhys, you said before that you don't like mecha. That's why you saw Aquarian, right? Hello, Rhys.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I thought you.
I said you don't.
I'm not really a fan of mecha now.
Except for Attack on Titan, that's the best mecha.
That is the best mecha. That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I do like Gurren Lagann and Evangelion, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
And
So-
those are kind
I'm
of a
hoping you give Code Geass a
Those-
chance because it's
Okay.
about
I did watch Code Geass. It was okay.
If we actually didn't talk about all the shows that we want to see, like if I didn't spend all this time talking about Code Geass, I might actually have the time to sit down and watch it. So I want to address a couple comments here. Why is AC still wearing his Freddy Krueger shirt from Halloween? I regret to inform you, Random 11, you are not the first person to make that observation in the last 4 hours. Friggin' Reese burned me with that as soon as I sat down. This is the shirt I wore for the Mad Bull review. Anyway, also, Seb says Inuyasha and Ranma might be the only anime shows that they saw English dubbed. Steins Gate is trash tier.
Zero.
Sorry, Steins Gate
He's
Zero.
saying Steins Zero.
Sorry, Steins Gate. I knew that. I didn't verbalize it, but I did. I was processing the information with that. I'll say that I wasn't thrilled with it, especially as a follow-up to the original Steins Gate.
Steins Gate is amazing. Steins Gate Zero is not.
But I left off at a part that because we caught up to it in the Watch Club. We caught up to the before it was finished. There's only like 3 episodes left or whatever. And
I think it had finished, but you were following up with the English dub. Which is
Okay, remind me real quick. Steins Gate Zero is the one where Inter shows waifu here is like the main protagonist.
The AI. Steins Gate Zero is the one where Kurisu becomes an artificial intelligence.
No. She does.
Oh yeah, she's in the phone.
She dies. It's an artificial intelligence based on her personality.
Right.
So
to ruin it for anybody who hasn't seen Steins Gate,
It's
the original.
freaking revealed in like episode 2. It's not that bad.
Yeah, but for people who haven't seen Steins Gate, to ruin it for you.
Well, she dies in
Steins
episode
Gate
1 of
Zero-
Steins Gate anyway.
Steins Gate Zero is the ending to Steins Gate where she does die because they couldn't save her and also save Mayuri. So she becomes the AI in the phone. Yes,
I'm gonna be that guy.
The one you're thinking of where she's the main character is the disappearance of Rintaro.
Of
the movie.
Deja Vu, whatever it's called.
I have to say real quick,
Yeah.
like what you like, don't like what you like, but I love the hell out of Steins Gate.
Yeah. But
Even
I'll
Zero.
just say,
Even Zero.
again, I will end this by saying I'd love to rewatch Steins Gate Zero from the beginning, so I have it like fresh instead of just jumping into the final episodes I didn't get to see. I would like to complete it.
I
will end the conversation there because this is all time I could have.
I keep doing this to
Let's
him.
do a watch club for Steins Gate Zero.
I'm down.
We already did. Duo was here for it.
We did it for do the actual one for Steins Gate Zero.
For the Inuyasha, Kirby Morrow, the runt of the Goku dub voices.
I guess he was the
as
English,
in he voiced Goku in maybe the Pioneer dubs or whatever. No, that was Peter
Ocean
Clemens.
dub.
It must have been the
Rock
big
the
green
Dragon
dub.
dub.
Old Man says Cowboy Bebop is awesome English dubbed. Honestly,
Absolutely.
it really is, and honestly, I think it's largely due to the proper casting. In so many ways, I really think Wendy Lee and what's his name?
Bloom.
Stephen J. Bloom. I'm like, what's that? There's a middle initial in there. Which my brain's going. It's not A. It's not B. It's not C. Right? Yeah, Stephen J. Bloom. Honestly, is the reason. Bo Billingsley and all of them are just honestly knocked that show out of the park. And again, I'll say this again. I think the audio mixing, the sound design is what makes that so good because that show has the music that is just fantastic. The voice acting for the English dub especially is fantastic. Totally agree there. And I'll just say this one more time. This is a show, Cowboy Bebop, that when you haven't watched it for like 5-10 years, in your mind you lower it. Like you degrade the value of it. Like it's probably a little overrated. And then you sit down and rewatch it sometime. You're like, nope, no, that is a perfect 10. You know,
it is amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know if I give it a perfect 10, but it is amazing. Now, I have to admit something, and I hope people give me shit for this, because I deserve it. I thought I owned Cowboy Bebop on Blu-ray. I was just going through my collection the other day, and of all the months I could have picked this up, I don't own that, because I thought I picked it up years ago.
Yeah, I've got so many versions of it.
It's a perfect excuse
including
to get the steelbook.
It's a perfect excuse to buy the Boogie Woogie box.
Oh, you're right.
Boogie Woogie box.
I bought Cowboy Bebop 3 times. That was like the first full-length series I actually bought for my anime collecting.
Wow.
Seb says, I have the Spanish Blu-rays for Inuyasha. Watched them last year. Old Man says, I have some bootleg. I already read that. Pretty sure I saw Mewtwo in a battle in the show. Yes, we addressed that as we read the article. TV series is canon with the first movie. Yes. No, not all Mewtwo's are the same. I think the 6th movie also had Mewtwo, but it was a different Mewtwo. What's up?
Yeah, one of them, Mewtwo's a female. What I understand.
Hold on.
Well, aren't all legendaries its? They're genderless.
Yeah,
I don't know.
In Pokemon Meta, legendaries and mythical are genderless.
From Latios.
You know what's funny? I always point this out, how in Digimon Season 3 they canonly say, it's like, oh, Renamon, you're a girl, right? Or whatever. It's like, well, actually, us Digimon don't have genders. And then they, like, contradict that in one of the other seasons. It may have been a season prior to that, but I just find that funny.
Yeah. That's something you gotta... It's never something you
they
really
do get
pin
born
down.
when they die. They just reborn when they die, so it's not like they have to mate or anything.
Yeah,
they have like the world's ultimate reincarnation system. I'm never gone. I mean, don't take me wrong, but
you're just
we all know a special villain that would love that power.
If only digital monsters could be like real.
Oh my god! It's almost like
Pokemon, so I can enslave and battle with these Pokemon. No, I want a little digital companion that can protect me when I'm in the digital world.
Yeah.
Digital companion and digital friend.
I remember there was that what is it? You know how they do those like death battles or whatever? There's this like I don't watch them, but I watched the Digimon versus Pokemon one, and at the end. Digimon just obliterate, like they had War Greymon like decapitate a Pokemon or something. And the thing is, like they said, yeah, we say Digimon wins because they're actual like using friendship and companionship rather than like enslavement and like
what the hell?
Pokemon dogfighting.
I'm just summing it up. I'm paraphrasing, but
yeah,
the point is they don't have like used friendship. They're not on equal footing. It's like they're a servant type deal.
So my wife just told me that her grandma believes that I conspired with the guy that showed up to replace the oxygen tank thingy to rob her blind.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy who showed up and I'm like, okay, well, this is happening right in the middle of the podcast. Surely this was a planned thing that they forgot to let me know about. So I let him in to change the equipment. And it turned out that, like, I don't know if it was like 5 gallon to 10 gallon. He had a 10 gallon one. The thing said they needed to upgrade it. He got in here and they already had a 10 gallon here. So it was the exact same machine and they were perfectly fine. So yes, apparently my wife's grandmother thinks that I conspired and hired some big black guy to come in and steal everything from her.
Dang.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
Yeah.
So apparently I'm in trouble. Anyway, Random Worm says the TV series is in canon with the first movie. Yes. No, not all Mewtwo's are the same. I think the 6th movie also had Mewtwo, but it was a different Mewtwo. I don't know. I couldn't remember because he was genetically made out of the cells of Mew, right? So
the best Pokemon ever.
Right. Anyway, go back and read the rest of the comments, Freddie. I got them. I literally was at that comment waiting to bring it up. Like, I haven't even seen the ones that I'm scrolling down to get to now for like an hour. Anyway.
I'm honestly like, it blows my mind that you guys bother to read my questions, given y'all know enough about me. They're like, well, we can't take this anymore.
So he's also noting that Jay Goad was the English voice actor for the original Mewtwo, who only voiced him in the first movie. He was also not credited properly. Seb says, I haven't seen a single episode of Attack on Titan. Hey, if it hasn't been spoiled for you in watching this podcast, marathon it after season 4 finishes. AC has. I have not. How dare you? The way you guys are describing Attack on Titan, it sounds like Lost. Yes, that's the thing. That's how I describe it in the first impression. It's the mystery box, right? But it's fun. Cool. Seb says going to marathon it. I only own season 1 so far. That duck is a Blues Brother. I found very similar ones on Amazon. Haven't seen Zero, but I finished the game right on. I liked the game. Good for you. In an alternate reality, Pokemon uses humans about it. All right, cool. So we're all caught up. All right. So let me go back to our discussion here.
So I was going to finish up. I hope if
my AirPod just died.
if Kodansha does release this, how would they release it? Because they've already done the individual.
My audio to the. It switched my audio. Oh, it just switched back. Cool.
The individual manga, the individual volumes, and then the 5-in-1 colossal editions. If they were to do the color,
I'm gonna step away for just a second. I'll be right back.
How would they do that? Would be
that's an annoying thing because it's
would it be a 2-on-1 hardcover to match the Attack on Titan before the fall? No regrets. Attack on Titan No Regrets 2-in-1 color edition. Which would be nice because then it'd be all uniform.
Yeah.
But unless the series ends on the odd number.
The thing is, Dragon Ball Z, they had the Dragon Box set, which is they had the whole thing. Or you could get the Viz Big styled
3-in-1
colored editions, 3-in-1.
I don't think they're full colored. I think they're just highlight colors. Oh no, they did do full color, but it was in a comic format.
It's in a comic format. What the hell?
I think it was. Oh, I'm gonna have to check. I'm speaking out of my ass. Continue.
So,
it's okay.
Well, the point being is that it's what do I get? Do I get the cheap one that gives me all of it, or do I get the one that's possibly got a better experience because it's full color and bigger pages? That's the conflict I had with Attack on Titan, is that I had the first Colossal edition, and then they're like, yeah, here's the box set of volumes 1 to Chungus, and I'm like, well, do I get that or do I get this? And that's kind of the Blade of the Immortal thing that's annoying. The problem with the one that I just bought is that I realized that it's identical to the omnibuses that they currently release. It's just you're paying $30 more or something. Oh, maybe 20. But it's can I warrant that?
They stopped doing the full color ones at the Frieza arc.
Yeah, that was kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Okay. I had the comic book Saddle Stitch versions growing up.
Sure.
Moving on. Okay. Genda acquires Sega's entertainment arcade business as its subsidiary. Shall I read?
No.
Okay. Sega Sammy withdraws from arcade management business, but Sega Arcades will retain name. Global Entertainment Network for Dreams and Aspirations, great fucking name, announced on Wednesday that it has acquired 85.1% of the shares of arcade and amusement center company Sega Entertainment. The shares will transfer on December 30th. That's a weird time. Through a collaboration with Sega Entertainment, Genda plans to revitalize the amusement industry and involve manufacturers, operators, and users in the industry, whatever that means. Genda is aiming to develop an amusement machine rental business. What the fuck does any of this mean? Sega Sammy Holdings, Inc., the parent company of the game makers Sega and Sammy, revealed that Sega Entertainment's percentage of voting rights will become 14.9% following the share transfer. In addition, Sega Entertainment will be excluded from the company's consolidated subsidiaries. GG Press reported on Wednesday that Sega Sammy will withdraw from the domestic arcade management business by the end of the year as a result of Genda's acquisition. However, Sega Games Holdings told Famitsu that the existing Sega arcades will still retain the Sega name. The arcade's occupancy rate had been declining due to closures from the effect of the new coronavirus disease, COVID-19. The Sega Akihabara Building 2 arcade in Tokyo closed on August 30th. Sega Sammy Holdings, Inc. merged its Sega Games See, here's the thing. Arcades made sense when nobody had a home entertainment console. Now everybody has arcade games on their phone that you don't have to put a quarter into every time you want to play it. What is the point of even having the arcade? I mean, I haven't been to an arcade in a long time. So maybe the games are way more advanced now, and I'm just retroactively thinking of Street Fighter 2.
That's true. Maybe they're all like VR and stuff.
Yeah. So maybe there is some benefit to it that I haven't thought of, but it seems weird to me.
The last time I went to an arcade was when I went to a movie theater.
Yeah, and they just had the little tiny one in the corner.
Last time I went to an arcade,
we played air hockey, and that was that was the best thing about it.
The last time I went to an arcade, it was a Dave and Buster. I don't think there's anything else interesting in this article, right? Should I just jump on to the next one? Which, by the way, I never got an answer from you if I should have used the one.
I told you I couldn't. I didn't. It was all a mess to me. I was tired. I said you pick, and you could probably just skip it.
I think I saw a comment in the chat that said the article is fine, but then after re-looking at it, that means the article for the thing we're going to talk about regarding 4K thing later.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm not even going to read it. I don't even care. Sega Sammy sells part of Sanrio shares, calls for employees' voluntary retirement. I think if we were going to read this, we should read the Sora News 24 one.
Good.
So let me shenanigans a little bit.
Well, if there's any question whether or not we should read something this podcast, we should probably.
The answer is usually no. I get it. Yeah. And
no, just particularly for this one because we're like really off track.
Yes.
We're already at 3:15.
Oh God.
I love how you guys
there's a lot of new articles.
Technically speaking, there's swollen an hour and 20 minutes.
Japanese company creates business card masks that put your name and workplace directly on your face.
Oh wow!
Are you going to give the
kind of an
article
interesting idea?
face?
That's a pretty good idea, actually.
That's a decent thought.
Oh God, there's so many good articles I want to read. They'll have to wait till next podcast. Okay.
I love how every time I join you guys, you're always running long.
You know what? We're here for having fun.
We like things long and hard.
Honestly, the issue here. See, these are all the moments when you need to have your finger over the browsers button.
Yeah. Okay. I'm ready.
It's all right.
There you go.
The moment has passed.
Harder, better, faster.
Hey, that contrast with the duck. Look at that. The yellow from the Z's and the yellow from the. That looks perfect on you.
Yeah, he's our mascot.
Okay,
now.
I found it.
Do we need to make Lance a VTuber model as that duck?
Do it.
Buy me the one off Amazon and I'll photo scan it into a model. It won't move at all, but Sega's troubles continue as parent company asks hundreds of employees to quit their jobs. Search for volunteers is accompanied by executive pay cuts. Damn.
I would say I'm not going to quit. You're going to fire me, fucker. I'll take my last paycheck for as long as I can.
Bitter clinger. It hasn't been the brightest week for Sega. On Wednesday, the once monolithic video game developer announced that it has sold off the management of the nearly 200 arcades it manages in Japan, citing the negative effect the coronavirus pandemic has had on that sector of the entertainment industry. Now comes shrinking of the human resources variety, as parent company Sega Sammy Holdings is looking for hundreds of employees willing to quit their jobs. The move comes in the wake of how cucked of a company are you that you have to ask your employees to quit? Wow. Seriously, who runs this company? All you got to do is send them a pink slip, you know?
You're going. Hey guys, by the way, we don't want to fire you. please leave.
That's the way the fortune cookie crumbles. That's a terrible joke. I'm so sorry. The move comes in the wake of Sega Sammy's mid-year financial report. The company's business year begins in the spring, which revealed a 21.7 billion yen or $206.7 million loss for the company. That's an especially painful blow after a 9.8 billion yen profit for the same period in 2019. And so Sega Sammy is now hoping 650 employees will volunteer to leave the company. Yes, during a pandemic, a great time to have job insecurity. In order to return to profitability and achieve sustained development, we need to reduce costs, especially fixed costs. I think this is really funny. You've got this many employees that are completely useless to your company that you could get rid of them and nothing is going to change, except that you're going to have to pay less money to pay for them. Like it seems like there's a reason you're getting bought out by another company that's probably going to fire all these employees that have been sitting on their asses. Like, yeah, you still have to go into work at these 200 arcades, but nobody's allowed in. So I don't know. Just
no one gets to
on
come.
your time. What's that game called? God damn it! You know the game with the time and the guns.
The time and the guns. You mean almost every rail shooter ever?
Yeah, what's the rail shooter that has the word time in it? It's not Time Cop, right? It's
I don't remember. I know me and my buddy played the Resident Evil one not too long ago.
Let me start that joke over. Brush up on your Metal Slug. There we go. All right, it's done. Okay. Especially fixed costs. The company said as part of the announcement, and we believe this is a necessary measure to build a more efficient organization. If the company finds as many volunteers as it's seeking, it would represent a roughly 7% reduction from the current number of 9,051. Okay, so I read that in my head as volunteers. Like, okay, we want. What's the question they're asking for? Hundreds. Okay, they're asking for the employees. I thought they said that we want you to quit so we can replace you with volunteers willing to do your job for free. But that's not what that means. They mean volunteers to quit, right?
So I don't understand why they're asking for people to volunteer to quit, because that would affect them negatively on the resume. Oh, why did you quit? The company asked me to quit. Why did they ask you to quit? I was working for Sega. Sega's a big company. Why would they ask you to quit? You're lying.
Isn't
It's
this
like, no,
basically
we
just
can't
a
fire
layoff?
because Sega
really
can't
bad
fire them because there's nothing.
Well, honestly, Sega, if you're gonna quit on their request for a volunteer, they should write you a glowing review for your.
They should write you a love song. They're gonna quit, make you volunteer to quit. You should get a love song as you walk out the door.
More than just a fucking iPhone.
Give them an iPhone, man. That ain't worth it.
You can't even pay for your cell phone bill. Why would you want a new phone?
Sega Sammy will be reducing its executive salaries by up to 30% for the next 5 months. Okay, until the end of the current business year, they're going to be cutting their executive salaries by 30%, with larger reductions being placed on higher-ranked executives. Employees who volunteer to leave the company won't be walking away empty-handed. However, they'll be provided with severance packages and also re-employment assistance for those who will be seeking new jobs elsewhere instead of retiring entirely. Sega Sammy expects the total cost of providing this aid to come to roughly 10 billion yen. It would find a small group of 600. Should it find a full group? Hold on. Should it find a full group of 650 volunteers, those opting for the severance package have until December 25th to make their decision.
Christmas.
The company at the end of February. All right, Christmas time is here. You know what? During drunk at the Christmas party, you know what? I will quit. You know?
I'll do it for you. I'll also move out of my home and sell everything I have. Wait.
Japanese companies generally try to avoid downsizing their workforces. The country's notorious amount of overtime are partially a result of not hiring more people than a company needs, so that it won't need to let anyone go during a minor recession. And Sega Sammy's decision coming during Sega's 60th anniversary celebration is an ironically sad note, but the company feels it's the best way to make sure they'll be able to continue celebrating longevity milestones in the future. Right. Cut off your arm.
Nutty.
So, like, cut off your diseased arm, but make it to 60 years old, you know? I see their logic here. All right, so continuing here. PlayStation 5 to launch with no in-store sales. So does that mean you have to buy it online? Is that what they're saying?
What the hell?
Yep.
Because of COVID, I assume?
Probably.
Because of COVID,
I guess
we
they
cannot
don't-
ship this
they
to
don't want
Walmart.
the-
You know, that place
They
full of
don't want the
people right
midnight
now.
mobs on release date.
Right. Well, what they don't want is the Black Friday people showing up to GameStop for are you sure there's none in the back? Right. The spitting, like talking all over each other.
Shanked.
You know, everybody in the same room, no 6 foot separation or whatever. Capcom's network compromised by third party. Okay. Seems like all the shitty companies are getting their comeuppance.
We're all getting.
I'm sorry, this is Capcom, not Konami. My mistake.
Oh, considering I'm holding a Yu-Gi-Oh card, that was well played.
All right, so here we go. Nozomi Entertainment. It has come to our attention that Let me start that over. It has come to our attention that the video masters provided to us to create our Gundam Seed Blu-ray set may have come from the Japanese HD broadcast versus the Japanese HD home video Blu-ray release. We have contacted Sunrise to check into this issue. And then you said that Dark Lord Kleckner here says, let's read what Tyler Glover, who has been blocked by Diplo, says. Replacement sets on the way. Oh, and you can do some small fixes on the SD version too. I'm just going by reports as I don't have the
I would
set.
say just pay attention to Kleckner's stuff.
All right, then. We are waiting to consult with Sunrise on next steps. Once we have answers, we will post. It takes time to consult with people in Japan, especially with COVID. Please be patient.
I could have sworn they had like a specific date. They're like, we should hear back by Friday or something like that. I don't know. Irresponsible.
I mean, he
Dark
basically
Lord
said, "These are the
Kleckner?
masters
It really
we were
seems
given.
like
We're just
he's living up to the name now.
What a passive-aggressive post. Way to blow it, guys. It's sad to see that when we interact with fans, things like this are posted. Grow up, Sean. Really?
Remember how they made that long Facebook post about how people are mean to our customers?
Quit being mean to us.
We're people too. It's like, well, in this case, it's like, I don't know.
Somebody
Stop
should
screwing
have
up,
realized
guys.
something.
Like
Hey,
how
you know what?
how
There's
does a
actually a
fan
pretty good
recognize this
opportunity
and
here,
not these guys?
There's an opportunity for them to re-release this as a non-AIDS size set.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just
pro-
gonna reissue discs. Like,
I
just
know.
like with the
I'm
AIDS
kind of
size.
scared though. Does this mean the SD? Well, actually, I'm really confused now.
Time
But,
crisis.
I'm
Thank you.
very
Chad.
confused.
the SD. Does this mean the SD original dub is not gonna be properly put in this or something? I don't know. But my other question is, what does it mean by Japanese HD HD broadcast? Does that mean the broadcast version aligns with the Ocean dub?
I don't know.
It's got different material. It's got different cuts. And,
Because if it does, then they
and
could
they
literally
brought it
give
up.
an
I think
HD.
the reason. Sorry, go ahead.
They could literally give an HD treatment to the the broadcast original Ocean dub, and then they'd have to redo it with the HD home video masters. The thing is, like someone said in the comments, it's like they'll have to redub the whole thing. Well, you don't have to redub the whole thing, dude. You just have to do the gaps you need to fill.
So I'll say this.
I mean, they might have a point considering that probably the way like I feel like I missed something, but considering the way Funimation thinks, they might have to redub everything because they're like, oh man, more money. We can start this all from scratch.
Well, they'd have to put down a ton more money to redub the whole thing, so it's in their best interest to, fill in
Not do
gaps.
it.
Besides, how different can a
What
broadcast
the
version get?
fuck are happening in these? What's happening over here? BBC to hold a robust inquiry on how journalist Martin Bashir secured Princess Diana interview. All right. Okay, here, President Trump fires defense secretary. Okay, so we got us to say VR furries are now running around the Four Seasons total landscape.
What?
So Trump, after the election was called against him, his campaign tried to book a Four Seasons hotel for a rally or like a press briefing, but they accidentally booked a Four Seasons landscaping company, and they held the thing in regardless of the fact that they were in some parking lot somewhere instead of at a Four Seasons hotel. But
Well,
I
just
just
stuck with their plan.
These are the news. This is the news. We're just like going to ignore. I mean, I knew they were going to ignore the fraud and everything, but I was expecting some Kamala Harris puff piece or something. But instead, it's VR furries.
All the ones on mine are like, oh, Kamala Harris just made history.
Really? Wow.
The media doesn't want to touch something that might make
happy
them look
birthday,
shady.
Terry Egerton, a major player of the podcast.
All right, anyway, so Seb was he reminded it's Time Crisis. That's the game I was thinking of. I screwed up my joke though, so it's failed. Also,
failed.
I've seen rumors that Microsoft is considering buying Sega. I doubt it's true though. I don't think there's any benefit in owning Sega other than maybe
They have like Yakuza and all the Phantasy Star and all these other franchises besides Sonic.
I mean, don't take me wrong, dude.
Hold on.
Sonic.
Sega owns AtLS, so they get all the Persona games. So,
Arc Canadian double DVC. Okay, interesting.
wait, just the Boo Arc? Oh.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So here we go. Yeah, we've addressed. Oh, yeah. So about the HD broadcast, what they mean is that the high definition broadcast is what they got for the Blu-ray. Mm-hmm. So I don't know that. I think they're basically saying that they got the broadcast version, but it's not the low res broadcast version. It's like the 1080p broadcast.
Yeah, but the idea is that is the broadcast version cut in the way that the original Ocean dub was cut?
Who knows? That's an interesting question. It would be interesting for you to investigate that further.
And dump it on us.
Sure.
There's nothing in my notifications here that matter. All right, so back to news for our anime podcast. UK to get world's first 4K ultra high def Blu-ray or high dynamic. What does UHD stand for? Ultra high
Definition.
Ultra high definition.
4K UHD Blu-ray release of Satoshi Kon's Millennium ActRhys.
The thing we just watched. Yay!
Yay!
4K. Watching it ripped on my computer for the Blu-ray wasn't any better than watching the DVD.
Really? Because this one actually has a pretty good master.
Well, there was something wrong, as I told you, with my audio. The voices in the English dub sounded fine, but all of the background sounds sounded twangy.
I think it's because your AirPods are crap.
I didn't listen to it with my AirPods.
Oh.
Your speaker pods are crap.
If I switched it to the Japanese version, the twanginess of the background noises was not there. It was just in the English track, so I don't know.
I didn't notice any of that when I watched it on the Blu-ray.
Yeah, I think it was a problem with my download because my discs are in storage.
Oh.
Anyway, continuing. Oh, damn it. No. I'm going to put this at the end now because it was supposed to lead into this 4K Kali.
Well, actually, damn it. I have a bridge that doesn't align with this 4K thing. But in their slate, they also announced a Kill la Kill complete box set, which looks like the Aniplex one, which is probably going to be cheaper and have a correct disc number listed or whatever it is.
Disc label.
Yeah. And the other thing is an erased complete box set. So I'm
is that a complete box set for Erased?
Yep, because they already did the parts over there. So this one's like the full series. So
all 12 episodes.
I'm looking forward to being into
$20.
Yeah.
What?
Had the cart, bitch.
I thought you said you pre-ordered. I thought you said you pre-ordered that already.
No, I
You're not a
pre-ordered.
real Lupin fan if you're only
first.
pre-ordering
that
it
one, okay.
now. Come on.
You got the steelbook for that one.
Yes, of course I did. I was instrumental in its creation.
But yes, back to the Lupondage.
The 5th 4K anime Blu-ray anime release over here.
I like how it's getting harder to keep count. That's a good.
Yeah.
So far they are Space Adventure Cobra the movie.
Yeah.
Does Akira have a 4K?
That comes out in December. So it was Space Adventure Cobra, Ghost in the Shell.
Weathering with You.
Weathering with You comes out later next week,
which is an
I think.
upscale.
Akira in December, and then this one.
Unless you count Resident Evil, whatever that one was.
So that's true. That was also an upscale, though. Are these all upscales?
I mean, it has HDR, I guess.
There's 4K in Japan.
As a proud contributor to Femboy Films, we are actually scanning them at 4K.
Yeah, this one should be scanned because it's from 19-whatever-D9.
79.
Yeah.
Cool. Anyway, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm gonna pre-order it.
I'm like I mentioned in our private chat. I'm tempted, but I don't have a 4K player, and I don't see myself getting one ever.
I still have a 720p monitor. I really don't care anything for 4K.
As much as I love Lupin stuff, I'm gonna stick with just the Blu-ray and the DVD.
Is Space Adventure Cobra still available?
Why not?
I think it was down there in the associated.
Yeah, bottom left.
Yeah, that one. Okay, that's also only $20, but it's out of stock. Expecting more still.
Oh no, they're expecting more. Terrible.
A lot of stuff from Discotheque is out of stock on RHYS stuff. Like most of the Lupin stuff is out.
General Cyber, is this standard SD on Blu-ray? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it says it right there in the corner.
Yeah, I see it. I was reading this part.
And the big ass SD right there in the corner. It's like right there.
Small dick on big dick.
No.
Harder, better, faster,
no.
stronger.
AC, you said the wrong D word.
Oh no. Inside joke. When that eventually escapes us, I'm gonna have to supercut all these inside jokes.
I hope you guys aren't referring to what I think you are.
You know what? You know what fun them? They probably are.
Just ignore it, everybody.
That's how it works.
Let it just be known we've known all this time when it finally comes out.
Look, you guys have no
It's been about a month.
No, it's been 6 weeks. I mean, what?
It's been a month of sleepless nights.
We've been counting the days. We've been literally scratching the Roman numerals on our walls with our fingernails.
Seth says ciao. Take it easy, bud. Thank you for stopping.
I still disagree with how the hell does that say ciao?
Ciao.
It's
Every
Italian.
time I saw it before, it was like ciao.
Yeah. My mom always texted me CHOW. It's like, what the hell is that supposed to be? Oh, I know what you're trying to say. I corrected for you.
I thought it was like chow as in chow down or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, Random Lemon said, yes, just the Boo arc, referring to Kirby Morrow. YTV used Ocean for Up to Frieza with Ian James Corlett. Then Ocean stopped and Funny took over with Schemmel. So when did Peter Kalamis get used? The Ocean started dubbing again in the Android arc, if I recall, with Ian, but then he didn't want to do it anymore, and Kirby replaced him for the Boo arc. So I kind of find it funny. Like, I think about this, like, I have kids, and they watch Curious George, and there is a girl in that show. I think her name's Penny or something, and she is an anime voice actor that I know from other things. Let me see if I can find out who it is. Because you hear her voice, you're like, "Fuck, I've heard that." Like,
I hate to say this, but I know I don't actually hate to say this. What am I saying? I can't stand Curious George. I had to watch that because I grew. One of the places I stayed as a kid was a daycare when I was like 15. Well, like 12, 13, 14. Mm-hmm. And that stupid show was on all the time. And I watched Moose talk about candy.
All I remember is back in the day I read the book, so I essentially was a manga reader, and then when it got an anime, I got hyped. But that was
Curious George got an anime, and you got hyped. Sounds about right.
I'm making a comparison, but yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. No, I just.
Yeah, it is. It's Laura Jo Miller.
Annoying as hell.
Oh, it's Laura Jo Miller.
Laura Jo Miller. From Scribe / Kari and Digimon.
Well, now I have to watch it. I mean, what?
In Curious George. And I was just thinking about the fact that, okay, so you probably get paid considerably more to be a voice actor for an American cartoon, like an American show like Curious George.
Right.
But being in anime is probably way more profitable in the sense that, like, for instance, in the case of Sean Schemmel, when you're Goku, you get so much money from conventions, and when you're a character,
is that like the only voice is Goku. Like by that I mean like that's the only voice acting he seems to do.
He's in an episode.
He's in a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh stuff.
He's done a bunch of stuff.
He's in Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds.
He's also King Kai though, isn't he?
Yes, he is definitely. Sean Schimmel's King Kai as well.
I think he's also. I don't know. Bubbles, I think, might have been.
I think it was Bubbles.
Anyway, so but what I'm saying is that when you are in anime, I think that the profitability of that role is significantly higher because every single Dragon Ball game that comes out needs you as the voice of Goku, right? And that's where I think that's largely why they were jealous and hated Vic so much. And unfortunately, they end up succeeding and getting him replaced by Johnny Young Bosch for future recordings of Broly. But I think that might have had a lot to do with it. Is that character coming back into the limelight was once again gonna, I don't know.
Oh, speaking of,
I feel like Curious George is work you probably shouldn't be bothering to do because if you can land that much more. Iconic character and get to go to conventions and stuff. You go around dressed as Charisse. By the way, Laura Jo Miller, that might be an old photo of her, but she still looks pretty nice compared to a lot of the other voice actors on Curious George. And I'm going through and I'm like, no way does this old hag have that voice. And then I saw Laura Jo Miller, I'm like, it is her. Right? Anyway. All right. So, I just weird. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk about this weird thought I had about voice acting. Continuing here, Ground Control to Psycho Electric Girl Blu-ray.
This is a re-release from NIS America.
If I wasn't 10 inches away from the screen, I'd swear there's a nip slip happening there that isn't.
Oh yeah. So the thing is, I watched. I meant as
everyone in the chat just all of a sudden blows up the video.
I had the same thought when I bought it. I'm like, what the hell? But the thing is,
so apparently NIS America is releasing things in more reasonable sets.
Yeah, like Blu-ray height for a Blu-ray release. Yeah,
that's unheard of.
It'd be funny if it's one of those giant ass sets though. That
oh my god, the Pony Canyon.
Pony Canyon does, except for
yeah.
Anyway,
what's this show even about?
It's the problem. It's literally about this neat girl who's the guy's cousin, and he's like, I don't know if he's taking care of her or trying to get her to branch out, and she thinks she's an alien, and she hides in a futon. And the thing is, I thought, well, this sounds kind of weird and neat. Let's give it a shot. Of context. But the problem is, it feels like nothing happens. Like, what the hell's the point of the show?
Damn, that's my friend Ryan's life story.
Where? Never mind. Continue.
I'm really excited about this, though. I can get a Blu-ray height Natsume's Book of Friends season 3. They just need to re-release seasons 1 and 2 on Blu-ray, and I guess 4. And
season 1 and 2 are still DVD only on a season 1 and 2 combo pack thing.
Right, that's the point. No, it's not a combo pack. It's a DVD only.
I mean, combo pack by season 1 and 2 are together.
Oh, right, okay. But the thing is, they've only been released on SD over here, and Japan does have Blu-rays for it. And you can't stream the first season on Crunchyroll in HD. It seems to be only in SD, I think. But yeah, this is at least a good direction.
Is good the next picture.
I love how the Japanese are like, well, we need to try to embrace the market outside of Japan. So, Sound Euphonium is real popular here, and another company simultaneously. Natsume Book of Friends is real popular. Why don't we see if we can hook the Western audience? Releases it in a much more manageable format for a bookcase. Starts with season 2 and season 3. Right?
Go to the next picture, AC. I'm curious what that's. Okay, never mind. It looks like the exact same discard I remember from seeing for the.
I remember from Nom.
Come to the combo pack.
Giving non-flashbacks.
Packaging shot.
All right.
Get that question mark type thing.
This OAD Blu-ray.
My brother has been. He's told me about the show many times, and it has not been licensed since when did it air? 2010.
Yes.
So this is a long time coming, and I'm
this
shocked
on Blu-ray.
It got released.
So this is only the OAD. What is OAD?
Original animation disc is another way of saying OVA.
OVA.
Great. It's an infinite number of ways to say the same thing now.
Yeah, OAD, OVA, OAV.
I just got cooked.
Yeah.
CUK.
So is there a series? Is this not the complete series then? Is that what?
No.
There's a TV series.
There's also a TV series, the same length. So it's like 26 full episodes.
Animation series, so funnier and etchier than anything you can see on TV. So does that mean that this came first?
Basically, I think it did chronologically come first, but they're side by side because the OAD came in between the TV series.
Well, it's good that Discotheque is at least starting with perhaps what's first.
Yeah,
now, I need an HD version of this show that I can rip because for the confetti podcast clip, I need the shot of that guy. There's like a scene where he's like jerking off, and he has got the perfect face that I just want to put the confetti coming out of the party popper next to for the thumbnail. By the way, what was I watching? Shit. I took note of an episode of an anime that had the party popping in it.
Fullmetal Brotherhood?
Yes, actually, I think it was. Come to think of it.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
All right, The Legend of Black Heaven on Blu-ray, a show that never needed to get re-released because it's way overrated and not really that good.
I want to buy it just so I can immortalize that whitest black guy voice in Japanese dub or whatever.
It looks like an awesome cover art.
Oh yeah, that's the only thing that this show has going for it. You sit down and watch it, and it's a bad version of Welcome to the NHK.
Huh?
Well, shit, we need to watch Welcome to the NHK now. Next Watch Club.
I don't have time for that shit.
Fuck that then.
Next Watch Club is...
Fuck that, Next Watch Club.
We'll watch one disc at a time.
First disc being 9 episodes, of course, but yeah.
Info Gear G, Season 2.
Which my friend is just cooming over secretly. Discreetly, I should say.
Is he going to buy two... Is he going to buy 2 sets, one to come on and one to watch?
He doesn't even collect anime. So,
and he probably owns that.
He's probably just excited that I'll be able to buy it so I can actually watch it because he's been.
So you can come on your set. Don't lend it to him. Don't lend it to him.
Look, dude. If you get it back and the discs are sticky, just don't ask.
You know, I just realized I don't think I ever monetized this podcast.
Well, I do have a policy. That
well, you know what? It probably isn't getting that.
I know.
AC, don't forget, every time y'all let me on here, it's probably getting demonetized. Because don't forget,
dude, we are demonetized almost every podcast. In fact, every single podcast I have ever been on since they started demonetizing, it's been demonetized. So I'm not worried about it being demonetized. It's about the remonetization, because they have to manually go through, and nobody actually watches the whole. Yeah, we're already limited ads. I don't think I turned on monetize. Oh, I did apparently. Let me request review already while it's still live.
This is probably going to be the one where they'll be automatically no, fuck you, because of that first hour and a half of the.
Well, see, the thing is, I don't know what 10 minutes or 1 minute that they actually devote to their human checking or whatever. Mm-hmm. I want to see if we have the banner that says the U.S. election was called by the AP for Joe Biden. I'm not seeing it. Well, as soon as
I remember when YouTube was really cracking down on people talking about COVID. I know a lot of YouTubers are like, "I'm afraid to speak about this." I'm like, just talk about it.
No, well,
it's gonna be.
So I'll say this: I expect there to be repercussions for the first hour of this podcast, but that's a hill I'm ready to die on because there's some bullshit going on.
I have to make a complaint. Hopefully someone sees this. Fix the notification system, because I have this channel and a couple others notified, and I don't get notifications.
Oh yeah. That's probably because channels are constantly getting changed into content for kids, which is a little glitch that YouTube's been playing around with.
I have something about that. Please continue.
Yeah, that turns off notifications. You can't,
okay, let me be very frank. They have this video that's quote unquote content for kids, but it's this video. It's a Japanese video basically of this hot dog salesman, and he's like, "Hey kids, you want a fucking hot dog?" He just goes on for like 5 minutes saying "fuck" every breath. It's fuck. And then my buddy mine sent this to me. He's like, "Check this out," and I was like, "Wait, I can't share this." He's like, "I'm like, why?" And he's like, "Oh yeah." And then I looked at it, I was like, "This is a video for kids." And if you guys look up, go to YouTube, type in "hot dog salesman says fuck a lot" cartoon, it'll probably come up.
I'll have to watch it.
I'll pass on that.
Let's get back to this.
I wouldn't say do it now. You'll definitely get demonetized, and then this video will be for kids.
Peter Kalamis was in the first 3 Ocean movies, those being Tree of Might, that's the third one, World's Strongest, and what's the second one?
Dead Zone?
What are you talking about? During the movies?
For the DBZ movies, yeah. Dead Zone, World's Strongest.
World's Strongest, Dead Zone, World's Strongest, Tree of Might. Yeah. If I remember correctly.
He didn't do the TV series. This is news to me. I didn't really watch the Ocean dub of the TV series, though.
The Ocean dub sounds like a complete mess with the constant recastings.
Yeah. Simpo dear Jesus.
I gotta tell him that one.
Oh, thank you, Random 11, for naming a potential Watch Club podcast.
If you want the video to be monetized, put Augie in the thumbnail. He is very family friendly to the algorithm. Somehow he is. Every time I put him in the thumbnail, the podcast gets remonetized, including, like, seriously, I'm not even kidding. We have podcasts. Let me just give you some of the names we've used in the past couple podcasts. I'll tell you if they've been monetized or not. Let's see.
Is Sex Robot Soliloquy still monetized?
No, Sex Robot Soliloquy is not monetized.
I didn't. That. The last podcast when y'all watched Cinco-san, I didn't know. Like I had it slipped my mind what you guys were watching, and it said 800-year-old something milk, and I was like, "Oh yeah, what the hell are they watching?"
Yes, that podcast is monetized.
We're glad you noticed.
What did we have?
800-year-old milk gets fluffed.
Yeah. I was like, "What the hell?" And then I tuned in.
We're all born naked. That one's
See, it worked. It worked.
It definitely worked. I was like, am I gonna lay down and take a nap? No, I'm watching this podcast.
Let me see. What is it? We had some.
I had the weirdest sense of deja vu. I had seen this bull before.
Hold on. These are all the ones I'm not in. Let's see. You wouldn't download a demon. That's such a great
Is
title.
RPG and a motherfucking backpack still monetized?
Let me see. So I can tell you, it's easier to tell you which ones aren't. So that one is, let's see. The one titled Out of How Many, not monetized. That's the one that has the picture of you as the weatherman. Thumbnail. The one with KW Miller, not monetized. What was that? Dick Kickin' Chicken. The one with how hard is small as your chest is flat. That's monetized.
So good.
Let's see. That's monetized. It's easier, honestly, to tell you the ones that aren't. Magical Panty Paradise, monetized.
Yeah, then you tell us the ones that are.
This is the one that's not. None of you know how to make a lady feel special. That's the one with
Damn it.
Right, last one. Wash your panties, monetized.
You know what? That is a good message.
Suck my proboscis, monetized.
Well, you didn't use kielbasa, so.
Impale me, my beloved, is monetized. You certainly got sexy. That one's monetized. All right. Last one that was not monetized was It's My First Time with a Leprechaun. All right. Oh, okay, so I'll say this about Symphogear. When you first look at it, you don't even see it written here. You just see the Symphogear.
You see the image, but not for the people. Yeah.
Right. You see the skull and not
You see the skull. You don't see.
All right. So Hajime no Ippo, the fighting.
Collection 1.
I don't understand this title.
The
fighting. It was never called.
It was called Fighting Spirit, right?
It was called Fighting Spirit for the English release. Also, I don't know why. Boy, I hate their like redraw of the logo. Hajime no Ippo. I like the idea that he's punched the logo so hard that it's got spit and like sweat flying off.
Yeah. I'm kind of wondering why they're using the episode breakdown for this, because there's supposed to be 3 sets. It's like what, 76 episodes and then a movie or something.
And a special.
Yeah, there's a special. So I'll tell you this: on Anime Planet, there is one more episode listed that then is actually on the DVDs, and I can't.
That will be included.
Right. So I don't know that. I'm guessing that that it's not going to have a dub for that particular episode.
And same with the movie, I think.
Well, the movie got released over here, Champion Road.
Oh, it did. Okay.
Gingon had
the point I'm trying to make is why 24, not 25 or 26 or 27. You know, to try and because they're gonna do like 76 episodes and the movie in those 3 sets.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I don't know why they chose. It's probably something to do with licensing. I don't know.
Maybe it's the end of an arc and they didn't want to.
Yeah, maybe that seems more realistic. That's probably what it is. I'll say this: great show. Would love to rewatch it. Amazing music, like music that gets you pumped for the show.
I have all of it on my laptop. I still need to get it on. I downloaded after when I was watching before I started watching Megalobox. This was before it started airing. I got all of Tomorrow's Show, and I watched all of Tomorrow's Show, which took me forever because it was so hard to get
Yesterday's
into.
Joe.
And after that, I was like, that was awesome. And I absolutely loved Megalobox. So give me another boxing anime. So you
should wait to watch this until we do it for a watch club, because the main character's dick is monstrously large, and he doesn't know it. And I think the titles for those podcasts will be amazing. Does Krillin have a monstrously large dick? I don't know if I've seen those episodes.
It was Kira Toriyama basically get the digest.
Oh, really?
Krillin has like a 3-foot long schlong, and he's the only man for 18. Yeah, go figure. Believe it or not, me and a friend of mine had a 5-hour discussion about this and looked into it. Akira Toriyama really doesn't think about what he releases.
All right.
Moving on.
Yes. So Megalobox, I've been thinking about watching in the near future. I don't know that I would be able to devote the time necessary just because of how things are going with work. Where I gotta tell you guys, this is like, imagine going to the gym and working out for 12 straight hours. Like, that's basically what I'm doing, you know? And it's brutal. And I'm getting swole as fuck underneath this jacket.
Fucking jacked.
But yeah, it's pretty brutal. And I have to keep doing it like daily, all day, every day. So that I can get into the shape where I can do it like way faster. But some of the routes, it's like we had a route on Saturday that started in one neighborhood. We did 3 stops. Then we drove 30 minutes away to a different neighborhood and did like 20 or 30 stops there. And then we drove back to the first neighborhood because we couldn't go into that area until after 9 o'clock because of the HOA rules with the truck. And I'm like, why the fuck didn't we just do the other city first and then come back and do both neighborhoods over here? But yeah, like, so there's a lot of weird like driving and stuff in it that makes it go long. But I got off on a weird tangent here. I'm trying to say that like I said, I've been getting home really late. And so I immediately have to get back in bed because I got to get up at 4:30 again the next day and do it again, you know? And doing bed with kids like is really hard, you know? Let's see. That all of what I just said came out horribly.
You know what? I didn't want to touch it.
We don't want to know about what doing bed with kids
right.
is like, so we're going to pass on that.
Yeah. So Torrent Freak. MPA lawyers send letters to alleged NIA site personnel to shut site down. Well, this is bad news.
Oh, don't worry. There's the Hydra. Don't read the article.
MPA requests financial settlement handover of domain. That'd be so funny. They're like, yeah, here's nia.net. MPA requests financial settlement handover of domain. The Torrent Freak website reported on Wednesday that the Motion Picture Association of America delivered a cease and desist letters to individuals in North America, Europe, and Australia in September who are allegedly in association with the Nya Torrent website. According to Torrent Freak's reporting, which ANN has not corroborated, legal representatives of the MPA allege copyright infringement on part of the website. The cease and desist letters demand that alongside the complete shutdown of the Nya website, the recipients of the letters also pay a financial settlement to the copyright holding members of the MPA and hand over the rights to the website and any technologies connected to it, including the website domain. Torrent Freak stated the copyright holding members of the MPA claimed that the website's activities have caused significant irreparable damage to the companies. Torrent Freak stated that it could not confirm whether any of the individuals who received the letters are in a position of power at Nya. A Twitter account linked to Nya's website made a statement on November 4th in response to the Torrent Freak article. To briefly address this, we have no plans to shut down or quit at this time. If we do choose to shut down eventually, we will make a public database dump for any successor entity we use. We will not be just disappearing like our predecessor site, leaving everyone else on their own. According to a post on the same Twitter account, CDN, Content Delivery Network, and DDoS, Distributed Denial Service Protection Service, Cloudflare, terminated services with the Nya website in April 2018, which Torrent Freak reported was due to alleged use of Cloudflare. Fuck you, ANN. Is it Cloudflare or
I think it's Flare? I swear it's Flare.
Cloudflare.
Where?
That's why I'm like, oh, it must be a company. copyright systems. NIA's operators denied any wrongdoing at the time. The website is still available as of press time. Okay, so I want to say something real quick so I don't forget. So I'm working on this premiere video, right?
All right.
I work really hard on these videos because I want them to be good, and I want you to have to look at my ugly mug as little as possible by throwing B-roll footage over what you're watching. So at one point in the video, I talk about the concept of wherever you go. I've probably brought this up on the podcast before, but I'm going to bring it up again. Everywhere you go, if you're a man walking with your friend who's also a man, that the idea in the mind of the general public is, oh, those are some gay guys, right? And it's like, it's not even necessarily that it's true, but it's like, that like male
it's an assumptive
or whatever about it. So I'm looking for a clip where that happens in something.
Where there are two guys walking down the street holding hands. You know what? There's a lot of stuff like
not
that.
necessarily walking down the street, but just like where mistaken for gay happens, right, in a series. I've got something from Supernatural that kind of works, but not really. I've also got something from Seinfeld, which also kind of works, but not really. I'm thinking, I know this has occurred in anime before, and I'm wondering if anybody can think of an anime where it happens. I feel like
there's some on the tip of my tongue. It's
or something like that. As soon as you ask the question, everybody immediately forgets the one that they might have been able to tell.
There's something literally on the tip of my tongue because I'm like, God damn it. Oh, in Persona, they just did the Persona anime. Remember Ryuji and the main character?
Right.
They have that whole gay moment.
But they get mistaken for gay by a bunch
gay
of
people. Okay.
Really?
No, you're talking about Persona or
5.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, so you are talking about Persona 5. I thought you were talking about kanji in Persona 4.
Anyway, so
I don't remember Persona 4 enough.
If anybody remembers an anime where that occurs, hit me up just so that I can pull up that, because I'm looking for the best clip to use, because it kind of like what you want out of it is you want the character having that realization like what, no, kind of thing. Like that's the ideal scenario. And the ones that I have, they work for the segment that they're in the show, the respective show. But when you see them in the clip, if you don't specifically remember a Seinfeld, it doesn't necessarily read, or whatever. So I'm just trying to make something work, and I'm just throwing that out there because that's something I could use some help with for that video. It's also why I need the Hunter x Hunter one, because it connects to that. And I kind of am thinking about using the same clip from the Hunter x Hunter video, which hasn't been released yet.
Dude, I'm wondering if there's a scene in Haven't You Heard I'm Sakamoto? As many gay moments as there is in that show.
I feel like maybe in Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun there might have been something. I
haven't seen that.
But again, I'm just throwing that out there in case anybody watches the podcast, happens to be.
Oh wait, no, I was just gonna say My Love Story, but like no.
I mean, a character being mistaken as gay versus two guys.
It's got to be two guys together. Is what
I was thinking of the Saran Wrap. For some reason I was thinking of the Saran Wrap scene. I was like, well, nope, that's not right.
Okay. All right.
I still think the prison school scene is the only thing I can think of right now in the shower where he's like bent over.
Yeah, but see,
that's different.
That doesn't quite. It's not quite the same thing. See, the thing is, the idea.
What about in it hasn't been too long. Would you still love a pervert as long as she's cute?
Oh,
one of the main girls is a Fujoshi, and she's always putting her two friends together, and whenever they're side by side, she's staring at them. It happens in class a lot.
It has to have verbal decline.
Well, yeah. What it needs. Well, it might work. It might work, especially. Oh, no, that one won't necessarily work because I'm Hensuki. So the videos literally go after at the end of the premiere video. I say we're about to go see Hensuki, right? So like it might work. I have to watch Hensuki. See, it's weird when you have to work on like 5 videos at a time because they're supposed to be watched sequentially or whatever, or you want them to link properly so that they continue to build on each other because they were recorded on top of each other. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why it's a little bit tricky, because I got a bunch of videos that I did with Duo that are way too long because we can talk forever, me and him. And Arizona, we keep overheating the camera, which, by the way, Black Friday is coming up.
That poor camera.
Cyber Monday. And I'm thinking about buying a new camera. The Sony A6600 can record for like 6 hours at 4K without overheating. So that would be nice. I'd like to do that. So if you want to send me birthday money,
just buy you a camera for Christmas. I'll give you give you one of those burner Polaroid cameras.
$1,600 camera. You're not going to buy it for Christmas. I have a reminder on my phone to remind me when Black Friday happens and stuff, so I can check the price. And I've got it in my phone. This is how much it costs right now. Is it cheaper? Pull the trigger on that shit. Anyway, all right. So enough of that. I just want to throw that out there. And let's go back to this. I need to add this to the doc, by the way, just in case I ever need to reference it in the future.
I'll add it to the doc if you want me to.
Can you add it to the? Put it in streaming news.
Streaming
I
news.
suppose.
Okay.
Yeah, the bottom of streaming news.
So,
Okay.
Go back to that for a second. Basically, cut off one head, 10 more will arise.
Yes, I do love this. So to briefly address this, we have no plans to shut down or quit at this time. If we do choose to shut down eventually, we'll make a public database dump. It's like basically they're telling you, come get us. We have a dead man switch, right?
Yeah, and there's multiple. I mean, the site went down for a while, and it came back up ready to go with somebody else.
The site went down for...
So...
In the same way that
I like how I continually dox one of our viewers all the time. Oh, it's the only thing in streaming news. That'll work. Okay.
All right. Oh yeah, streaming news.
I'm throwing it in right now just because I saw the doc open.
And end of the streaming news, you said?
I got it. I'm putting it in.
Oh, you're doing it right now. Okay, never mind.
Right now, I'm publishing the update. Okay. All right. Anyway, I got to move on here. Demon Slayer Tamagotchi on sale now. Pre-orders for 9 more types on the way.
I still can't believe Tamagotchi.
I'm not sure why this needed to have like porn pixelation.
Pornsolation.
It's like, hey, it's gonna be what? What's this? Oh, no. It's just a little weird. It's a little weird for their thumbnail. So yeah, they're all themed after the characters from Demon Slayer. Which, by the way, I really would like to do a Demon Slayer Watch Club. I just need us to all have it.
You gotta wait till mid-January at the latest, or earliest. Mid-January at the earliest.
Is it even getting a dub? Because I checked Funimation the other day and it played.
It's been dubbed. It's been on Toonami. It's rerunning on Toonami.
You know what really sucks is that even though I have everything set on Funimation to go dubbed, I'll start new shows all the time. It's like, this is still subbed?
Are you talking about the broadcast
or whatever? Like, does it not carry over your selection on audio choice?
It does.
And last time I checked it the other day, I was like, let me see if this has got a dub. So I searched Demon Slayer, pressed play on it, first episode, never watched it. No dub. And it's not playing subbed with subtitles.
That's a thing with Demon Slayer because it's airing on Toonami.
Yeah,
the dub is not available for streaming.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't know it was being streamed with Toonami. I don't have cable.
Yeah, and it's an Aniplex of America release.
But believe it or not, Funimation didn't screw you there.
Yeah.
You know what? I am sorry, Funimation. I will admit I'm wrong.
All right. So, Whisper of the Heart's antiques brought to life through intricate replicas. Yeah, they are pretty. They're pretty nice. I would like one. I won't buy them.
That cat won't yellow in the sun because it's already been pre-yellowed.
Are they even for sale, or are they just somebody made a bunch of replicas? Oh, to celebrate.
No, they are for sale. There's a site. That's why I said that's why it's in merch news instead of miscellaneous.
their now famous rendition of Country Roads. Yeah, the one where they're like, Country Road.
Oh my!
I love that movie, actually. Despite my making fun of how they sing Country Roads in Japanese. Anyway, so moving on. Beautiful 3D puzzle kit lets you build Ghibli Spirited Away bathhouse with no tools or glue.
Like a Gundam model?
This is the kind of thing, seriously, you build this thing, and then it's like, wow, that's so cool for about 3 days. And then you're like, damn, this thing takes up a lot of room. I need to have like
how do you take it apart now?
Right, like I need to have like a permanent place to display this for now, because it cost me like $99. Got LEDs and shit in it, and you're like, all right, and then you go, okay, you take that side, let's move it, and then you forget that it's plugged in, and you like pull it apart, and it gets destroyed. That's how I see that going. I remember one time for Christmas. Do you guys remember the Aquanauts Lego line? They were like the underwater guys.
I think I might have.
My parents bought me this like under the sea
Aquanauts
play set that was $100 back in like 1997 or something. And it's probably actually 94, come to think of it. But my dad and brother, because I was really young back then, helped build the whole thing. And it had one of those like, you know, the base where they just like, you start out with the base and it's like,
all about that base.
The flat green thing?
Yeah, the flat green with like, basically, right? But this one was blue, right? And it had like 2 separate bases, and I think it had like printed.
Stop confusing the colorblind people.
It had printed like designs on it or something, so they had to go together, and you basically held the bases together with what was built on top or something like that.
Yeah.
And I remember it's like it's probably midnight, right? And I go to take it upstairs. And then I'm like halfway up the stairs, and it just goes, and it like the 2 base pieces. Like holding them together in the middle, it caused them to just sandwich and like.
Yeah, that must have been the loudest freaking explosion.
Probably like 3 or 4 hours building it, and I never got it put back together.
I'm pretty sure Random 11 is talking about this thing in the comments. It was not dubbed by Viz. It was dubbed by Bang Zoom.
However, we can see how you would make that correlation because Viz typically gets Bang Zoom to dub their shows.
Well, he goes on to say, so it's not on any stream. Viz sucks balls.
Viz does not suck balls. Viz has nothing to do with it.
Balls. Okay, well, we can hash out that argument another time. Fact check him.
I already fact checked him.
Have our own fact check website by next podcast for Random 11 things. Oh yeah. Also, Old Man says It's a Gundam got marked as a kid's channel. His channel is more edgy comedy than family friendly. Yeah, I saw that. That's actually I saw that. Well, there's too much backstory for me to go on to another story. We're not going to do it.
Right.
You too can harden in this human-sized metaphor.
Holy crap!
Do you have to be sitting up?
What about laying down?
Can you imagine on a cold winter's night, you're just playing video games with a wireless controller in this thing? I like this.
Slowly
I
hardening.
might need to own this.
Are you getting hard?
Are you having trouble getting hard?
$33? Fuck no.
Are you getting hard because you're in Metapod? Or are you getting hard because you're in the privacy of Metapod?
No, I think the Metapod just helps you.
One of these things.
That's what I'm saying. It helps you get hard.
It's got the pre-tent for your, 3-foot Krillin
Get
dome.
the pretent for your pretense.
It kind of looks like, from this angle, it looks like Peter Pan's shoe. All right. So this is way too expensive. I'm not spending $300 on this.
I hate
routinely brought in money like that. I would buy so much useless shit for the lulz.
I hate to derail you, but what is it? Swole is in like 20 minutes, so can we possibly do the watch club early? Like right now, early?
Can I?
The man's got swole.
Might as well. Let's do swole. I mean, watch.
Yeah, let's do Swole just on stream live.
Let's just get your kettlebells and let's go.
Come on, FD, I'll work out with you. Me and my duck that'll do you.
We'll do. One of us will do squats.
Well, I'll do a quack ton.
Okay, so Millennium ActRhys. Millennium.
You guys need me to split for this?
Oh no, you don't have to split. Have you seen?
Okay, cool. I didn't see it, so I was like, I don't know how you guys do things.
Well, you can silently observe us, and then you can take my place for when I depart.
Okay.
All right.
So, Millennium ActRhys by Satoshi Kon. So I was telling RHYS before the podcast started that I don't actually really like Satoshi Kon's work as much. I think a lot of his work is like the movies aren't bad, but the stories are just not like
compelling.
Compelling is a great word for it. So I would say if I had to rank Satoshi Kon from top to bottom, it would be Paprika, fantastic film, fun watch, visually stunning, stories interesting enough that it keeps you going, but it's largely because the story bridges each visual thing, right? Then Paranoia Agent, great, what do you call that? Suspense or whatever. Enjoyed that a lot. Perfect Blue, probably next after that. I mean, it's a good movie, but I don't really have an itch to see it again. Tokyo Godfathers and Millennium ActRhys are towards the bottom. I don't know which one I would put at the bottom. Probably Tokyo Godfathers, even though I legitimately probably do like it more. Just because, when I sit down and think, oh, yes, I want to watch it. It's kind of like sitting down and watching Grave of the Fireflies a little bit. It's a story, I know I've seen Tokyo Godfathers probably at least 3 times, and it's another one of those things where it's like every time I watch it, I'm pleasantly surprised by the end of how the movie kind of turned out, and I've already forgotten it by the morning. I remember there's a baby or something, and a guy who they decided
it's the 3 Godfathers in Japan.
Yes, the 3 Godfathers, 3 men and a baby. Yes. No, actually, one of them is a girl, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. So those are my thoughts on Satoshi Kon. Visually, a mastermind visual storytelling. Stories not usually that good, and especially in the case of Millennium ActRhys, I watched 2 simps pine over people for an hour and a half. Right, and it was kind of okay.
At the end, I came to the realization. I'm like, what did I get from this? The thing is, I actually enjoyed it more than I expected because, based on the title, I was like, ActRhys. God, things with idols, actresses, all this stuff, all these. Not necessarily inherently vain categories, but maybe idolism. But the thing is, I really don't sympathize or care for someone that's I want to go into this career where I'm going to be super popular, and then my agent's going to be running me, and I'm basically not even going to be a human anymore. But anyway, so when I watch this, and it's oh yeah, we're doing a documentary on this actress and stuff, which in a way sounds kind of boring on the surface. But when I realized that, I think I'm interpreting this right. It's they're presumably recreating all of the things that she went through or whatever as she's telling the story, and they have this.
Those aren't things she went through, even though. They're roles she played in the movies that she was in for the sake of reaching
the pain.
Right?
So 2 things then. One is, that's even more confusing. Why did he have the cameraman and guy
I thought that was great. I loved that part.
I thought that was cool, but I didn't understand.
It's really interesting, right?
Yeah, but it makes no sense.
So I'll say this though: this movie is Titanic, without the epic iceberg and death.
The thing I thought was kind of forced was how they tried to tie every single movie into, oh, I'm looking for him. It's like, there's no way in your career you'd have exclusively cast typed into the girl looking for someone else or something. I don't know. That felt kind of forced, but like, you know, you can overlook it for
she was probably in significantly more movies than the ones that were used in those segments, and those were just the ones that fit that narrative. I mean, my dad's been in like 500 movies.
I mean, maybe, but like, we don't really get that clarity. It's kind of, you know, up to us to decide that. But the thing is, I didn't even know why the guys were in the quote movie flashback type deal. I did think it was really kind of cool way of looking into things. But at the end of the day, it makes no sense.
21.
And the other thing is, like, it was a cool idea. But then at the end of the day, once again, it's like you're seeing a cuck following another cuck being further cucked. And the thing is, she was chasing after him for the most, trivial reason of promise.
Yeah. So two things. Number one, this
I barely even knew him.
First of all, again, it's Titanic. Oh, here's the blue thing, the blue jewel or whatever we found at the bottom of the ocean. Tell us the story about how you got banged in a car, right? That's essentially what it was, except that the love interest guy is not even in the movie, really, or the flashback, right?
It's the Cucktanic
story. Yeah, it's really the story of the filmmaker guy who used to work in the studio with her.
I thought he was going to be the creep stalker, right? Which he kind of was, but I mean, he wasn't creepy like the horse guy in Perfect Blue,
right? See, because he's not actually a cuck, because she never ends up with the other guy, except for the sense that he's cucked out of the fact that she's emotionally devoted herself to a guy that isn't her, and she doesn't even know he exists until he comes back with the fucking key, right? That's the only time she even starts to be aware of his existence, even though he saved her from the earthquake, right?
The thing is, what is it? Oh god damn it! It was on the tip of my tongue. It's like the cuck guy. Never mind. Continue. I'll try and think of it.
So yeah, I just think that like it's not a story that resonates with me because I don't have the pining for somebody you can't have.
Oh, I remember. He's like, it's the key that unlocks everything or whatever. And it was clearly his painting tools. It's like, she could have been like so hell-bent on his crypticness just for the sake of symbolism or something. And she just wasted her whole life because actually that just unlocks my painting tools. I just refer to it as everything.
Yeah,
it's just like,
think about it though. So she says in the beginning of the movie that she was a girl who was into girly magazines and dreamed of her prince, right? And then
oh god, you really didn't get that.
Well, she meets this guy for like an exchange
0.5 of a second,
maybe 20 seconds, maybe, right? And all he does is say, "Keep it secret, keep it safe, Frodo Baggins." And that's basically it, right? Here's my key.
And she's head over heels.
And it's like she's head over heels. The key has so little significance in the grand scheme of things, but he like runs away with her heart to Manchuria, right? Where he's like a propagandist or something. I'm guessing that's what the painting was for. And then he actually gets killed. When the guy shows up to give the key and he's given that weepy story or whatever, does he end up saying we killed him or they killed him?
I think he said I killed him.
Yeah, he killed him personally.
Why did you feel obligated to bring that fucking key all the way to some actress?
That's another good question, I guess, because he felt that guilty. But I mean, still, I don't know if anyone would really do that when you're in war, when you're killing left and right.
Why were they chasing this painter? Like, seriously.
This is the reason I don't like things that rely on this whole symbolism thing. You need to have some like explicit thing that you can get behind, I guess you could say, rather than every freaking aspect is left up to your interpretation.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I love you, guys.
Love you too. I'm getting cucked on dinner because this is my daughter's leftovers. That's so nasty. I say that right as I'm putting dripping right dressing in my mouth.
You like another cream in your mouth, I guess.
All right. So anyway, you guys have anything else you want to say about Millennium ActRhys?
It looked really good.
I liked it. I mean, I enjoyed. I remember liking it when I first watched it. This is the second time I've seen it. I liked it a lot still. I think I liked it more with the dub because Ben Diskin as the cameraman was awesome.
Yeah. Shaggy. He had a stoner.
Like what? Like his deadpan. Are we really doing this now again?
Yeah.
Who the fuck are you? You know.
He was so great.
Yeah, that was really good.
The voice actress for the girl felt.
There's like 3 different voice actors for her.
She felt really weird.
The first one sounded like a bootleg Laura Bailey. Not that that's a bad thing. I just thought sounds like her, but it doesn't sound like her at the same time. I mean, it was a pretty. I liked it compared to Perfect Blue because it wasn't this whole paranoia. Oh, they're out to get me, stalker deal. I liked, how I didn't. At the very least, I was able to like sit back and enjoy it for what it was, rather than tension. Is this gonna? Are we gonna die? Or the whole what the hell's going on thing? I mean, there still was a bit of that, but at a certain point, I got it, and I'm like, okay, they're connecting all of the movies back to back. Admittedly, though, that novelty wore off after like movie, I don't know, 5 or 7. I can't really tell you which one. And then I'm like, okay, so now that I've gotten to that point, I'm like, what am I looking for? The fact that she clearly doesn't get the guy because you see her at the beginning. That's probably one of the good things about it is that you see at the beginning the results, so you don't have this anticipation of, oh, does she die? Oh, does she get murdered by the stalker? But I think it's it's worth a watch at least.
I think regarding movies, I think I'm mostly opposite of ACs. I think my favorite ones are either Millennium ActRhys or Tokyo Godfathers. I'm probably going to put Tokyo Godfathers at the top one, just because I really like that one. Then Millennium ActRhys, then Paprika, then Perfect Blue.
Okay.
I'm going to have to rewatch Paranoia to get that one.
Did we watch Perfect Blue for a watch club?
Yes, I did.
You already did, yeah.
Right. So it's only correct that we should watch
the next one, whatever the next one.
At some point.
What chronologically comes
thank
next?
you for agreeing.
Did you guys ever watch Murder Princess?
Nope.
Nope.
No, I think I might own it.
I've seen it, but we didn't watch it for.
Right.
That man, I love it.
I thought it was pretty mediocre.
Really?
I remember watching it.
Hunter.
I remember watching it when I was in college because I was getting into anime.
Shot called. All right.
I liked how there was a beginning and then there was an end, and then there was a question that it could continue, but at least settle all the first stuff.
Yeah, fuck middles.
Fuck the middle.
I noticed the music. He must use the same composer for all of his movies. For Satoshi Kon.
I love the 8-bit randomly, whether in like what is it, Samurai Times? You just hear this 8-bit gamer music, and I'm like, this kind of is inappropriate for the era, but I mean, it kind of works, honestly.
it just resonated with me for some reason.
I would bet you that if I had watched all the movies that I was reading about in the book on 100 Years of Japanese Film, that I would have appreciated Millennium Actress a lot more, because I think it's probably supposed to be tied into the life of like Seijun Suzuki or somebody. And it's probably a kind of meta referencing movies that somebody in Japan made.
But if it's slightly nonfiction, then does that really make it better?
Nah.
No, I'm just saying I would have found little references that I would have enjoyed. Like, oh shit, this is that movie I watched. You know, they're recreating that scene, pretending that she's the actress in that one movie, kind of thing. Like the level of detail on the set. In that part,
I feel like with the nature of it all, this is everything is original, but it might be referencing very minutely something.
Well, I bet you anything that some of the lines that what do we call the guy? The documentary maker? What role was he?
The director.
Director? Okay, we'll call him director. So some of the lines the director had when he was like in the samurai, like I'll save you, I'm dying for the woman I love, kind of, those are probably directly lifted from some samurai movie that's
right
a classic in Japan, right? So that's what I'm saying, is that I might have enjoyed the movie more because I wasn't attached to the story, in the sense that I just don't give a shit about the unrequited love bullshit. I don't care. I'm not into that. I'm not a cuck, so I can't get behind that.
Damn.
But I can get behind.
He doesn't like unrequited love. You heard it here.
Well, like in Paprika, like realistically, the movie Paprika is not fantastic in terms of storytelling, but it's so visually interesting that you don't care. Right, it's the best one in my eyes because it's such a fun ride, and the music carries it so well. Like from one place to the next, it's so batshit crazy, and it's just fun to watch. Right, and I think that what I'm getting at is that had I been able to sit down and watch the Oko's Inn, or no, that's an anime. Hold on, there's an Inn in Tokyo. The Woman Who Descends the Stairs, all these old classic movies that I had bought and wanted to watch before I had to pack everything up and put it in the storage unit, that I probably would have enjoyed some of the history of Japanese film that was sort of just being shown. Hold on, I gotta take this call in the background.
Is this a good moment for me to take my lack of call to Swole?
I suppose if you really want. I mean, but
Wait
no,
till
not
Lance
right.
is unmuted.
I would say, just, can you stick around for a little bit?
Yeah, till Lance is unmuted, because yeah, you'll be like, "Hey guys,
welcome
hey,
back."
Rhys, what do you think, Rhys? Oh, well, you see, Rhys, yeah.
I'll be talking on each side of the microphone.
Yeah, exactly. Give us an ASMR treatment. But yeah, to like, I guess reiterate, I think it's worth watching.
Yep, I would agree.
It's pretty cool looking. It's more fun, I guess you could say, than say Perfect Blue. You don't have to like.
It's a very light movie.
Okay, look, I looked away for a second. How did I end up between you two?
So Brad took a call.
Okay.
All right, now that you're back, I will leave.
Okay. Get Jack.
Oh, wait, hold on. Before you leave, FDNM, just so we can verbally make our blood pact on when to do the next podcast.
Verbally make your blood pact.
Okay, verbally making it. Yes. What?
And immediately he leaves.
The 15th for Never Promised Land.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So
on the 15th, that is a Sunday.
All right, now that we have blood pacted that, I can binge it, and it will probably be easy if it's, the whole cliffhanger you need to watch.
Oh, yeah, you're going to go right through it.
Oh, yeah. Grab some water real quick.
You're gonna get through it. Yeah.
I'm
And then
going
I
home
can
tomorrow,
tell
and
my
I probably
Tempo Gear friend to finally shut up because I watched it.
So here's the thing: we can't actually say right now when the next podcast will be because we need to get Augie on board, and
Augie needs to be here.
right because you graciously spent out the nose so that we would all have it. Also, I heard that season 2 is going to start airing pretty soon, right?
Season 3 starts airing on January 7th.
Oh, there's a second season? Oh.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And you're going to love it. It's just like Attack on Titan.
It's going to be a very different show. It's kind of weird how you brought up Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan, up to this point, is one kind of show, and then the final season is going to be completely different. Now
Right.
swap
Yeah,
that
because of the dolphins or whatever.
and then swap that with Promised Neverland. Season 1 of Promised Neverland is one kind of show. Everything else after this point is completely different.
Is going to be completely different. Season 2, I guess.
Yes, and on all the way to the end of the series.
All right. Cool.
It's not the kind of cat and mouse thing that the first season is.
So real quick about the next podcast. So my birthday is on Sunday. My family knows that my birthday should not be celebrated at all. I don't want to go anywhere or do anything. So I would utilize that time to do the podcast. But because
Would it be a day podcast?
Well, that's the question, right? Because I'm working tomorrow through Saturday, I won't have time to compile articles as readily as I normally would. Because when I worked at the warehouse, I was able to, look up articles and stuff during my breaks.
So for now, 15th?
So we're going to say the 15th, the night of the 15th.
Okay, I will blood pack that. I got to split. If you guys are going to iron out the details, just let me know and I'll re-sign the blood pack.
We can say before you go that if Augie is able to make a Monday podcast next week, that would be preferable to me because
I can do that as well.
But we need to talk with him and get back to the audience.
We need to figure out if he's going to be still doing his self-flagellation at the church on Monday afternoon.
Right.
All right.
We have to call his nuns.
I can self-adjust anything else you need me to agree to.
Okay, that's it. All right.
Live on your knees for them.
It's appreciative that you're very agreeable, Maple Leaf.
Okay, Maple Man.
Maple person.
Maple Man.
Maple person. All right, see you guys.
Does everything a maple tree can.
All right, so back to this. We've got Godzilla versus Dry Indoor Air, which I'm assuming this is a humidifier.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's actually really cool. How much is that?
Probably more than you want to actually spend.
God damn it.
Is this guy on crack? Everyone and their mother already bought a Godzilla humidifier back in 2018. Did they have one?
Son of a bitch.
But this one, yeah, so they already had one, but this new one has like
This
orange
new one
light.
This new one looks cool.
This new one looks like it's like made out of Himalayan rock salt.
That'd be awesome.
You could lick it.
Purifies the air and humidifies the air.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so that's the thing. Moving on.
That's
Definitely a thing.
Cyberpunk kimono fashion hits the street of Akihabara, complete with neon sign obi. So I'm just going to scroll down because this is kind of neat. Like there's like the actual pattern on the kimono is like a circuit board.
That looks like a big ass fire hazard to me.
What is it? Oh, she's on a fucking green screen. It's the same fucking background image on all these. Like that guy's in mid stride and it's like turning for all these photos. Anyway, yeah, so it's kind of an interesting concept. I wonder where it keeps like the battery and stuff. What is this, like a scene from Akira? Like, anyway, get a taste of banana fish with anime scene inspired menu. So,
Banana fish.
I didn't know. I just threw it in there based on the title. I didn't read it.
I was wondering if there was going to be actual fish and bananas. Like,
move on.
That fish was questionable. Nah, man.
Studio Ghibli's Totoro and Kappa is forever preserved together in new statue. So they've unveiled this creepy ass statue. Well, I guess May's in there too. No Satsuki, it looks like. Oh, Satsuki's cooked. Okay, anyway, continuing. Eren, Mikasa, and Armin are eternalized in hometown of Attack on Titan creator.
Oh, God.
Perfect. Like, apparently he lives next to a dam or some shit.
Damn.
So when do we get?
I saw a clickbait article. Apparently, Attack on Titan is 98% done with the manga.
Oh.
How the hell do they come to that number? Never mind.
The author.
My problem. Yeah, I'm about 98% done.
I'm about 90% done 3 years later. We're 99% done.
Yeah, remember every time One Piece says, yeah, it's the final arc.
We need more money. It's another arc. That was the final arc to this story.
Panasonic unveils vacuum cleaner-like device with a magic hand designed to grab lost AirPods found on train tracks in Japan.
Specifically.
Yes.
AirPods.
Yep. Panasonic has developed a special vacuum cleaner that sucks up dropped earbuds. The device is being tested in Japanese train stations where nearly 1,000 pairs of earphones have been dropped on the tracks in just 3 months. Previously, train workers had to use a grabber tool to collect earbuds. The process was, quote, burdensome, according to staff, because the small audio devices would get stuck among the gravel. So there's a video that shows it. Dramatized. Customers are asked to alert railway staff about dropped items instead of trying to pick them up off the tracks themselves. According to Japanese railway operator RHYS, some 950 pairs of the wireless earphones fell onto the tracks in 78 stations between July and September of 2020, comprising a quarter of all items dropped. Comprising a quarter of all items dropped, the Japan Times reported. To address the problem, Japan Railway East partnered with Panasonic and is using the company's vacuum device at its Ikebukuro station, a major thoroughfare in North Tokyo. So far, the vacuum works much faster than traditional grabbers. Well, no duh. Just get one of those. Get a grabber just like the one they're using. With the. You squeeze it and the claw at the end goes like this, but just have it closed with a dust buster on the end of it and pick it up.
I've got one where it's got 4 like pinchers, so it's like and you squeeze it to open it.
Like a cream machine?
No, yeah, kind of like a claw machine at the end of it, but it's all on a spring.
It's a reverse gopher.
So you close your fist to open it, and you just release it and it closes automatically.
As someone who has a collection of headphones and hates earbuds because they get your ears infected, to each their own. If you use earbuds, that's fine with me. But the idea that people are like, hey, I'm going to drop these in the subway, then I'm going to have this guy retrieve them with a device that's going to suck up a bunch of dirt and everything with it. Do they just hand these back to people like, there you go, and people just stick them back in their ears?
I mean, I don't know if they stick them back in their ears or they put them in their pocket and then go home and sanitize it.
Hopefully.
But what are you talking about? People infect your ears?
Yeah, earbuds, the way that they go inside your ears. I've ran a recording studio for years. And this is where this came up because I was going to use earbuds because I knew there were some decent ones on the market. But the way earbuds go down in your ears, like if there's any type of bacteria on that, you run a high risk of getting an infection in your ear. It's all too easy, even just like leaving sweat on them or moisture.
I guess.
I'll say this, just something I saw.
AirPods. They go into a little case that should hopefully keep them from that happening. Right. The only problem is they're filthy.
Mm-hmm. And then leaving earwax on them. And then, I mean, it's the list goes on and on, but the worst part of it is like, if you're using them in your home where it's you and your germs, that's one thing. But earbuds and all that kinds of stuff that go down in your ears for public use, although that's where people really want it, be careful touching them. And this just right here brings PTSD back for me. You can really mess with your ears by just handling these things in public. And then your nasty hands, you put it back in your ear. There you go.
Nasty hands.
Yeah, well, say this.
Sorry.
That's all right. I've been thinking about the speakers on my iPhone. I can't fucking hear anything when I'm driving and I have the phone playing a video or something and I'm trying to listen to the news or whatever. I can't hear anything while I'm driving. And I think, I don't know if my ears are legitimately probably getting worse, especially at my new job, because I'm sticking my head down in a trash can and then shooting a high-powered pressure washer into it, and it's like fucking loud. But I think my I don't know if Apple is just because I have like an iPhone 8 or whatever.
Use iPhone? Ugh.
And the iPhone 12 is out now, and every time a new iPhone comes out, an update comes out that slows down your previous phone, right? You'll notice a spike in Google searches for why is my iPhone slow, right? But I think that I don't know. I've been trying to clean out the speakers, which has proven extremely difficult, and I might just be losing my hearing. I need to go to a ear, nose, and throat doctor and get my earwax removed, see if that makes any difference whatsoever. My dad had bad hearing though when I was a kid, so I think it's probably just genetic.
I wish it was. I have I know I have tinnitus. Like my
tinnitus.
I know I like my constantly ringing.
As someone who sat in front of a guitar amp and a bass amp and all that for years, I didn't lose my hearing for many of the bands and stuff I played in. But when I used to weed eat and work in yard company and stuff a lot, I have I did stuff back before they like really started going, oh, you have to wear headphones. I mean, have to wear like protection. But the thing is like that one thing sitting on my right side, because I held it right-handed. I'm kind of bidextrous, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. I'm bidominant.
Ambidextrous.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, like, I can't do everything the same, but like my left hand has things it can do that's like weird. People are like, how do you do it with your left hand? But you can write with your right, huh?
I can open a jar with my left hand, but not with the right hand.
Yeah.
Are you a southpaw?
I don't know what that is.
So if you were to get in a boxing stance, are you right-handed?
I can go right or left. I used to do a little bit of boxing. I can kind of do right or left. I also
what do you usually
right
right
or left.
You put your right foot forward or your left?
I never formally boxed. I don't. I know. I put my left. I can put my left. I can leave with my left shoulder. Huh?
Do you ride a skateboard goofy or regular?
I ride it right. I ride that right way.
So you ride it with left foot forward and you push with your right foot.
No, I lead with my right foot, and then I push my left foot.
Yeah, that's goofy stance. You're a southpaw then. Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm right-handed, but I jab instead of cross or whatever it's called. Anyway, I think that's natural for people who are like that to have certain things you're better at with your left hand.
Yeah, that was my joke earlier. Like I'm a lefty, but he's like, "Wait, you play guitar right-handed?" Well, I hold some things backwards because, like, whenever I did yard work, I always was left dominant in yard work, so I'd always write with my left hand, like I'd lead my left hand. But I brought that up. I brought that up to make a point.
Right.
Good God! Actually, I left that point like 5 miles ago. Well, about the ear,
the ear protection or whatever.
Yes,
right?
about the stuff on my right. Since I've always had the stuff on my right side, I have elevated hearing. Like I took a eye test years ago that they had a visual thing you had to look at. I failed it technically because I couldn't see the stuff. But the thing was that I got every button right. I got everything right because of the sound the machine made when the
really?
thing blinked. So even when I wasn't supposed to see it, I still got it all right.
That's weird.
So when they retook it and they put headphones on me, I failed. But when my head was just sitting there and they had this thing on me and I was just looking at it, I heard every noise the machine made and I got everything right. The lady was like, "It's like a video game. You see the light, you press the button." Well, I pressed the button every time I heard the noise.
Yeah.
And they were like, "There's no way you saw those because they weren't there." I was like, "Well, let me explain something." But I have depleted hearing in my right ear. And it's down to basically what a normal person's is, from what they explained, although I still kind of hear better. But the thing with the ear pods that I've always couldn't understand, and I guess you wear them, why in the world don't they make a better apparatus to go on the ear that doesn't fall off as easily and just have it wireless?
Fall out. I don't know what's going on in Japan. You know what it is in Japan? It's the hard earwax.
You know?
You know how in Japan you always see an anime like the guy with his head in the girl's lap and she's like ice picking out the earwax with the stick. Yeah, because for some reason Asian people, their earwax is hard instead of soft.
Well, the weird thing is like when you constantly pick at your ears, it makes them make more earwax. It makes it tougher.
Right. Yeah.
So that's probably the problem. After all these years of like that little fetish there, they're probably like, "Yep."
Yeah. All right. Anyway, so let's continue reading this article here. Traditionally, workers
derailing this train so hard.
Workers would have to use 8-foot grabbers to retrieve AirPods and other devices. The process was burdensome, staffers say, because the earbuds would get stuck among the gravel. According to Japanese railway operator Japan Railway East, some 950 pairs of wire. I love it when you just say the exact same fucking thing that you just said in your article in the stupid caption for the damn picture. But dropping Apple's $160 AirPods on subway tracks is hardly unique to Japan. The MTA in New York has considered a special announcement warning commuters not to remove their earbuds while getting on or off a train. It's a very simple message. If you drop your AirPods on the tracks, tell a member of staff. We will get your property back for you, former New York City Transit Authority President Andy Byford said last year. I can hear the snark in the way he's saying it too. We may not be able to get it back instantaneously, but the other message is, whatever you do, don't even think about jumping down onto the tracks to go and retrieve your property. Don't, he added. Never ever do that. You can't rely on guessing when the next train might turn up. Make sure that you tell a member of staff, we'll get it back for you and we'll keep you safe. Byford had said the MTA would never stop a train service to recover AirPods, but it would do its best to collect them later. Between March and mid-July 2019, MTA records show subway workers retrieved 84 AirPods, plus hundreds more listed as earbuds, earpods, or headphones. From September to December, the number grew to 1,220, according to the New York Times. They are more valuable to commuters than their lives, one subway cleaner told the New York Post. Just last week, I had to stop a man from going down to the tracks to get them. I told him to go upstairs to the booth and make a report.
You know,
he's filthy, but he's mine again. Oh, gross. That's exactly what you described. Holy shit. New Yorker Ashley Mayer recovered her AirPods from the subway tracks using a broom and some duct tape. MTA officials recommend commuters notify employees about dropped items rather than try to retrieve something themselves. You can't rely on guessing when the next train might turn up. Make sure that you tell. This is the exact same fucking shit.
You just read that. Oh, sorry.
In July 2019, New Yorker Ashley. Oh my God! Come on. Recounting her subway adventure on Twitter, Meyer said she cleaned her AirPods off at home and they were working wonderfully. So I hate to say it, but if I dropped my AirPods, I would absolutely jump down and get them. Because when you,
I don't know.
Yeah, they're $160 or whatever.
Oh, okay.
But when I look at this picture, I feel like I could see the train coming from a mile away, right? And legitimately, I'm sure that I'm strong enough that I could get down there, grab it, and jump back up in 10 seconds.
But then you get that cramp.
I think that the cramp would just cause me super adrenaline that I would just be lifting up with a different muscle,
Then you stop the train.
Cramp in my arm. Jump the 8 feet. Oh no, the cramp is in my leg. Make her pull up.
Make him fall. Oh no,
all of a sudden, the cramp is in your right leg. Your left leg becomes Superman. you just 1 foot this fucking 5 foot tall block of concrete.
And then like your full body cramps up. You're like, well, I better stick my dick in this crack. And
honey, quick, do the thing.
Cock collapse.
That would be a really good OVA for Shimonetta. Just all of a sudden, like, look, I'm stuck in the subway, everything's broken, do the thing. His dick explodes and he flies up in the air.
Japanese inventors create robot girlfriend hand for lonely people to hold and walk with. A ton of thought went into the clever device, which actually has some heartwarming goals.
Okay.
A few things. Good.
I brought this up to you. I hit you with a long time ago, like about the waifu thing, and you're like, I don't like waifus. Yeah,
I just don't understand.
You don't understand it. Okay, my bad.
Right.
Well, this part of Japanese or any culture, I can't understand. If you're lonely and you're sitting there holding an inanimate object,
right?
And I'm like, it's supposed to be like a hand or something. I realize people hug a pillow. Not talking about body pillows. No, I'm just like a hug a pillow or your favorite stuffed animal or something. I understand like that can have like a mental thing, but like you're sitting there holding a damn phone or something like just a fucking hand or some shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, when your brain clicks like for half a second, you realize, man, this is just this is supposed to be a part of another thing.
Yeah, no, I can understand. I can understand the guy who's quitting smoking and needs to suck a dick or something.
He gets the dildo plus.
Have you seen the Whitest Kids You Know?
The Whitest Kids I Know did what? Brad got very quiet.
I think we lost him.
Oh no! Look at that! Look, hold on, I'm screen capping that. Look at that smile on his face.
Hold on, I gotta immortalize this.
I just took a picture of it.
Hold on.
Now it is the RHYS 2753 and Lance show.
Hold on. Yep, I got a message. I think she's messaging me.
She is?
He is.
Oh, I was like, wait a minute, did I assume something?
Undo. Hold on.
And
I'm trying to get a decent square, but his head's very angular.
He's trying to get a decent square. Are you saying that Brad is a decent square?
Save as JPEG.
I gotta watch out. I don't know if he wants people to call him Brad or not.
Pictures, profile. I don't know. Downloads. I'm just save. Alright, so we lost him. He'll be right back.
Right back with you know what we will go to intermission where I just annoy the crap out of Reese.
We will go to intermission. Audio editor.
All right, Reese. Well, who's your waifu?
Say again.
Who's your waifu?
I don't have one.
You don't?
Nope.
Ah. Husbando then.
There you go. Got him.
Hold on. I think I can do that too. Give me just a second. Let's see.
That's actually pretty good. There we go. Decently cropped in a circle. And it goes along with my other collection of revealing Brad faces.
Your tell-all of the Brad from that you.
I mean, we got that one. We got this one, and my personal favorite. This is my personal. That's my personal favorite one.
I'm not able to see any of that at the moment because I'm currently in my clipper.
Oh, okay.
He's doing this real quick, like.
I got a new picture, AC. You want to see it? There you go.
Hold on, I can't. Oh, is that me? No, it's not a bad one, I guess. All right. So, my apologies.
don't apologize. I enjoyed it.
I merely almost brushed the Ethernet cable, and the entire internet for the entire house just came down.
You gave it a love stroke and it just shorted out.
Yeah, like I exhaled a little too hard next to it. Anyway, so the comedy troupe, The Whitest Kids You Know, did a skit for a fake smoking recovery product that they called Nick-a-Dick, right? And the idea was that when you need the nicotine fix, you have to stick this phallic object in your mouth and fillet it until it ejaculates the nicotine into your mouth.
Oh, Jesus.
And it was like, it's like so off-putting to the guys that it like helps them get off nicotine because right. Like,
that was a terrible pause in there.
Get off.
Oh my god.
Right.
I'm not allowed to change my avatar again because I'm apparently not signed in to whatever you guys use here.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's see if I can. I cannot. I can edit your name.
Well, real quick, old man says, I do yard work and I always wear ear protection. My coworker started losing his hearing in his late 50s. So I would like to have ear protection, but the thing is that I am drenched almost the entire day.
Yeah.
Like I am legitimately underwater pretty much for most of the day with how, because I actually care about doing a good job. And I am in the fucking can with the stupid gun shooting the little debris that won't come off of some like sucker that melted in the hot sun or something. I'm spraying that shit really close. So I would like to wear ear protection, but I can't think of something that I could wear that would be
effective and yet not gross. And
well, yeah, not have it get all wet, number one. But also I need to be able to hear when somebody's trying to get my attention. Cause sometimes like we try, like seriously, we will pull up, grab your trash can, get it on the truck, and we'll be in and out of there in 2 minutes flat or less. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But, sometimes you pull up at just the wrong time and somebody needs to get out of their driveway that you're blocking on the other side and you can't see them. You know what I mean? So I have to be alert and everything. So I don't know.
It sounds crazy. I understand exactly what you're doing because I used to do some work on a plantation. It's kind of a plantation. And the trash guy used to always drive up and I would ride with him like to go get the garbage cans and stuff because people would leave their cars or they'd leave a golf cart or something. And, but I have kind of an idea, but it's really stupid. It really, I guess, depends on what weather you're in. Well, actually, this is the dumbest thing I could think of, but it actually works.
I could literally just wear earplugs, I guess.
you could put in, you could get those ones that are meant for swimming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's what I sit on you like and that'll dampen it a little bit. But
yeah,
honestly,
I got to do something just because I really don't want to get my hearing, have it get any worse. I know there's some natural ways to improve your hearing. I was looking that up on my phone the other day. I didn't read any of them. I didn't get that far into the freaking holistic article with a billion ads at the top. But I need to do something just because I want it to get better. And I know it's like my dad's hearing is not really bad. It's just bad with kids, right? Which is about where I'm at. Kids and phones. God damn it. Like, speak up, bitch. I feel like if I just got a new phone, it might be louder, though. I really feel like that might be part of the gimmick.
The dumbest and yet probably most effective thing you can do, and I know people kind of forget this is a thing. If you're ever around a noise that's like, let's say you go to a church and their music is kind of like, you can talk over it. It's not, that loud, but it's still loud enough that you have to speak up. But let's say you go to a rock concert and, it's kind of, you feel that bass or something hitting you. If you're ever at a noise that's kind of drowning out stuff around you, always make sure to leave your mouth open.
Huh.
Because it's a
Oh,
little
because
trick.
then you hear,
If you,
the vibration, right?
what it does is it's a vibration thing. And believe it or not, if your mouth is closed, let's say you went to see a space shuttle, which is the most extreme example.
Yeah.
Your ears will be in hell. You leave just the act of your jaw being like slightly down and your mouth being open allows things to vibrate and leave you. I don't understand all the science behind it.
So I'll say this. I definitely will never open my mouth doing the job that I do. Because I am spraying dog shit out of those cans on a daily basis and maggots and other things. But it's good to know that I could be improving my hearing by risking it.
Hey, put on a face mask.
Yeah. All right, anyway, let's get back to this.
So,
over the lips and through the phone.
Get yourself a hazmat suit.
Just wear a gimp suit with a ball gag. Few things in life provide that special mixture of calm reassurance and energizing warmth, like going for a walk hand in hand with your sweetheart. But as a group of engineering researchers, whose names I'm going to just skip, from Japan's Gifu University point out, for some people, finding a girlfriend is very difficult. Don't they know it? Some of these are girls' names. Moika, Koshiro, Toru, Takeru, and Moika, the ugly lesbian, needed to make this device.
That's unfortunate.
So the quartet set out to create a method for people to experience holding your girlfriend's hand more easily than finding a girlfriend. And the result is the robot shown in this video called Osampo Kanojo, Walk Girlfriend, or to use its designated English name, My Girlfriend in Walk.
All right,
I gotta see some of this.
You know, it amazes me like how Japanese culture is. Oh my God, they need to get married and have kids so bad, and over here in America, we're like, could we like slow down for like 5 minutes?
Well, my favorite thing about this is Japan has a serious population decline problem, and their solutions are all worse than just dealing with the dragon that is asking a girl out. Like, for real, guys, just talk to her. Like, seriously.
That is a mind-blowing problem to me, because to me it's not a problem. I'm like, just talk to people. Like, I don't understand. Japan or some Japanese people are like some of those open-minded people you're going to run. I mean, I know there are ones who are not. Don't get me wrong.
They're definitely open-minded in bed if their dojins have anything to say.
Yeah, no kidding. But the thing is like they are the most sexually open-minded people, and yet their population decline. Maybe it's like, I don't know. I don't even want to start that speculation.
Well, see, here's the issue I think that Japan has is that they get so this is sort of going back to let me address a different point first. So you were saying you find it weird that Japan is like this. Well, number one, I think that I've talked in the past about how sad I am that the current generation, especially, or like I guess you could say my generation in particular, has grown up to be so obsessed with sex that they have to see it everywhere, including kids' cartoons, right? And that
the jokes, the innuendos, and everything is what you're getting at.
Well, no, I mean like they need to know that Sonic is gay. That's important for them. Right?
Oh, I get it. Okay,
these characters have to be banging behind the scenes. It can't just be a fucking cartoon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get. Yeah, trust me, Ruby.
And so, with that in mind, I think that, you know, you say it's not really that hard to talk to people, right? But to people of that mindset, they have a warped view of sex Largely, I think, because a lot of them aren't having it, but because when you view it in that, like they look at conversation with the opposite sex, like
as an
what I'm trying to get at is they're not able to separate the two, right?
Yeah,
like you
I
say,
can see
just
that.
talk to them, right? Because it's easy to just talk to somebody with a non-committal, goal-oriented, I'm getting in your pants way for somebody like you or me. Like I can easily talk to somebody without having any ulterior motives than to just make conversation, right? And I think I don't know.
It's
like,
99.999% of all conversations that I have. The thing is that to me, it's like to elaborate on that for a second. I mean, whether or not like anyone is getting lucky or not, that's the mindset is for more people than that. It's because when you sit there and someone has this screwed up version of the world around them in their head anyway, either they glorify sexualization too much or they don't even understand how the world works. You come into a conversation with someone, whether it's a man or a woman, depending on what you like, or it doesn't matter, I guess both. You come into this mindset of, hey, I have to be, I have to work towards this goal, which is exactly what you discovered, or they put a pressure on themselves to try to be something they're not.
Yeah.
And then you have idiots just like me who are themselves all the time. People are like, you dial back. I'm like, well, but it's a hard road to hoe, I guess.
Oh, dial back.
Yeah.
I thought you said die black.
Oh God. I know I'm colorblind, but let me get a picture of my hands for you guys.
No, I'm like, wow, you sound like a white guy to me.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry you're experiencing such
Okay. So basically, Reese sounds like a girl. I sound like a black guy. FDDNM
and both of us are neither.
You know what? The U.S. government thought I was a woman when I was 18, but we won't talk about that.
That sounded like I did when I was 12. I mean,
okay. So back to the point you're making. So what you're saying is you're outgoing, right?
Yes, I'm
introverted people do have a harder time
with. And believe it or not, I hate to. I will put this out there. I am one of the few people I know some other guys who are similar to me in that way, and yet that's been a problem for women because I am willing to not try to get in, with you because I'm kind of a hard person to hide if I like not interested in someone. I can't pretend, to get a conversation starting. So I'll just talk crap with everyone. I will just be like, I'm going to be me, and if she likes me, then it'll happen. And if she doesn't, she'll know it. She'll know when I'm interested.
Here's,
the Japanese people are like, man, we have
the concept of you need to learn to love yourself, right? So I think that the concept of learning to love yourself means caring enough about who you are that you are okay with not changing for somebody else.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that that's a big part of the problem is that a lot of people in Japan or in America or wherever that have trouble meeting and forming relationships, they aren't secure in who they are. They don't think of themselves as like honorable or somebody that anybody would even like, to the point where it's tempting to try to be somebody else.
Yeah, it's tempting to put on the persona. I mean, I'm going to make this statement. I ain't trying to turn this into a relationship thing, but the most attractive thing in the world is confidence. And then caring enough about yourself and your opinion about yourself and your opinion to not back that down. I mean, you need every woman I've ever known.
I'll tell you this, two things. That is the most attractive thing in the world is confidence, especially to women. And the reason why is because confidence is a form of that good old toxic masculinity that they're always decrying. It is a masculine trait to be driven, to know what you want in life, and sometimes what you want in life is more important to you than the person you're having a pleasant conversation with, and it can be alluring to somebody to see, like especially a woman who is very attractive and has guys constantly flirting with her. That one guy who doesn't seem interested all of a sudden gets real hot, you know, in her mind in at times, you know? So honestly, it's very cliched, but the concept of loving yourself, or at least being okay with who you are, pursuing what is meaningful so that you can be someone worth, you know, being proud of. All of these things are going to actually get you somewhere relationally. And honestly, it's literally the affix the oxygen mask to your own face before helping others. It really is.
You can't. The phrase that I was always is, you can't clean someone else's house. No, God damn it! I immediately forgot it when I went to say it. God damn it!
Clean your own room.
But the pull. You can't help anyone else if you can't help other people if you can't help yourself.
Right.
The thing about it is, though, to spin this back on anime, people always they look at like anime culture and everything. They see this out there crazy stuff, and I'm like, maybe, you know, use that as a don't do. You know, it's a lesson of itself. And then you have this stereotype in Japan. They're like, we don't have relationships and everything. I'm like, you know, you guys literally live around a culture that teaches you do and don't do pretty easily.
Well, see, the thing about Japan, I think, is that Japan has a completely different problem than the West does, because in Japan they are literally too timid to talk to each other when it comes to things that would revolve around a sexual nature. In this case, pursuing a relationship.
And oddly enough, they teach this in class. Like, this is one of the things that are in regular classes for them.
Well, that's probably a big problem.
You know, it probably does, because it killed. I hate to put it like this, but curiosity killing the cat is a phrase that fits. And the problem is like, when you lay everything on the table for someone, especially someone young, you literally take away them like needing to figure out the world around them, because it's like a video game.
Exactly. No, seriously, that's actually a really great way of putting it. When you pursue a relationship, it's metaphorically, it is slaying a dragon, you know, putting aside your fear of being rejected and all those things in order to ask somebody out, or pursue a relationship with somebody, however you go about doing that. It is in effect that process of slaying a dragon. Right. And, being able to do that. What were you just saying, Tim? I just totally lost my train of thought.
It falls.
Oh, the teaching, the curiosity. Okay, yes. Yeah. Sorry. So entering into that realm where all of a sudden you're doing something without having your hand held by your parents. Let's hope. All of a sudden, that realm is exciting, and you kind of are okay with stepping on a landmine. In some way,
you got it, and everyone has to have that moment where they actually experience that, so they know that things might explode.
And I think you nailed it. I think you nailed it. Being like a video game. I think back to when I first started playing Minecraft way back. I'm talking before they had jungles in the game, and I first went to the Nether, and it was mind blowing. And I'll be real with you, it's not actually that special. The Nether back then, especially. There was netherrack, soul sand, and lava, and some fire. That's basically it, right? And but when I got there, it was incredible of an experience to go from, it's same thing with the first time I found a spawner. You know, it was mysterious and it was difficult, and it was really hard to find out what that spawner was, and then I broke it thinking I could pick it up, and it was gone forever. Right? No, but what I'm getting at is like I think Minecraft, especially, I mean, particularly it's a game I really like, but it has a mystery to it that once you experience, you spend the rest of your years playing it trying to recapture that feeling, like getting to start over. You know, and experiencing it again for the first time. And I think in a lot of ways, relationships are very similar in that there's that exciting, I don't even want to call it a thrill, but it's like a not a mystery, but like it's part of the journey, the experience of ending up in a new environment where you don't have a map for what you're going to do and how it's going to go. And I think that curiosity, if you're what you were describing of like they're taught it in schools or whatever, like if you cheapen it by turning it into some structured thing, then of course people aren't pursuing.
They're going to lose their interest. And I'd like to make 2 points. Another thing, and I agree with you on the using that, but there's 2 more points I'd like to make. That's another problem with people's minds, and especially it comes back to media. Like, and I'm about to completely make people like, oh, wait, Lance, what? And let me make this statement. Another problem is porn. Like, people watch so much, they have this weird aspect of what it is, and people are like, Lance, as much shit as you talk, you must watch a ton, and I'm like, no, not really. It's just I love to talk shit. But the thing is like, then you have people who that's really their only medium, and I don't judge anybody on what they do, but it really can really mess with your ability to, and it's not that it's to connect, because you have anything you overindulge in, even food makes you obese. Come on, guys, let's be honest. The thing is, though, anything you overindulge in can cause your mind to, like, all of a sudden have this quick assumptive.
Neuroplasticity dictates that your mind, the pattern of your brain alters due to repeat
signals. And the thing is like, it's the same thing for me with anime in general. That people, like, they look through my collection, they see no cohesive connection. And they're like, why? I'm like, well, it's because I watch some of every genre. I don't just go, okay, I love shonen, I love this, I love that. And it's just building that eclectic mindset, and then also having that ability to change your horizons without losing your comfort zone, which is my second point I'm trying to make, is like, that's an issue. But then there's also this other issue. People are afraid to fail, which is, I always talk about Dark Souls 3 because it's the coolest game to me on the planet, because you will die constantly. And I'm like, it's something people need to come to accept with, that you will fail, you will mess up, but then you can recover. And it goes without saying, within relationships, if you're not willing to get past that fear, you're not getting anywhere.
I want to touch on 2 things you said. Number one, being afraid to fail. Failure is probably one of the most prominent parts of life. You're going to fail a lot. And there's a lot of things that you have a mental blockage that prevents you from starting because of the fear of failure. And honestly, learning to fail fast is one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself, because it removes your inability to get started, right? Hello. Would you like to be on this conversation and give your input?
No, I'm going to drive.
You're going to go drive?
Yes, Mom.
Does your mom know it's only like 6 o'clock though?
It's not 6. No,
you're right. It's 5:51.
It's 5:51.
All right. Go tell your mom.
Bye, Mom, Daddy.
Okay, baby. Can you make sure to close the door on your way out?
Yeah.
Can you not grab staples and stuff on your way out too?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. She's the best. Okay, so where were we? You were talking about, there were 2 things. Failure, right? Number one. So I don't mean to be some relationship guru, but I'll just say it is literally impossible not to fail at some point in a relationship. And if your relationship isn't strong enough to survive a catastrophic amount of failure, then you don't want to be in that relationship long term anyway. Number one. And then the other thing you were saying, what was the other thing? The porn addiction. I think that's actually a huge contributing factor to, in the West, the obsession with sex that I describe, where people need to know if Sonic the Hedgehog is stripping tails. for whatever reason. That's something that comes.
I didn't know that was a thing, but I'm going to go yep just because I'm like,
yeah. Well, you could replace that with any character. The thing is that they wanted.
I hate shipping shows. Continue.
Yeah, they wanted to. No, but I'm saying like that there are people out there where that is like the utmost important thing to them. They need to know which underage furry anthropomorphized character is banging the other character and all that. But I think that's a major contributor to it in the West. And perhaps that's because of the weird Western hentai of shows they watched growing up. That, you know, at a certain range, when you're growing up with the internet and you look up, let's use Simpsons, for example, right? And you come across the Simpsons porn or whatever, you know, that I don't know if that affects the wiring in those ages or whatever as you're getting into adulthood or whatever. But specifically with Japan, I think that, well, two things. In Japan, they've got such a repertoire of niche fetish like material that is embraced by their whole culture as not like in the US. That's kind of a real niche thing, but in Japan, it's like you could get it you could buy some weird shit probably at like the convenience store, you know?
Yeah, the thing to me, I would like to make a quick comment on that, is there's a big problem here in the U.S. that makes my point just there even worse. Not my point worse, but makes it grow even further. It's because you can't talk about sex or porn or anything with too many people without them getting all too upset. And all that does is make it overly like this super niche thing. And I have this point that I've always like had in the back of my mind with anything. If you have,
sorry, the door got slammed behind me.
If you have anything that people like make super taboo and you can't bring it up, all you do is, if it is in its own way a little bit of a monster, not saying it's good or bad, but it can be a monster, you make it worse. And the inability to bring something up
that's kind of like what do you call it? Prohibition.
Yeah.
Right.
And then
the problem gets worse.
Exactly like that. All it does is get worse.
Congratulations, Oregon, on decriminalizing all drugs. So I'll say real quick, the other thing that the West has, and again, the West doesn't have this problem, and partially the reason why is because we are not a homogeneous. America, at least, is not a we're not singularly largely just Japanese people here, right? We've got Hispanics, we've got
every flavor under the sun.
Yeah, sorry, my wife just texted me 6 p.m. because of time change. Okay, so I guess the kids' bedtime is switching, which means I get to get up even earlier. That's fantastic. Anyway, but the thing is that in America, we have groups that are having kids. Surprisingly, it's the groups that aren't for abortion, right? No, it's like because let me explain.
Yeah.
I don't consider myself like a mainline conservative, but conservative values, Christian values, produce in a lot of cases adults who are more capable with taking on the world, in the sense that they don't need a safe space. They don't need trigger warnings, and those are the adults that are having kids, right? Other people are in pansexual relationships or some made up thing, right? Or they're having, they have an abortion or whatever they do. And the thing is that I would say that Japan's problem with youths, especially, retracting inward to themselves rather than have normal human interactions that result in relationships and families. In the West, the reason we have that is due to, what spurred on the MGTOW movement. When you look at the divorce courts and how, hypergamy and whatnot causes women to leave their man or their spouse, or however you want to phrase it, and take half of his stuff with her. Like those are things that create this potentiality of of the same population problems Japan is experiencing on a whole in pockets of people over here, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Japan has the same issues in that regard.
They most definitely, I'm sure, don't.
Go ahead.
I shouldn't say most definitely, I'm sure. Okay. The point I wanted to touch on something. You're saying like the contemporary. Do you mean contemporary Christian, or just mean contemporary adults, as in like a more modern day thinking people?
So when I say conservatism, what I'm saying is I'm not even necessarily talking about like Christianity so much as I'm talking about family. Staying married. Actually having kids, not having kids out of wedlock. These create stability. Right, and these are things that end up resulting in children who grow up in homes that are stable, and stability creates strong adults. Right,
okay. I would like
because
to touch. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I'll just say the chaos of a life with a single parent or a drug addicted parent or somebody who has the trigger warning, all those things like that can be extremely detrimental to kids as they grow up, and it can turn them into the type of people who aren't resilient enough to slay those dragons, metaphorically speaking.
Well, to me, I've seen the opposite.
Okay.
Because I grew up in the foster care system, and it was seeing all the fucked up situations that I saw that made me more open-minded and ability to take in the world, and then filter it out appropriately, rather than to take an opinion and run with it. And I'm saying that because I grew up in a very does anyone other know what the Holiness Organization is? I hate to bring religion into this, but we've already hit it.
I don't, but
basically, just imagine like there must be a Bible between a boy and a girl, or a man and a woman, and see if they're not married, and they bring out
like leave room for Jesus and during the dance.
The super religion. I saw that as a kid. I went to a few of those churches for a long period of time, but the thing is, though, as I kind of saw the opposite, as in
yes, I know what you're going to say, and I agree with you. I phrased it poorly. I think that the systemification of biblical teaching, particularly in the Christian schools, and among like putting your kids in a system to be taught by other people that aren't you in particular, creates a repression, much like the Japanese suffer with, that creates that rebellious sexual, like when you'd say that the preacher's daughter becomes the whore first kind of thing. Is that what you're trying to get at?
That's a good point, but it's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to put it into words. I don't want to have another like foot, open mouth, insert foot like I did the first podcast I joined.
Okay.
Because I had that moment where I misphrased my words talking about getting beat up on the playground, and it didn't come out right.
All right.
Yeah, Lance puts his foot in his mouth. Woohoo. I just misspoke. But hopefully it came out clear enough. I haven't rewatched it. But what I'm trying to say is that the whole like religious thing, like filtering, what that does is that puts a pressure on the mindset of people. Like, okay, think about it like this. A lot of people have the mindset that, okay, here's how life goes. You start as a kid, you grow up, you find somebody, you get married, you have kids, yada, yada, yada. Well, the thing is, I'm like, 9 times out of 10, that's not the case. 9 times out of 10, something goes wrong along those ways. And then people have this whole mindset of, okay, I understand what you're saying about that's like an ideal and how like
I think I phrased it wrong. I think what I should have said is that the ideal or the value, like that conservative value, produces more secure adults, but it's not the same thing to say that raising your kids to be conservative or sending them to Sunday school or whatever has that outcome. So what I should have said is that when you wait to get married, you are able to pair bond with your spouse, right? When you've only had a sexual relationship with one individual person, the divorce rate is almost non-existent because you pair bond. And as long as you're decent human beings, you'll stay together for life. Whereas if you are marrying somebody who's had a lot of partners, they're incapable of pair bonding with you. Therefore, you're more likely to get that divorce 20 years down the line, and they'll take half your stuff because
or 5 months down the line.
Right. Exactly. So to correct the point, I'm not trying to say that growing up in a Christian household can, turns out better kids. Legitimately, having grown up around those kids, I know that a lot of them are real fucked up. But what I'm trying to say,
it has a possibility, but it's like with anything, it's all a crapshoot. It's just life.
See, because the thing is that the output versus input of parenting is one of the most, like, the level of the amount you put in to parenting, the direct output is astronomically larger than what you put into it, right? So when you aren't putting in that time, those effects manifest quickly, right? And you see them negatively, badly. And the more you deny it, the more you remain in denial, the worse they get. Because kids only have so much time when they're young, so you have
growing
to
and learning fast.
Yes,
whether it be good or
like
bad,
nonstop, right? So having one, too many nights where you lose patience and you yell or curse your kids for not going to bed on time or whatever, those have negative repercussions that are lasting. Right.
And then you have the whole mindset where kids had like one parent or they had two very bad parents. So their association with that gender can be very negative.
Sure. So we can enter into a litany of topics that could go on for hours with this conversation. But I think we've probably explored to a satisfactory point what we're discussing here for this article regarding the Japanese culture and why they're needing to hold a robot's hand, right? So I want to address a couple comments here from Old Man. He says the hand is cousin it from the Addams Family, but he meant the thing, right? This being walking around with the thing. He also said a study that Tinder did a few years ago said that the bottom 80% of men, in terms of attractiveness, are competing for the bottom 22% of women, and the top 78% of women are competing for the top 20% of men. Yes, this is the Pareto distribution, which says that 1% of the songs written are the ones played on the radio, right, so to speak. So this is true with everything. 1% of the people on the planet have 90% of the wealth. It's actually the song allegory is, 1% of the songs written are 99% of the ones played on the radio, kind of thing. Anyway, so yes, that's the Pareto distribution, and it's found in nature. It's part of survival of the fittest, is what it is. And but the thing is that I think people hold themselves to a standard that is unrealistic. Like, there's some people out there, you look at them, you're like, it doesn't matter what you do, you're not going to be the Ken doll from Barbie, right? Yeah. You're not going to be perfect guy, right? But that's leaning on the wrong aspect of what you are, when you could be something equally as fantastic as that, if you approached a different avenue rather than looks or hair or whatever.
I'd like to make one quick statement. It's just that kind of brought it up in my mind. It was reminding me from earlier some point I was trying to make that I lost. It's like the whole thing. I get made fun of. People pick at me all the time because I like anime and I'm also a rock guitar player and everything. They're like, one's cool, one's lame. Well, those make up who I am. And the fact that I care about them equally, and I'm confident in that, is, in my opinion, one of my better qualities. And
I'll tell you this. Nothing is a bigger turnoff to people than when you get challenged on an aspect of who you are and you back down, right? Exactly. So I think that the way I landed my wife is because I didn't fucking care what anybody thought. Right. I was, I knew there were a lot of kids at my high school that were into anime, but I wore it on my sleeves, right? And nobody could make fun of me for it. Nobody even tried because they knew my personality type, right? It didn't matter. Like,
They couldn't break down
I mean,
who you
there were other guys that I knew at school who liked anime, and people would make fun of them in whatever way they could. Like one of my friends, the one that I actually went to, the one that I couldn't go to AX with my other friend, so I looked him up when I was there. He had a hat or a shirt that said "Got Manga," and everybody used to ask him, "Got mangoes?" Right, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't have happened with me.
The what's
right?
anime question.
And if it did, it would have not stuck because it wouldn't have fucking bothered me because I wouldn't have cared. Right?
You wouldn't have lost who you were in the insult or the
like
moments.
I wouldn't have let it cut me so deeply that I couldn't recover without cutting off part of who I was. Right?
I just wanted to hit that. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, old man says it's easier to raise kids with two parents. It's not impossible with one parent, but makes life more difficult for a parent and child. Studies have proven this.
Studies in this case suck ass.
RHYS has spoken. Please continue.
We're all at the edge of our seat.
Myself and my sister were both raised singularly by my father.
Oh yeah.
Single parent, 2 children. Government job. Well, not government, but I mean local government. Full-time job. He worked, not 8 o'clock. He dropped us off to school. He wouldn't get home till maybe 6 or 7 at night.
The problem.
He raised us just fine.
So
in the public mind, the single father doesn't exist for some reason.
Well, I'll say this.
It's not wrong.
I will say this. Children raised by a dedicated single father typically turn out better than children raised by a dedicated single mother. Because a mother provides emotional support, and a father provides logic and grit and willpower, right? And you'll get farther in life without the emotional support than you will without the logic that you get from your father.
And RHYS,
I got all of it from my dad.
Yeah.
I really understand.
An old man is saying there are always exceptions to any rule. So, but the thing is, RHYS, let me just clarify old man's point here. He didn't say that you can't
I get the understanding.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that if you had 2 parents in your house, you may have, like, it's not to say that your dad didn't give you everything that he could and then some.
That's to say I did not see my mom whatsoever.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that had you had a mom that was there with you, growing up, raising you with your father, you would turn out to perhaps be even more well-rounded and even more of a spectacular little eyeball.
Well,
right?
the thing is that I have my, if you don't mind my opinion, again, like I said, I was a foster kid. I never knew either of my folks.
Of course.
But the thing was that growing up, and I understand where Reese is coming from, because as someone who was a foster kid, goddamn, I know the stereotypes. And the thing is, people think, oh, a single father, or this, that, and the other. I mean, the stereotype and the statistics released on people who never actually knew their real parents, it's hilarious to me, because I'm like, it never affected me. When I was 18 years old, I had a worker from the city like, you want to hunt down your parents? I was like, oh, I've gotten this far on my own. I don't need them now. But that was just me.
I'll say 2 things here. Number one, your situation is very unique, and it really depends on when you got into the system. If somebody gives birth and says, I don't want them, and puts them up for adoption, that's the best case scenario for somebody like yourself. But the people who live with a parent that didn't want them,
I don't want to say something,
of their life,
but I'd like to make a real quick point. Don't lose your train of thought. Okay. I'll tell you once we're kind of behind the scenes, because I don't want to go into certain things.
because there's just some things I'd rather not tell the world. But let's just put it this way: my situation wasn't that happy.
Okay.
It was. I never saw my parents, but I still live with repercussions.
Well, I'll just say that when I was growing up, I knew somebody who was abused, in the sense that, you know, it's real easy to abuse a baby,
Yes,
by being negligent and whatnot. And this person grew up and had problems his whole life and was a chore to be around. And
he let
when
it
I
flow up, probably.
Well, when I last spoke to this person, I don't remember why he reached out to me on Facebook, but when I last talked to him, I think he had already been married. I think he was on his third wife. And I guess what I'm saying is that there are certain things that it's very difficult to equip a person with without actually being there to give it to them as the parent. And it doesn't have to be your biological parent. You know, your aunt, your uncle, you know, somebody that just happens to be in your life can provide you some aspect of utility to your life that you got from them, that you took with you. Hard work, just seeing somebody that works hard, you know, and actually is willing. They get up every morning at 2 a.m. or whenever it is, and they run out and they do their job, or they go for a jog in the morning, right? And you see them, and they do it all the time. You know, it doesn't matter who they are, but getting that from different people in your life, you know, having a hero, Bruce Lee, Arnold Schwarzenegger, somebody when you're growing up that inspires you. Sometimes it's a parent, sometimes it's somebody in your community, sometimes it's a celebrity. That is something that a kid takes, and it becomes part of who they are into their adulthood, and they carry it with them, right? So I'll just say that this is we have really gotten onto weird topics with this particular conversation. I'm cool with it. Like it's 6 o'clock right now. I've got to start getting into bed, but we've only got a few articles left, and some of them are kind of read the headline and move on. But I will say
this is why I'm so opinionated. My opinion is why I'm so opinionated on anime like I am, because people. I'll
say this:
I'll shut up on this one.
Well, the smart man learns from his own mistakes, and the wise man learns from the mistakes of others. I think that growing up, you learn from the mistakes of a lot of people who had problems. And that's not something that everybody is capable of doing. And I think you're very fortunate to have ended up where you are with those skills that you developed from watching the good and the bad in people and being able to discern what they were.
That's why that's why my personality literally is life is a teacher. And everyone I'm around, I'm always trying to learn from and trying to break that.
I can't look at this duck and not see Golgo 13. I've been holding that in all night.
Yeah, there it is.
All right. I'm looking at this duck right in the face, telling me, life is a teacher.
Quack.
All right. So let's go back to the article here.
I sent you a message on Discord when you get a chance.
I'll check it out.
It would dox me too hard to point out that.
All right. Well, I'll check it out. I was gonna say when we get to the Watch Club, but we already did that. Oh
fuck! We still got to figure out what Watch Club after the Promised Neverland, so we can say that right at the end of the podcast.
Paprika. Okay. So
Astro Boy.
That's too long. At first glance, it might look like a glove or mannequin forearm. Those wouldn't provide your senses of touch, sound, and even smell with the enjoyable sensation of walking with a girlfriend, though. And so the Osampo Kanojo has no fewer than 7 key design points. Number 1, the outer covering is made from soft and pliable gel to recreate the tenderness of a woman's hand. Yikes. Maybe a burn victim woman. Osampo Kanojo contains an internal pressure sensor so that when you squeeze its palm, motors activate and the hand squeezes you back. I like the idea like Terminator hand just crushes your fist.
That is terrifying.
When walking with a girlfriend, your strides may not perfectly mesh for each and every step. To replicate this, the Osampo Kanojo is mounted on a track that runs perpendicular to your wrist. Walk too quickly, and motors will cause it to slide back, recreating a rearward tugging sensation on your arm. While this might seem like an inconvenience, it helps create the sensation that you're not alone, like, that you're not forever alone. It helps create the sensation that you're walking with someone who's taking their own steps next to you and not just carrying a piece of baggage. I like to think of like, I don't know, was it? Yeah, JoJo with Kira, Yoshikage Kira in the hands.
Yeah.
I just picture him walking down the street with the dead hands.
Yeah. Now they need a hand sandwich holder.
Feeds
you have to walk beside a track to use this thing? You can't even like walk in your favorite park. You have to literally go, hey guys, you have to go here to hold the hand of this person you're imagining is there.
I'm trying to refresh it so that we can see this image that won't load. Remember back in the day when you could right click and go load image or whatever? When it would be the little X in the corner, like refresh, load image. Come on. I want to see this picture of Vegito. Come on.
I actually did that.
Yeah.
Literally with Vegito.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking apple.
Let's see. Osampo Kanojo has an internal heater so that warmth will radiate out from his palm and fingers. Okay, well then you're walking with a guy because every girl I know has freezing cold hands. That's
why her hand goes in yours.
The design flaw.
Their hands are too like my hands are always really really cold as well because like the smaller your hands are, the less heat retention.
Right.
I've got really big hands and feet, and yet my feet.
I mean, if I could only freaking see the dang image that won't load, it is a pretty huge looking hand.
It was probably there earlier before I derailed us.
Nah. Let's just move on.
Oh no, we're not. Come on.
Hey, AC's like we've almost finally gotten to the end of this.
We've devoted like an hour to just this article. We might as well get through it. Number 5. A human hand isn't dry like a chunk of plastic or a mound of rubber.
Oh,
While a hand that's slick with sweat would be unpleasant, a certain amount of moisture is needed for an organic feeling.
A certain amount of moisture.
Excuse me while I like how for some reason this bit they're like, yes, we've got these lips here. We can pull them apart. We made this hand. That's so fucking horrifying.
You're wasting your time waiting for that image. It's literally.
I'm not waiting for the image. I was scrolling back in the video, so I can go back to
the image is just two human people holding hands. That's it.
That's great.
So not only is their like thing creating an imaginary person, but we have to view an imaginary person who we're supposed to assume is not there, but is an imaginary hand, but is a mecha hand. Wait.
While a hand that's slick with sweat would be unpleasant, a certain amount of moisture is needed for an organic feeling. To achieve that, a piece of moistened fabric is placed inside Osampo Kanojo.
This has got to be a guy's hand.
When the heater is activated, it causes trace amounts of moisture to be secreted through small pores in the outer covering. Number 6, as discussed above, two people walking hand in hand won't necessarily have identically timed footsteps. You say that, but I happen to notice that they're walking like perfectly in tandem.
I mean, don't take me wrong.
Actually, they're not. When I first saw this, I thought that it was the left foot and the left foot, but actually, I'm realizing it's her right foot now.
Guys, I've walked down the street with a girl and holding a girl's hand who was shorter than me. She kept up with me fine. It's not like I was running.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, hold on, Senpai, I'm getting tired.
She's tired. Pick her up and you hold her. You carry her.
All right, continue.
Oh God! As discussed above, two people walking hand in hand won't necessarily have identically timed footsteps. So Osapo Kanojo plays the sounds of your virtual girlfriend's steps through your smartphone speaker, along with the sounds of her breathing and the gentle rustle of her clothing. I want to run with this thing just to hear it out of breath.
Dude, how much more is that? This shit's gonna be so.
No, seriously, no, Lance, you have no idea. You know, you just all you have to do. No, all you have to do is hold it like you're cupping your hand. Reese, put the camera on me.
Oh no! These
so
visual cues.
Put the camera on me, Reese. My mouse is dying.
His mouse can't run on the wheel anymore.
Just strap it to your shake weight.
God damn it! Oh, I'm looking at the mouse on the feed instead of the actual computer. Okay, so instead of holding it like this, the guy's just gonna do this and shake it with the whole. Yeah. I think you get where I'm going with this. Just to hear the girl out of breath.
You know what disturbs me the most is that every time they do it,
because it secretes lotion, right? That's what they said.
It's almost like giving your phone a handy. I mean, what? The thing is, though, is like everything they describe of this makes me think this is a dude's hand. It's oily.
Yeah, right.
It's squeezing your hand. I mean, don't get me wrong. Girls do squeeze for every now and then, but like it's not like they're just
so subtle.
On to you and just be like, I'm not letting go.
I just like the idea of it. Like I just love the idea of it going in for like a hand shape, and your hand goes limp because it squeezes too hard.
Your fingers are turning purple and it's just dripping fluid.
Whenever you go in for that handshake and your fingers do that thing where they like cone, and you're like, I'm not a man anymore. Okay. Number 7, last. We weren't kidding when we mentioned that the designers have included something for your sense of smell. The cloth inside Osampo Kanojo is treated with a women's shampoo fragrance so that the subtle aroma of freshly washed hair will stick to your hand. We'll waft up from it when the cloth is heated.
What the hell?
Just stick a fucking dryer sheet in there.
Okay. Here's a question. What if it's cold outside? What if you're both wearing gloves? And third, you're holding their hand and you're smelling their hair. Are you spooning with this damn thing? Are you walking down the street?
Sorry. Just opening that real quick. The prototype is designed as a stand-in for a woman's hand. It seems like the system could easily be adapted to replicate a man. Yes, it does seem like it would be very easy to replicate it for a man's hand. With a more substantial outer coating and substitute fragrances like cologne, barbecue, charcoal, or motor oil. Yes, and also increase the squeezing capability. And while it'd be easy to write off Osampo Kanojo as yet another attempt to create a virtual girlfriend for those who are afraid of trying to find a human one, the development team says one of their goals for the invention is for it to comfort those who are living isolated lifestyles during the coronavirus pandemic. Another is to create an impetus for those working/attending classes from home to get regular exercise, and those are both admirable aspirations for the device. Fuck no. Brave the virus.
Okay, first of all, this is not going to encourage anyone to exercise because you're not going to get down the floor and push your thing while holding this thing. And I mean, the only exercise it's going to give you is when you're hauling ass to the doctor because it's so miserable.
It's got this creepy robotic voice that you guys can't hear that makes me think it's like, Senpai, slow down. Oh yeah, you gotta hear it. You gotta hear this sound. You gotta hear this thing. It's the funniest, like most obvious. Yes, the booby squeezing simulator. Where is my video?
What the hell? What are you looking up?
Oh, here it is. Okay. I opened up the next thing. Okay, here. I want you guys to hear this. Listen to this voice.
I mean, wait a minute. Is this supposed to simulate you walking down the street with someone, or are you just listening to some weird ass
like
role
a
play?
robocall.
Right?
It's like, oh my god, yeah, it really does. It's like you've reached this. I think you know what? You get the same result from just calling a Japanese phone and getting a voicemail.
Senpai, slow down. I can't catch up. Senpai.
I feel like someone's gonna hack this thing and they're gonna put.
My hands are getting sweaty. Okay, so Booby Squeezing Simulator, Oculus Rift at its creepiest. Written by Rocket News 24.
Oh god.
Wait. Okay,
I'm not sure I want to scroll through this whole thing. I'm gonna not. We're gonna leave that for a future read. Okay, guys. The fish conquered Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire after a grueling 3,184 hours.
Nice.
It's done.
Hell yeah.
A technologically astute individual who designed a contraption that allowed his pet fish to play Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Sapphire was showered with praise as the fish has finally managed to complete the game after an astonishing 3,184 hours of playtime.
Okay, did anyone... I have a question.
Yes.
Okay. 3,000 some hours doesn't seem quite very long, considering I don't know the rest of the context. I did hear about this when it was first, like, people knew about it.
I think this is
like
our third
24
time.
days of time.
Let me
24
check.
24 straight days.
3,184 divided by 24 hours.
132.
Okay, that doesn't sound like a lot of time, considering how the hell did the fish know which way to go? Because I
it's all randomized.
That's the thing. That's the thing is that they wanted to see how long it would take if you used the logic of a fish that doesn't even know that it's playing a game. How long would it take for you to beat Pokemon?
On a random.
The answer is 3,180. Yeah, basically. That's basically what it is. But the thing is that the guy who did this had to constantly re-update the board. See how many A buttons there are?
Yeah.
Because it's a button you have to press a lot.
Because the fish would only go to certain areas of the tank.
Right. So he had to add all these A buttons so that it was more likely that you would actually attack something rather than having one A button and then the rest of it's like walk around and then like maybe the start button that you just get stuck at.
Yeah.
Oh, what did I do?
Yeah, but how did... Okay, I'm guessing it had like an up, down, left, and right to do direction, but I've played Ruby and Sapphire. I played Emerald. Like, I have those games mapped out in my head. How the hell did that fish know which way to go?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. It's all based on... It took this long for dumb luck to actually to get it to the Elite Four and win.
Wow, that is incredible,
Japanese
and I have
Pokemon
a very hard time
fanatic.
believing it's even possible.
You can watch the whole thing here.
For 24 straight days?
This
is linked in those things, right? I gotta go look this up and check it out.
Look, it's just sitting there. The fish isn't even moving. Fish isn't even in this frame of the tank.
Oh my god!
This is a conspiracy. The fish isn't here at all.
I just have either of you guys played like Ruby and Sapphire?
And
how just
here's the fish.
Incredibly huge that game. That like Ruby and Sapphire, like that's the kind of game you can't even walk but a few feet, and you have to select to get on a Pokemon and do all those other kinds of shit. And I'm like, for this to happen, this is evolution. This is the Big Bang type of like shit being random.
You're taking this.
We've covered two separate
credit.
I am.
I'm pretty sure that the guy said that when it came to something like
he helped the fish.
Like he would okay, so the fish made it to the wharf or whatever. Okay, start, select the fish, right, or the Pokemon that knows swim or whatever. I think that might have been a part of it.
It would have to have been, or either this is like I said, the Big Bang level of.
So like here's the thing, though. Despite initial impressions, the video description indicated that the challenge was actually completed by periodically swapping two fish in and out so as to preserve their health. I don't understand why.
What the hell?
I don't understand. Are the fish just going to die because they're on camera too much?
The fish is going to die because it's in the same water it would be in normally. It's swimming around.
Yeah, seriously. Like, what are you doing to add? See, he's got to be like.
Also, you're more
feeding them
likely to
over
kill the
there
fish by
anyway.
taking it out of the tank. I know this from experience.
I can't wait till the exposed video that we get to cover on this podcast. Anyway, so yeah, the fish conquered it. Moving on.
Good job, fish.
Adult goods expert Otonad JP addresses Australian situation. Following the news of Australia cracking down on adult goods, erotica distributor Otonad JP has shared a message regarding the situation and informed consumers that they will still ship products to the cucked country. Otonad JP issued a major statement. Issued a thorough statement, but assured their faithful buyers that nothing major has changed and they will still deliver items to Australia. This is what they had to say. Hello, everyone, or hi, everyone. I don't know, whatever. Today's post, no lowercase t, is very important to the whole Otona JP team. We have thought quite a bit whether to comment on this or not, but since the past weeks, we have received a lot of mails about this, seriously, a lot. We feel there is something we need to say about this to clear the situation up for those worried. About 2 weeks ago, news arose that hentai and adult toys are now banned in Australia. The news, which was spread by some retailers, soon were picked up by several outlets, making the Onahole and hentai community living in Australia worried and feeling insecure. Yeah, that's not what caused them to be insecure. we honestly
include dildos and stuff. Continue.
Yes, but in this one in particular, they're talking about the Onahole, which is like the pocket.
Okay. The pocket vagina.
Yes. We honestly just want to straighten out a few things here without making this post too long. Also, we only speak on our behalf and cannot and will not comment on other retailers' positions or statements. Otona JP still ships to Australia with Japan Post as well as DHL. Australia has already been one of the countries that has more strict rules in place than others when it comes to hentai content for quite some time. The truth, however, also is that many countries in the world have similar laws, and if worse comes to worse, customs officers in pretty much any country in the world can stop your package based on their laws and if they consider the shown characters too young. All right. So besides being stricter than others, the situation in Australia is not much different than the U.S. or even Europe. So here's what I would do if I were them. For every Onahole that you sell, you have the version with the lolly on the website, because you're gross like that. And then the version that you ship when it's going to Australia, you use the packaging that has the big busty lady on it instead, right?
Okay, apparently I didn't know what that was.
The Onahole?
Yeah, apparently I didn't. I thought that was that thing I heard of that was like, the real doll kind of thing.
No, it's not a full doll.
Act like I know what it was because I don't.
So young, so innocent.
So besides being stricter than others, the situation in Australia is not much different than the U.S. or even Europe. Yes, I don't know why you said that, because I feel like you should have said much different from Europe or even the U.S., because I feel like the U.S. is actually significantly less cocked than Europe. We have always been offering free of charge package removal service to our customers. See, that works too, I guess. Just send the gross little floppy silicone thing. Always giving you the. I just love that they're sending it in a bubble mailer, and it's like, what the fuck is this? Like the mail carrier is like, oh god, no, is this a moist dildo? We've always giving you the option to have the outer packaging with the artworks removed if the items you purchase from us might cause problems. This is something that is used very frequently by our customers around the world and can easily be requested during checkout. With every package we ship out, always take good care of your privacy, which includes the following steps. We always take good care of your privacy. So they do generic brown packaging with no sign of what's inside the box or from what company the package comes from. Discrete descriptions of what's inside the package, such as toys, figure, model kit, hobby kit, or anything else on request. Lida Customs. Shipping from an address as a sender that doesn't show connection to any adult business. Free of charge package removal. Discrete billing on your credit card statement as vitsup.com muff LLC.
If you're this worried about what you're ordering, maybe you shouldn't be ordering it.
Maybe you should be casting and molding it yourself.
I mean, for the love of God.
3D print it.
Or not God or Satan, whatever you believe in. FDDNM's not here.
Augie's being beaten by nuns.
Nunny! Harder, Nunny. Of what?
Oh, God. Okay. Different from other shops, we are specialized in the sale and distribution of onohals and adult toys from Japan. This is what we do, and this is what we are good at, with over 5 years of experience and tens of thousands of delivered orders over these years. So what does that mean for you, or what does change now if you live in Australia? To be honest, nothing. At least not when ordering from us. We are shipping well over 500 packages to Australia alone every month with no troubles. Most of them with DHL. Sure, things can change.
And the customs will watch this video, see this thing, to know to look for
things can change, and certain delivery options might not be available anymore in the future or change. But we will always continue to serve and support our Australian customers and the hentai community in Down Under. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. We are always here to help. So what they basically said, so what changes? Well, for us, nothing. We'll still send it, but whether you get it is another story.
Good luck getting your transitioned money back to fucking whatever they use in Japan and Australia, all the way over to yen and then back.
AUD, Australian dollar, right? Australian otaku who rely on such treasured goods will feel relieved knowing that there are still some retailers they can use should they require additional erotic items. All right. Real steam engine gets Mugen Train makeover. Reese, give me the breakdown.
Is
it in the headline?
It's a movie train makeover. Move on.
Okay. Prime Minister Suga quotes Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba in National Diet. So basically he said, I will respond with total concentration breathing, which is the biggest cringe ever. I can't even think of what somebody would have to say. Like, fucking imagine George Bush saying, oh, well, don't mess with Texas or I'll hit you with the Kamehameha blast.
He's like, I am the hope of the universe.
I'd vote for him twice.
So Lisa is the first.
Don't push it to God, but nothing. He should have been like, I am the hope of the universe.
Just because.
I am the answer.
Believe in the me that believes in you.
And you know what?
Oh God. Lisa is the first artist in 13 years to top Japan's CD singles chart for 3 straight weeks. Reese, you shared this. What song did it? Is it the song? It's the theme.
It's the theme song for the Demon Slayer movie.
All right. Head of kindergarten arrested for spitting on elementary students who were in his way. I'm sorry.
What?
Is there a law against spitting on children now?
Coronavirus times, probably.
You have a good point.
Hey, I got a picture.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm not leaving. I just got to put some eye drops in my eyes.
Definitely look like kindergartners, and that definitely does not look like a kindergartner.
This girl's getting a little handsy here. All right. What was he supposed to do? Talk to them? Education is certainly a hard field to work in, and especially when dealing with little kids. It's a line of work that can't be phoned in and really requires a certain passion to keep at it day in and day out. So it's especially surprising when these people get caught doing something uncharacteristically antisocial. Enter Yutaka Koike, the head of a private kindergarten in Fuchu in Tokyo. At about 2:45 in the afternoon on the 2nd of November, while riding his bike, again with the bike, the bike is like the liquid courage of booze to get them to do.
You need to add that Fatal Fury bike clip to the repertoire.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that needs to be something we can click on and just plays the slap, right? Yeah.
What the hell is with all these people like committing some form of assault or something in a bicycle?
That's what I'm saying.
I
think it's like liquid. It's like how booze is like liquid courage. This is like the motivation they need. They just have to be on a bike because they think, well, at least I can get away fast.
so you're telling me that when you go to a gym, you're going to find these people walk by me, please.
Is there a limit to how many videos you can add to that?
So it can't be longer than 5 minutes and more than.
No. I mean, like how many? Like you've already.
I don't know.
You've already got.
Yeah, we've got a lot in here.
You've already got 4 here.
I'm not sure, but here's the thing, Reese. Do you see at the top how it says brand 1?
Yo.
New brand. We could make a brand with different themes. I think it's better to just have them quickly accessible because I don't think I'm going to need the Biden ones anymore. I think we need to keep this one. Oh,
Which
dear
one?
God. We just got demonetized.
I'll let you clean. I'll let you clean house later.
I put the Brassers one on this article. It was probably not good.
Hey guys,
That's weird how I was able to hear Lance during that entire thing, even though the rest of us were muted.
That was weird.
You know what? I'm a miracle worker when it comes to audio, even if I don't know what happened.
Okay, so real quick, I'm surprised they didn't make the hand an avatar of their favorite waifu. I'm sure that hand will be used in a VR program. The infinite monkey theorem states that yes, this is back to the fish. The infinite monkey theorem states that a monkey hitting keys at random on a typewriter keyboard for an infinite amount of time will almost surely type in any given text, such as the works of Shakespeare. Infinite monkey theorem is referring to the fish beating Pokemon. Yes. Yeah. So on a long enough timeline, it's doable.
Yeah.
All right.
It's just over a period of a couple thousand years. It still doesn't add up that this fish somehow miraculously beat a game
in a month.
Well,
in a month.
If you want to investigate the live streams on the channel that you almost certainly can't understand, and you want to produce an exposed video on him, I will put it on the channel.
If I'm able to somehow break that down and figure out how the hell, I'm going to make this one thing. He had to have done what you said earlier, and once the fish got to a certain place, go ahead and press the button.
There's probably some hard parts where he took over, but for the majority, it probably is the fish.
The idea that this fish just...
I can't believe anybody is sitting there watching that fish. Like, how boring is your life that's exciting?
I had a friend who was, and I knew about that right when it began, and I was like, man, I'm curious if I should start streaming. He said, well, there's a fish playing Pokemon right now. I'm like, what?
It's like, I would rather watch the inside of my eyelids for a couple of hours. Okay, so at about 2:45 in the afternoon on the 2nd of November, while riding his bike, he got stuck behind a pair of 10-year-olds on their way home from elementary school. Like groups of kids, or adults for that matter, often do, they were walking in a formation that took up the entire road. Hardly an uncommon sight. It's a common annoyance that is usually easily overcome by saying, excuse me, or get the fuck out of my way, if one is so inclined to curse out little kids. But Koike was allegedly not in the mood for any of that and instead spat on the girl's head when he finally got a chance to move past them. Sorry, spat on one girl's head when he finally got a chance to move past them. However, at just that moment, a police officer spotted the saliva attack and swooped in to arrest.
He spotted the lolly loogie. I'm sorry, I had to. I'm just gonna mute myself for a second.
Hold on. swooped in to arrest Koike. That might seem like an incredible coincidence, but actually, the cop was on the lookout for such an assault after 6 other cases of elementary and junior high students getting spat on were reported in the area. Koike admitted to the spitting and told police they were taking up the whole road. The plan was to bring attention to what they were doing. I like the idea of him going to the police first. Like, you got to do something about these kids.
Oh my God.
He also confessed that he was involved in other such incidents. He was involved in other such incidents, and police are currently investigating them to press further charges. Meanwhile, readers of the news expressed their shock that someone in charge of educating young minds was so ridiculously bad at it. This guy is over 70, and he still doesn't know how to behave. Spitting is absolutely assault. Keep reporting it. I'm surprised this guy's the head of kindergarten. He runs a kindergarten. The old guy is the worst, but I still don't completely sympathize with the kids blocking the way. I hate that. Seems like he was doing it around his own school, too. He probably didn't even understand that what he was doing was wrong. He sounds like a yokai watch monster. Indeed, even justified. Suddenly appearing in front of a child and spraying them with saliva is certainly behavior more expected from ghouls and yokai than people. That's not even taking into account the fact that they're still trying to keep the reins on a deadly pandemic, which is easily spread by saliva. These have been trying times for habitual spitters and loogie hawkers alike.
This article.
Even though Master Blaster wrote this one, even though the exact school Koike runs was not reported, there is no doubt that word of his arrest spread rapidly among parents in the area and pretty much flushed the kindergarten's reputation down the drain like so much old man spit out of a little kid's hair. At his age, he can probably just step down. But that still leaves the other staff as hapless victims of his behavior. That's a weird way to phrase that. Still leaves the other staff as hapless victims of his behavior. Perhaps they can redeem themselves by getting all the kindergarten students to band together and perform an adorable and near-flawless rendition of Dmitri Shostakovich's Symphony No. 5. Okay, that was a weird way to segue into this other article you also wrote.
That doesn't make any sense. What?
Better than okay.
This guy is spitting on children, so we're going to put him all up on stage.
Reese, what was this called from Your Lie in April?
April Fools?
It's no. The thing that the instrument that they're playing. It's called a.
Hold on, let me zoom in. Let me look.
The one that you blow pianica. The pianica, is that what it is?
Oh,
the plastic piano you blow into. Melodica. That's the one I was thinking of from.
Just the one, the blonde, the main blonde girl.
Yeah, in the first episode. Yeah, the Melodica.
I forget what that's called. It's called
Melodica, right?
I don't remember.
All right. Anyway,
I can find out in a few minutes if I can get a response because I got a friend of mine.
They called it a pianica in the article. Japanese police car stolen by hooligans. Sapporo Halloween stunt baffles bystanders. Officers seen running after a police vehicle with a passenger waving from the front seat.
Yeah, pianica.
Right? Like many holidays imported from overseas, Halloween looks a little different here in Japan. Door-to-door trick-or-treating, for example, is yet to catch on. Although treats do appear in the form of ghost whoppers, zombie pizzas, and candies given out to children by Yakuza gang members. And tricks have been largely limited to tricked-out cars and taxis appearing on the roads during Halloween. Who's eating candy on my watch? Recently, however, there's been a marked shift towards Halloween becoming a night to get drunk, run riot, and do all the things you'd never dream of doing at any other night of the year. So when people in Sapporo, the capital of Hokkaido, Japan's northernmost prefecture, saw a police car drive by on the night of Halloween with a civilian waving at everyone from the open front passenger window, they immediately feared someone had just run off with a police officer's vehicle. Bystanders and people who viewed the video were quick to jump to the conclusion that the car was stolen. given that nobody but a uniformed policeman would be sitting in the front passenger seat. Someone stole a police car at Tanuki Koji's shopping street. Oh my god, I can't believe someone stole a police car in Sapporo. This is crazy. A stolen police vehicle. Did they catch the person who stole the vehicle? Did I just watch a video of a getaway in a police car? However, eagle-eyed viewers pointed out a few details that proved things weren't really what they seemed. This self-described car nerd identified the vehicle as an S15 Crown hardtop, which he says would be odd for a police vehicle. A number of commenters agreed, saying the model appeared to be out of date compared to the police cars seen around Sapporo today. Side-by-side photos also revealed that real police vehicles in the area have the Japanese word for Hokkaido ending before the front door handle, and the word police on the rear door. On the vehicle in the clip, however, Hokkaido is broken up between the front door and the rear door, and only 2 kanji on the front and 3 on the rear. Okay. All right, then. So it's a stunt. As for the police officers by the side of the road who could be seen chasing the vehicle as it drove by, they appear to be fake as well, with viewers pointing out that the belt worn by the officer is an old model and the holster doesn't have a weapon in it. Well, this was disappointing. If there really was a police carjacking in Sapporo, it would certainly make the national news. But as no news reports surfaced, it became clear that this police drive-by had been a Halloween prank. One Twitter user tracked down the culprit to a YouTube channel with roughly 10,000 subscribers, suggesting that the stunt was all part of the YouTube video created by a group of young men. Reactions online quickly turned from shock and confusion to criticism and dismay. Isn't this taking a Halloween prank too far? Don't they know it's illegal to impersonate a police officer? What a bunch of idiots! That's a guy who was fooled by the video, I'm guessing. So sick of people using Halloween as an excuse to do stupid things. Even if it's fake, they're bound to be breaking some law, surely. The fun police are here, guys. According to Japan's Road Transport Vehicle Act, it's not illegal to drive a car with black and white markings similar to those seen on Japanese police vehicles. However, it is illegal to use markings with the word police or the name of a prefecture. And lighting devices like the ones used on emergency vehicles must not be equipped or used on regular cars. So in addition to causing alarm on the street and online, these YouTubers appear to have violated road transport laws with their Halloween prank. And given that the Japanese police have a track record of being able to track people down through CCTV, this YouTube team might be getting a visit from the real authorities shortly. Okay, well, I'm sorry for this cringe article that wasn't at all funny.
I mean, all it does is remind me of an actual thing that funny that happened. Does anyone other than me remember when the Dodge Charger became like the go-to vehicle for like a lot of police officers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a friend of mine. Well, I knew a lot of guys who had them. And I know of this one incident. I know of this one incident where there was like this guy was driving down the road. He had like decked out his Charger and everything, and it looked awfully like the police cars. Just didn't really have all the markings. He had like speakers and everything. From what I understand, I was told the story secondhand, but I'll tell it here just to give that a little bit of context. Okay. He flips into this curb station and it looks like there's a bunch of gang members there. And he's like, he sees these guys there. So he runs in. He's coming in there almost like out of fucking Tokyo Drift. And he jumps out of the car and is like, up against the wall, motherfuckers. And as they all start to kind of bust out, he just gets in his car and drives off.
That's funny.
And I'm thinking to myself, that's the only thing I can think of, like that immediate mindset where you just take the car. But then when these people like started breaking down the whole damn, by the way, the word ends before this. I mean, how long did they stand there and stare at this fucking car as it drove down the road?
I think they were looking at the video. They were screen capping the video and pointing it out. Yeah. All right. So I saw your message just now about FDDNM, and then I looked to the other chat, and I'm at work. I'm like, he's not talking to you, Augie. Shut up. It was from hours ago. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
All right. So. Police in Japan find dismembered body of father in the attic of son's condominium.
God.
Hopefully this one is more goodness than the last article. Son is not currently a murder suspect, though. What? Well, now I have to. Now I have to know what this says. On Tuesday, the police station in the town of Soka in Saitama Prefecture received a call from a worker at City Hall. The civil servant said, "Yeah, One Punch Man is the real murder suspect."
That's always in the attic.
The civil servant said there was an elderly The civil servant said there was an elderly resident of the town who they hadn't seen in the last few years, and asked if someone could go by the man's home to check on him. Yikes!
Someone brought the Kool-Aid Man because he got that serious.
No, but seriously, it's like old man Jenkins. We haven't seen him in years. Do you think you could go check and see if he's in his home dead? Like.
All right, well, guys, Richter Mortis is already set in. Rigor Mortis, sorry.
You missed
who?
About as much as we missed in the beginning.
You missed me derailing the whole podcast. It was beautiful.
Are you swole? Are you showered?
It's weird. I just went and we
don't want to know much time in the bathroom.
Oh no, dude! I just came back and I was about to decompress, and then it's like, yeah, you want to join the podcast or whatever? We're still going. And I'm like, what? So okay. It's weird though because I literally
we can argue in person over what to do for the next watch club instead of over chat.
There you go.
Okay, but what is it? I literally just worked out, exerted myself, yet I feel like I had a break somehow. Like I feel refreshed. I don't know. I guess that's what exercise is. Do
you have that feeling after coming?
Oh yeah. God. I am always coming.
Dude, that needs to be one of the clips on the thing.
It does.
Better start making your list.
Can you imagine what heaven I am in? I am coming day and night.
I am coming day and night.
The way he says it and then immediately gets like this look on his face like maybe I've said too much. Arnold, get it together. What have you just said? Anyway, okay. So an officer was dispatched to the man's condominium, which he shared with his 55-year-old son. Performing a search of the residence, the officer made a gruesome discovery, finding a dead body in the attic, which had been chopped into pieces. Upon questioning the son, Akira Ishidoya, first of all, you should have said, "Hey, where's your dad?" first, so you could have caught him in a lie. He's in Las Vegas.
I lost him in a freak boating accident.
Yeah.
He's playing with a dick.
Upon questioning the son, Akira Ishidoya told the police that his father had passed away in their home a number of years ago. However, Ishidoya feared that if he reported his father's death, he would be accused of murdering him. So instead, he cut him into pieces. And so instead, left the corpse in the condominium while continuing to live there.
That honestly sounds like the next natural phase.
Right? Ishidoya says that in May of 2019, the owner of the building in which he and his father lived was considering putting it up for auction. And as part of the preparations, in-condo inspections were being performed. In order to keep his father's death a secret, Ishidoya decided to hide the body in the attic. It's unclear which part of the home he'd kept him in up until then. But the body wouldn't fit.
Probably in the storage locker or, the freezer.
Right? An examination of the body revealed no signs of trauma or injury aside from where the dismembering cuts have been made. While the investigation is still ongoing, police currently believe Ishidoya's father, who would be in his 80s if he were alive today, likely died of illness or nonviolent causes. And so the son is not currently facing homicide charges, although he has been placed under arrest for abandoning and dismembering a corpse.
Wait. So wait a minute. Hold on. You're telling me that they don't even understand how suffocation works? And they're like these cuts are precision.
Suffocation would show trauma around the neck.
No, not if it was done in the sleep.
Saying, yeah,
if they were just asphyxiated.
Held the pillow, yeah, asphyxiation. If you held the pillow, or whatever, or like
wrap his head in Saran wrap or something.
Or just they're sleeping, so just put something over their mouth so they can't breathe. I mean, an elderly person.
But still, their hands would show sign of struggle trying to get themselves to breathe.
So I just like the idea that this guy's in prison. He's like, so what are you in for? Well, I didn't want them to think I murdered my dad. So I
cut him up and hit him in the attic.
And by the way, I cut him up so well that they're actually like, that's part of the article. They're like, man, there's no damage to these limbs. This guy gets the heart shot by a local butcher. He damaged none of the tissue.
I think that they were trying to say that the body clearly wasn't murdered ahead of time. Like, yes, he cut him into pieces, but that wasn't what killed him.
The cuts were so clean. Somebody get this guy a job as an assassin. You'll never know he did it with a butt knife.
Remember that arc in Rurouni Kenshin where he goes to the bread maker or whatever, and
yes,
he's able to cut the bread and then it goes back together.
Yes.
Just imagine this guy's putting the body back together when they take it down.
Yeah, I remember that.
There's no crime here. My cuts were too clean. I didn't dismember him.
He's like the tissues all just go right back together.
I didn't even know he was in the attic.
The something forge or some shit. I forget what they called it in that.
So I like this headline that I just found, but I will also put this to the side for perhaps next article or next podcast. Police in Japan looking for suspect who threw octopus at condominium over and over for 1 hour.
My God.
We'll save that one. All right, people jammed up 13-year-old boy's bladder for 3 months.
What?
Okay. You know that chart?
We need to put this in the AC's Funhouse for next week.
Short. It's not that long. So I just gotta say, you know when Pornhub releases the what people are searching in different parts of the country and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if you saw the world one, China's got to be urethral insertion.
Oh God!
Right? Because once again, yet another curious youth living in China has done the painfully regretful deed.
They're looking up sounding.
Up his urethra. The choice of obstruction this time being an electrical cable. It's like an iPhone cable or something.
Dude,
nestled.
What the fuck?
What?
I don't search this, but it brings to my mind the term sounding.
Yeah, that's what yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what this makes me think of.
Right. That's what I'm saying, that would be under China's, like the whole country of China, that's their king.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was too busy breaking from the name of the article.
Yeah. So the choice of obstruction this time being an electrical cable, which was nestled in the child an entire 3 months before being extracted by doctors.
What?
The victim, a 13-year-old boy known as names XIA Xiao He, had to have the 2-foot electrical cord surgically extracted from his bladder at Songs. He probably peed blood for all those months. At Songshan Lake Central Hospital of Dongwon.
Dongwon.
I'm sure that's where they do all the
Dong
insertion.
surgeries.
Dongwon, which he shoved up there 3 months ago after wanting to, quote, know where urine comes from. Remember when Augie's like, people in China are stupid?
Okay, let's break that one part down for a half a second. Whoever this is has the highest threshold for pain.
I mean, was it an optical cable that had like a camera? He's like, I gotta know where this urine's coming from.
He shoved this in himself and lived with this for 3 months.
Yeah.
And apparently they just found out about it as of, getting it out.
I bet you anything he lived with it for 3 months, regretting the decision daily until the pain got so severe. He's like, Mom, Dad, take me to Dongwon. So his parents escorted him to the hospital. Like how they just they grab him by the ear, walk him to Dongwon, where everybody knows. His parents escorted him to a hospital after the boy witnessed blood in his urine and was also experiencing hardships trying to pass it.
No shit.
Scans revealed the tangled mess of wire that was electrical cable balled up in his bladder.
It's just an electric cable. When did they ever see a camera?
No, I was saying.
Okay.
I was saying that like he wanted to know where urine comes from.
Yeah.
I'm like he's gonna send like one of those optical cameras that are on the end of a cable.
Yeah. When I was a kid and I wanted to know where urine came from, I just went in the yard, found a bush, and was like, "All right, here we go."
I mean, that doesn't show you where it comes from.
To me, it did. I was like, "Well, that's where that comes from. The rest of it doesn't matter."
Why do they have a picture of the cable?
Because they're trying to show you how many centimeters long it is. Embarrassed by his curiosity-fueled endeavor, the boy kept his urethral journey under wraps from his parents. Doctors were able to free up the poor boy's bladder in an operation spanning an hour in duration, and he is currently recovering. I like it's like way older. His wife's like, Xiao Hei, how did you get this scar here on your belly? Well, when I was younger, I wanted to know where urine came from.
So I stuck a cable at my pee-pee hole.
You know how we do that thing every Thursday night that you think is kind of weird? Well, when I was a boy...
I tried to find out what a Yowie hole was. No God.
Doctors were able to free up the poor boy's bladder in an operation spanning an hour in duration. He's currently recovering. The truly baffling frequency at which young boys insert things up their urethra could be described as an epidemic more harsh than the coronavirus, as there have been multiple cases of boys inserting anything and everything up there, from needles to chopsticks, padlocks, and magnetic.
Chopsticks. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, boy.
The splinters and
hold up. This is China. They're probably the porcelain kind, right? I don't really want to click on it though. Doctors have been advising parents to provide their children with an education on these matters so as to prevent such medical issues. Yes, because when your kids are 13 and they found the Dojin site that has all the different tags and they're like, "Ooh, I wonder what this one is," and they check out sounding and they're like, does that feel good? I don't have a girlfriend. Let me just grab some chopsticks, right?
I'll just use the ones I had my soba with this afternoon.
By the
my Sichuan tofu.
Wrap this up
I'm
together
standing right now.
The next article that we cover on this is going to be doctors removed AirPods from urethra.
You see, now that it's wireless, we want to see if it would still work inside my urethra.
That takes urethral sounding to a whole new level.
How is your ass sounding well?
Okay. All right.
Plenty of acoustics in there.
I'm ready.
Factory worker arrested for blowing air compressor up coworker's butt. I feel like we've covered this same article like 4 times because it just keeps happening.
What?
So I don't even want to read it. Okay, he pierced a hole in the intestine of his coworker.
Jesus.
He's going to jail. I just want to remind you, weirdos out there who have an inflation fetish, don't
do it.
Ever try this. A kid in China did this. He turned on the air compressor and it blew his teeth out. Okay? You do not want to do this. It is not sexy. I don't know why it turns you on, but you really aren't going to enjoy it the way
Guys,
please
watch earlier the podcast for anyone that's listening and just learn from everyone who said shit. See it happen or read the article, but sure as fuck don't try this at all.
All right. So, Tokyo man arrested for stealing work boots from a poultry factory because they turned him on. So,
wow.
What kind of chicken shit fetish is this?
This was an article from last podcast that we skipped on. I have read it. I don't think it's a winner, but Reese requested it.
I did that. I did. Like,
I did. I
just read the title and it sounded funny, and I didn't actually read it.
So I'll quickly speed through it, and it'll
give us the click notes version.
Much like those boots. I don't want.
It's one of those things where you're reading it not because the contents are funny, but because of how Master Blaster chose to write it. But there's only a couple good singers in it. So suspect gives a bad name to all lovers of disgusting boots. At about 4 a.m. at a poultry processing plant in Adachi Ward, Tokyo, a shadowy figure entered the building where the employees stored their boots at the end of a hard, sweaty day's work. The sinister bandit admired the footwear before plucking 2 pairs and stuffing them into his knapsack. However, his insatiable lust for recently used long rubber boots was to be his downfall. Hoisted by my own petard. Having already hit this factory before and stolen 12 pairs in previous heists, police grew wise to his hustle and had an officer stake out the facility. So, just as the thief rode away from the factory on his bicycle, he was stopped again with the bicycle. He rides by and grabs him. He was stopped by a cop who searched his bag and found the ill-gotten boots, rather. According to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, 53-year-old Hiroyuki Kamiyo admitted to the crime, saying, "I like wearing men's boots."
You've been called out. You're the chicken fetish guy.
A simple confession, and yet it really says it all, doesn't it? Netizens in Japan always enjoy a bizarre perv story, and if there were an Oscars for such a thing, this would probably be a front runner. So this is what they had to say. That's quite a pervert right there. Shouldn't it be about the man inside the boots? So did he like the smell? I mean, what else could it be? Not sneakers or dress shoes. It has to be those boots. Is he part Golden Lab? Maybe he just maybe he just has a keen interest in the food processing industry. Hell, I'd sell him my boots for $50. That guy's a lot better looking than I imagined.
Shit.
What? You're telling me good-looking people can be gross, disgusting pervs?
No, it never happens.
I'm 50 shades of fucked up. Whatever that fucking line is. Damn it. Billionaires can be fucked up? All right. I was thinking about
maybe he went home and while he was going through one of his weird rituals, he made him a shoe.
So my wife asks.
Your wife asked what?
Aren't those the boots? Aren't those boots the kind you wore to work on Saturday, AC?
Yeah, it's really you that got the chicken fetish there.
Don't think for 1 second that I wasn't thinking of this article for the whole of 1 stops that I wore them on before switching back to shoes.
No, you just didn't want to ruin all the chicken essence that were on the boots. So you're like, you know what? I'm just going to switch to shoes.
Honestly, I'm not. I guess chicken processing plant is probably grosser than what I do.
Has anyone other than me been
chicken shit does have a very interesting smell.
I have been to the places where they store the chicken shit to turn around and take it to pecan fields or wherever they're going to distribute it, and sometimes they even turn it into liquid. Yeah, and it is terrible. Fertilizer. It is terrible smelling.
Okay.
All I know is that in the country life, people seem to unanimously think that pigs is the worst.
Pigs? I honestly, it really depends on the environment. If they're in that bad a mud pit, then they're probably. Okay. I'm just gonna shut up.
All right. That's all right. Not to kink shame here. I mean, if smelling and caressing the scent of various fungi and bacteria stewing in the tepid environment of a sealed rubber boot that has been stomping through raw chicken entrails is your thing, then more power to you. But it's important that you source your nasty boots the right way through legal channels. This is not only out of respect to the property of others, but to ensure the quality of your filthy footwear. Perhaps the real horror of this case is that the suspect couldn't even be sure those boots belonged to men. Meat processing seems like it'd be a relatively unisex occupation compared to other factory work such as cheese factory or mosquito breeding facility.
Cutting up your old man and putting him in the attic.
I want to kill those people.
Yeah, it's China. I don't know why. China's breeding mosquitoes. Also, I just want to see this for a second. Please tread on me, big anime fans.
What?
What is this nonsense? Oh, is it because it's not safe for work? What is this? This is going to be the weird... Next podcast is going to be a weird fetish podcast. Okay, so here's the China mosquito processing.
Great.
That's great. I needed 240 frames per second.
I needed... oh my God.
Oh, that's my fetish.
That's great. I needed a higher chance of getting West Nile. Thank you.
This is how COVID got out, guys. We're going to have at the bottom of this podcast, we're going to have every single one of YouTube's. Like, is this information factual? Here's what our experts say. We're going to have the COVID ones, the election ones. They're all going to be down there.
Dude, that's the thing that...
we're going to have a bunch of statistics on random facts and shit.
That's what what was his name? Sterling Griff was saying. He's like, experts say, like, you know, for his anti-anime, like, Eromanga Sensei and all that. It's
enjoying it.
What experts? I'm an expert, apparently.
Yeah, I guess anybody can be considered an expert. Anyway, we've already done our Watch Club discussion. So would you like to vote on what we will watch after Promise Neverland?
Is Trump and Biden on the list? If we're voting, you know.
Do you want to? I mean, I don't think they have another debate planned. I don't think we could just watch a debate.
Do you have Mob Psycho 100 Season 2?
I do.
Readily available.
I mean, I could download it. I do own it.
You were gonna download it anyway. Don't pretend.
But I do have that. I would like to watch it, but I don't know that's trying. I mean, like, if you want to do that, the podcast.
It's 14 episodes.
That's 14 too many. Let's do. I was thinking, what about Paprika and then that? That way, because that'll then make the other one land on perhaps the week when I have more days off.
Well, what's chronologically the next Con film?
Tokyo Godfathers.
What about that one?
Because Reese was thinking
that's more of a Christmas movie thing.
Christmas movie.
So
let's see.
How about Ninja Scroll movie? Just the movie.
Yes, I have that in Blu-ray form at the house right now. I would actually very much love to rewatch Kawajiri's Ninja Scroll.
And we'll have a second Ninja Scroll Watch Club, technically.
The only problem with it is because of the series, which I'd also like to rewatch. Just because even though it was trash, I'd like to see it again.
I would like to watch series as well. I have not seen it at all.
Okay, so do you want to do the movie and then let me look
the following, like maybe give FD. Like,
by the way, I didn't bring this up because I'm classy, but Ron Toye has been so a bunch of people had started this thing like, okay, if Biden wins, I'm posting nudes, right, or something like that. And
what?
Dominique Sky, I guess, posted a nude, and he liked it a little too much, and talked about how him and Monica were like, "This girl is fire!" Wow, it was, simping hard, that one. Anyway, I forgot what I was doing on my phone. Yes, sorry, I was going to look for the calendar. Okay, so let's see. So I am working then to then. Wait a minute. Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. Okay, so if we watch Promise Neverland this week, Ninja Scroll. No, that's not actually going to work out. If we did,
I'm saying like, dude, Ninja Scroll movie
I don't think
alone.
because of the
movie
way
alone, and then the series some other time.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, okay. Here's the thing. We're doing Promise Neverland next.
Yep.
And then we will let you guys know when we decide something. How about that? Because I have to go to bed. It's time for me to go to bed. I have to get up in the morning at 4.
So
good, AC.
All right.
Oh fuck. Do you remember what time I put my foot up on screen? Because I gotta get the thumbnail.
No, I don't remember. God damn it.
I'm only gonna have to look through 7 hours to find it.
Oh my christening.
All right. Well, thank you guys for joining us. It's been fun. Yes, give us a list of all the clips we need to include. I think the Arnold one, by the way, I do have Pumping Iron on my computer right now. I will get that clip up here tonight.
The Arnold Schwarzenegger one.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get the because they took it down. There's the GIF, but I don't know that I can get the video form of that easily. And if I can, I need to make sure to remove the audio from it. What if I could just put the GIF on as the image overlay, though? Wouldn't that be interesting? I'll try that later. Anyway, I really got to go to bed, though. So I'll hit you guys up later. I will rewatch Promise Neverland. I have it on my computer right now. I will jump on that probably tonight. I'll watch one episode as I'm going to sleep. Anyway, we need to still figure out from Augie what we're doing for next podcast in terms of time. But once we get that, I'll get you guys the information via Discord or whatever. Also, Lance, since you're here, I read your message on Discord, and I am so sorry for your childhood.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that you have grown into a more stable adult than people I know who had much better childhoods. And with that, I will now end the broadcast. Thank you guys once again for coming.
Bye, chat.
I know we've got 5 people still watching. I don't know who they are, but they might just be us and my wife.
What is wrong?
Or leaving. All right, bye, guys.